Hello my lovelies, welcome in. Happy time zones, happy Friday. Sorry for the 20 minutes on the starting soon screen. I was ready to go. I was like, okay, I'm weirdly more nervous about this than yesterday's stream. Because I don't normally do like live readings and voice acting and stuff. I don't know how well, I guess that's not true. Because I have to do that for like video games when I play them if they don't have voice acting. Anyway, point is, whatever, I was nervous about it, but I was like, right, starting soon, I'll just go down, and then while that's running, while we wait for the ad break that's at the beginning of stream to play, I'll go downstairs and get some water, and got kind of trauma dumped on by a family member. That's not what I wanted before stream. If this was like just like a regular stream, you know, if we were just like playing Hades today or something, I probably would have just cancelled stream. But this is like a bigger thing, and I've got it scheduled, and I don't want to put it off because I know I'll never get it done. Because I only said I'd do this because I got all hyperfixated about this thing again on Monday, and so I was really into doing it on Monday. And already I'm like, it's waning. But yeah, sorry if I'm talking quieter. It's also because said person is in the room next to mine right now, and is on the phone to their therapist, and I'm like, right, cool, that's who you should be talking to. Not that I don't want to help, but I've done everything within my power to help, and I can only do so much, and they refuse my help, so it feels weird. I don't know that I should be like talking really loudly and laughing and stuff on stream if they can hear while they're having that conversation. This feels like a weird situation to be in. So yeah, that's not what I anticipated happening before stream. I think once they go back downstairs, I'll be a bit calmer. Right now I'm like, uh-oh. Especially since it's someone who has eavesdropped on me while I've been in my room before, when I've had conversations with Julia, and heard me say things, not like bad things, but just like, even just like, we all complain about other people, and I wasn't complaining about them, I was complaining about things that were broken in the house, and they had eavesdropped and then told everyone else in the house what I'd said, and then I got yelled at, and so I'm very wary of talking when they're right outside my room. So this isn't how this stream was meant to open. So sorry about that. We're gonna try and go ahead, I guess. If I hadn't already clicked starting soon, I would have probably been like, maybe let's wait 30 minutes and maybe let's see if they leave. But at this point it's almost been 30 minutes. And I'd already clicked starting soon, and I didn't want the VOD to start with like 30 minutes of the starting soon screen, and I think if the starting soon screen was on for 30 minutes you guys would start getting concerned. So hopefully being on stream and talking about a thing that I used to be very hyper fixated on will cheer me up. Hopefully that works. Sorry for the weird start to stream. Sorry, I forgot stuff outside. yeah, I don't remember how I was gonna actually start stream, but hi, welcome back to what is part 2 of our 750 follower celebration streams. For those that weren't here yesterday, the stream was meant to happen yesterday, and yesterday's stream was meant to happen Wednesday, but on Wednesday our whole area's internet went down 10 minutes into stream, so everything had to be pushed along a day. So 3 days of streaming in a row for me. Lucky me. My voice feels okay so far though, after yesterday's stream, so hopefully that's fine. Yesterday we did karaoke. That VOD, I think, should be up on YouTube now, so if anyone missed it, or if anyone requested a song and then had to go and didn't hear it, it should be up on my VODs channel on YouTube. Yeah, we did some singing yesterday. I showed you guys some silly videos. And we started the Magma Canvas yesterday. Hi Rose, welcome in. So thank you guys for everyone who obviously who came along, and also everyone who was drawing in the canvas. We have filled page 1, so we'll be on to page 2 today. It's the same link as yesterday, so if you already have the link to the canvas from yesterday, you can just use the same link. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to trying to feel normal. That was a lot to happen while I was on the starting things. Yeah, sorry, I'm my brain is empty. So yeah, yesterday we did karaoke and Magma. We're continuing the Magma Canvas today, and what I'll be doing while you guys are drawing, if you want to, you don't have to be drawing, is reading out a little story time, if you will, of I always forget how to describe it. Let's see. How do the people who made it describe it? A speculative fiction multimedia narrative is how they describe it. But yeah, a multimedia story told through text and video, and images of 3 space probes that become sentient and communicate with each other and watch the human race play American football in the year 17,776. I hope that sounds really boring. That's fine. You don't have to watch this stream. But I started talking about it on Monday and was reading some of it out, and I got some people interested, which I was very happy about. I think Juice might have charmed a couple people. So we'll be reading that out. I'm not used to just reading big old chunks of text. Well, that's not true. Not since we played Ace Attorney, and that used to wreck my voice a little bit. So we'll see how we do. My only concern is a lot of scenes have either 2 or 3 characters talking to each other, and I don't know how many different voices I can do. And that's fine for Ace Attorney, where you can see the character on screen. Read how this looks. It's more like reading someone's DMs. But hopefully, if people are just listening in and not looking at the screen, I hope that you can tell when I'm changing between different characters. I'm sorry if you can't. I can't do that many different voices. That's not what my specialty is as a voice actor. I'd like to be able to do more different voices. It's listening to all the different voices that Cyrus does in Vampire Therapist is ridiculous. I saw people in the Discord saying that he also voices Maxie. I don't know if that's true. If it is, someone said on his IMDb, someone was like, is his IMDb page wrong? It says he also voices Maxie, and I'm like, someone was like, and if that's true, what a range. But And even if it's not true, what a range. I'm sure I could do different voices more often, but it would require... Yeah, the Maxie of Reinhardt and Maxie. I don't know how true that is. But,
Oh, is it saying?
yeah, like, to obviously get a bunch of different sounding voices, I would have to be more willing to play around with the pitch of my voice, which I don't do, because if I talk any higher pitch than this, it makes me dysphoric. I don't really know how to get different tones out of me voice. Let me, hang on, I'm just gonna have a little look. Because people were talking about it, and then someone said it wasn't. Yep, okay. Did IMDb, someone said, did IMDb drop the ball, or did Cyrus voice Maxie as well as Dr. Drain and Sam? Because boy howdy, that's some range. And then someone said, Cyrus does voice Maxie, he confirmed me a couple days ago. So, yes. Sam, Andromachus, Dr. Drain, and Maxie are all voiced by Cyrus Damati, the developer of the game, and also the voice of Theseus, Dionysus, and Ares in Hades. Interesting. Cyrus said I used... Someone asked him, he said yes. Obviously I used some pretty state-of-the-art tools to change my voice, but the performance is mine. I'm not good at reading tone, so I don't know if he's being sarcastic or if he is saying that he did artificially pitch up his voice. Well, I don't know if he's being sarcastic. I don't know if he just means in terms of he didn't change it at all. Or if he's saying he just did a basic, like, artificially pitched it up. Or if he did more than that to the voice to edit it. I don't know. I'm not good at reading tone, so I don't know what that means. And I don't know how, like, again. So, that's that's something to keep in mind when we play. We'll be playing Vampire Therapist again tomorrow. Let me put my phone away. Ugh, my hand's so... I've stopped using my moisturizer on my hand. I know that might sound like a bad decision, but actually... As much as, like, it's way drier than it was when I was using it, it's actually, like, parts of it are healing now that weren't before. So I think that was the right call. But yeah, hopefully at least you guys will be able to tell when I'm switching characters. Because I don't expect everyone to want to read along, and I hope by reading it out, you know, having like an audio reading of it, kind of makes it a bit more accessible to anyone who doesn't want to read it, can't read it, for whatever reason. But before we get into that, sorry, I'm still like trying to feel alive. This is where we left off in the magma canvas yesterday. Thank you guys so much for everyone who came and drew with. If you're in my Discord, the link is still in there for you to grab, and if I DM'd you the link via Twitch yesterday, you should be able to still use the exact same link to be able to get back into the canvas. I know this looks full. There are 4 pages on the canvas, so you guys won't be drawing on this page 1 anymore, but this is what was drawn yesterday. And okay, wow, people are already going. This is what we're at today. Before stream, because I knew I wouldn't have enough time to draw on stream. I did do a little drawing before stream. I didn't realize so many people were already going to be in there. If you are in the canvas and you want to get to page 2 and you don't know how, you're going to go to the bottom left hand corner down here. Well, there's supposed to be a button, but Magma has decided to stop loading. But there it is. There's a little button, it looks like a little roll of film. You're going to click on that and it'll pop up this little bottom tab with all of the pages. I'm just gonna hop over to page 2. Obviously, if page 2 gets full, you can hop over to page 3. But please don't hop over to page 3 or 4 if there's still room left. I did draw a little on here after stream because I wanted to have at least something that I'd done on each canvas. So there's a teeny tiny Gleb playing the kazoo. I feel like that represented stream yesterday pretty well, since I both sang the Never Flows reprise and per request, and also Green redeemed kazoo karaoke and requested that I kazoo the Never Flows reprise from the Anastasia stage musical. So I feel like, which is a song that Gleb sings, so I feel like Gleb playing the kazoo summarizes yesterday's stream pretty well. And as for today's stream, I wanted to do a drawing to represent today's stream. So I knew I wouldn't have enough time to draw on stream because obviously I'm trying to get through 25 chapters of this book kind of story, and we're gonna see if sorry, we're gonna see if there's enough time for me to get through all of that, because I have to end stream by about 6:30 today, because this is the one day of the week that I eat dinner with my parents and I don't make my own food, which means that which is why I don't normally stream on Fridays anymore, because it's always a pain being like having to rush and end stream at a specific time. So I wanted to be able to try and get through as much of the story as possible. So instead of drawing on stream, did little drawings before stream. There's 3 little guys right here, and you'll learn about who they are in a minute. We've already got Jodie in the canvas. And Virgil. That looks a lot like okay. I was like, that looks a lot like something that I know. And now it's red. T. I'm such a mess for that man that often I wish I was joking, but he remains here for reasons. I have just such the stupidest, my brain just becomes mush, and I just genuinely become so flustered every time I run into him. We haven't played Hades for a few weeks though. I know, it's so sad. I've been deprived of my husband. And then we got Green. We've got Andromachus, or Andromachus, or Andy, however you want to call him, from Vampire Therapist. I'm curious who is getting the therapy. And Golden's in here as well, but so yeah, if you guys want to comment, if you guys want to come in, I'm gonna apologize right now for what I'm making. Okay. I didn't know if I'm like, are you drawing me getting therapy? I don't need therapy. No, that's not true. Everyone could benefit from therapy. I'm just half blame Julia. What could Julia have done? Oh, it's not, you can only draw that too now. No, I was saying that just because I was curious. I am glad that it's not, no offense. I don't have a problem with being drawn from the characters from Vampire Therapist. I just don't particularly want people who follow me to draw me getting therapy. That sounds kind of weird. Like, I don't mind if people want to draw me with the characters from the game. I'm enjoying the game. But I don't know if I want people to draw me personally venting or getting therapy. That feels quite strange. Like, if you wouldn't draw me with my leg broken, maybe don't draw me, you know, if you wouldn't draw me in the hospital. Then probably don't draw, if you want to draw a Crady, like, in the hospital, probably don't draw them in the therapist room. I'm curious what Julia could have caused. I don't know what these clothes are. Yeah, I guess I'll have to wait and see. Bear with me one sec, guys. Hang on, I'm gonna mute for a minute. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to check. Yeah, they're still on the phone. Ow! Ha! Some of the skin on the back of one of my fingers is so dry that it's cracked to the point of... I don't think an open wound, but it's quite sore in this one place. What I need to do is, go to the doctor's and get some, because these two fingers and the palm of my right hand, it's my middle and my ring finger, have been, I have eczema, I've had it since I was a baby. I was born with it, it can get quite bad. But these two fingers on my right hand and my palm and my knuckles have been like this for a couple of years now. Which I don't like. But, all they gave me last time was like a moisturizer. I don't know why they won't give me a repeat prescription anymore. Like, dude, I've been using this stuff constantly since I was tiny. But, they just gave me like a moisturizer last time, which I've stopped using the last couple days. Which means my fingers are more dry than usual, but they're not as blistered as usual. Sometimes the palm of my hand was getting like kind of blisters on it before. Because yeah, I read the bottle and it says you shouldn't actually use it if it is badly cracked, and I'm like, oh. Well then what do I put on the skin if the skin's badly cracked? Apparently not that. I probably need steroid cream. It's probably what it is. I don't know why they won't just put me on a repeat prescription for hydrocortisone. It's ridiculous. Why should I have to keep going back and be like, please, because it's such a pain to get in contact with my doctors. It can be borderline impossible some days. But I did manage to get it during COVID without actually having to go in. Through like a pharmacy website if I have like photo proof of the eczema, which, I mean, I can take photo proof, so what I need to do is do that, and I've been like, oh yeah, I should do that, and then forgotten for the past couple of days. So yeah, it's a bit ouchy at the moment. It's one of the knuckles on my middle finger. I'll be fine. I mean, it's been doing this for 2 years, but maybe now it will stop. My palm's definitely getting better on its own, so maybe it just needs a break from that moisturizer. I don't know. I certainly can't put it on it now. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to use it when it was badly cracked. I was just like, yeah, it's dry, so that's what that's for, right? Whoever Green's drawing is getting a pretty fancy chair. Whatever's going off here is pretty dang cute. Right. I'm once again procrastinating. No! Why is he sad? Oh no! Oh no, they're sad. Oh. Julia saw the drawings people did yesterday. She said she loves them. So thank you to the people that drew. Julia, can I stop doing this again? Hello, canvas. Okay. I'm gonna try and actually get like feeling decent because I've got stuff to read. I got little guys to introduce you to. So Golden. What is this? I know this shape. I like just completely stopped mid-sentence because I was like, wait a second. Whenever I start to feel like that looks like a cat, I'm like, I never want to presume that someone is drawing one of my OCs. And I still don't want to presume that that's what that is. But it's definitely an object head, which is pretty dang cool. If it is my OC, no one's ever drawn him as an object head before. It's really sweet, which it's fine to do if you ever saw my Artfight permissions. But if it's not my OC that looks like that, this is still dang cute, because I think object heads are cool. That's why I never want to presume if someone's drawing something and be like, is that me? Is that one of my OCs? Because if it's not, I don't want you to feel bad. I'm not expecting people to draw stuff for me in these things, and I don't ever want to, I don't ever want to presume, you know? Because that sounds really big-headed, and then I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, no, it's not, I'm sorry, like, no, don't be sorry! So I don't like saying unless I'm pretty dang sure. I'm still curious what's going on down here. Oh, people are creeping around outside. Ugh, I can't wait till I move out. I have my door shut like all the time now. I used to have it open sometimes, or like, you know, cracked open, like air in the room and whatnot, but it's just not, no. I used to spend more time downstairs. I mean, that's where my piano is and stuff, but, you know, I don't leave my room anymore unless it's to get food. Well, and the bathroom. But I don't go downstairs anymore unless it's to get food. Because I can't anymore. Boy. I don't know if moving up by the end of the year is gonna happen. I'm trying my hardest. The last few months it's been kind of on the back burner because me and Julia had some important stuff to sort out. Not with each other, but like in regards to her trip and like sorting out the logistics and stuff, and documents and shit that we needed. That was like really consuming all of our brain space that we had for adult things. What Julia calls big girl tasks. Because obviously the goal was that I wanted to be moved out by July, and obviously that didn't end up being able to happen because of just the struggle of finding a place and then getting accepted into a place. And then my parents really pushing me into trying to buy rather than rent, which seemed potentially doable, and then with a mortgage, I can't just buy something. Because the mortgages for the area I was looking at were like the same price as the rent I was looking at, and I was like, oh. But over like late spring, early summer, over the spring and beginning of summer, my income was going down, and so it didn't seem it was actually going to be feasible to move quite yet. But like Patreon payouts started getting less and less each month, but I'm not saying that I don't want anyone to be like, oh no, like I'm fine. But this last payout that we just got for this month, for August, which I guess is technically July, you get them obviously, you know, for a month later, was actually more. It's gone back up. So I think hopefully if that can stay where it is, things are gonna be fine. And I just need to keep adding stuff to Etsy at least once a month. I would like to do that. And going up to 3 uploads I think helped, especially because YouTube, again, demonetizing a lot of my videos for no reason, just because YouTube don't like ASMR. But I'm not saying that. I don't want them to be like, oh no, I can't afford Patreon. That's fine. There's a cost of living crisis. There's no worries if people are cutting back expenses, you know, just watching Twitch streams and watching YouTube, gives me ad revenue. At least it does on the videos that YouTube don't demonetize. Honestly, that's the thing that's been pissing me off, is it's not anything in any of you guys' control, it's just YouTube. Often demonetizing videos for no reason. They don't tell you why. If they put limited ads or no ads on a video, they won't tell you why. They'll just say they found something, but they won't say where they found it. All my stuff fits within the guidelines. And yet. Just I don't think my stuff's getting pushed in the algorithm as much anymore. I know... I feel so embarrassed. I set goals publicly for this year for the first time in my life. I normally just keep those to myself. And I said... the goal for the end of this year was 20k on YouTube, because that was going to be possible, because from September 2023 to January, February 2024, we were gaining 1,000 subscribers on YouTube a month. And then it just dropped immediately to 300 a month. And that is where it has stayed, no matter what I try and do. Even after going up to 3 uploads a week. Which is still better than 0. It just means, like, growth isn't happening as fast as I thought, and the fast growth was why I made the goals that I made, and also thought that moving out was going to be possible this year. So we'll see. I don't want anyone thinking, because I haven't moved out yet, that therefore... I haven't been trying, because, you know, especially, like, during the donathon, I know some of you guys donated money to me for my moving out fund, and I really do appreciate that. I haven't spent any of that money. I don't buy a lot and spend a lot. I spend way less than what I make. So, like, I've got savings. Like, it's fine. And I haven't spent any of that money from the donathon. I just don't want people thinking, like, oh, we said any extra money from the donathon would go to my moving out fund, and yet Prince still isn't moved out. Is he just, like, hoarding the money? No. I'm trying. I promise. I don't want to be living here. I'd still like to say hopefully by the end of the year, but I can't say for sure anymore. What with Julia coming over in October is the plan. We still haven't booked anything yet. I wanted to by now, but we're waiting on being able to, because of stuff. But we should be able to by the end of this month book things. And obviously I can't move out. Well, I'm basically on holiday for those 2 weeks. So it might have to be more like we need that trip out of the way first. And the trip's not gonna be cheap. Plane tickets are expensive. And obviously without me being moved out, we have to stay in a hotel or an Airbnb. which adds a lot of money. That's why I was saying I was hoping to be moved out by July so that the trip wouldn't be as expensive, but it just hasn't worked out that way. But fuck, I mean, if not by the end of this year, it has to be by the end of 2025, because otherwise I'm gonna go crazy. So, sorry for that ramble. Oh my god, it's been like an hour. I think I'm rambling because I'm nervous, and also that fucked me up. What happened right before, while I was on the starting soon screen, really, messed me up a bit. So, I didn't want to ramble because we've got like 25 chapters of this story to get through before 6:30. It's currently 3. I'm a fast reader in my head. I don't know how fast I am at reading out loud. When I read out loud, it seems like I kind of stumble over the words, in my experience, which is not the reason that I don't do scripts for my audios, but kind of a secondary accident, like an unplanned reason, basically. Because I improv my audios because it's just easier to me, but like, I at least scripted the Ambrose and Arden ones, but actually I've stopped scripting those now as well, because it doesn't sound right when I'm reading from a script. I don't know. I still don't know who this is. Anyway. It's Miffy! Hi, Moth. Oh, I'm sorry. Is someone gonna yell her Dutch name at me? I don't know how to pronounce it in Dutch. Someone on TikTok was like, how come, like, if you ever call, like, how come with the Moomins fandom, if you call any of the Moomin characters their English names instead of their Finnish names, like, Finns and Swedes are just really happy that you also like the Moomins, whereas, with Miffy, if you say, Miffy's English name, Dutch people will, like, come at you with a knife, like, how dare you, her name's Niger, or whatever the fuck it is, in Dutch. Well, I mean, I was also suspicious of that similar vein, Jody. I was like, like, since Green said that Julia was an influence, I was like, well, that means it could be, if it's a vampire, it could be one of her Sims people, or it could be a Twilight, but I don't know anything about Twilight to be able to recognize if it's a Twilight. It is a Twilight. Well, Jody guessed it was Marcus, which, so yeah, I would not have ever known. I only ever remember the name of Aro, and that's it. I don't even ever remember what the other two are called, let alone. Also, because I've normally only seen them from Julia's drawings of them, and she draws her own versions of them based on the book. She doesn't draw them how they look in the movie. So, I don't know what they look like in the movie. I mean, I know what Michael Sheen looks like in the movie. But that's like it. So, let me scroll up in chat. Who's here? Hello Jody, hello Green, hello Virgil, hello Dallas, hello Golden, hello Trippy. Hello Rose, hello Alex. Hello Moth, hello Red. Hello anyone who's lurking. Okay. God, I don't know if we'll get this whole story read in 3.5 hours. If we don't, then maybe you'll just have to read it in your own time, or maybe as like a subathon or donathon reward in the future. We can as a subathon or donathon reward in the future. I can be a read in the rest of it. Hi Karen, welcome in. God, my fucking. I feel like someone edged, but that's how I always feel like here, like I'm walking on eggshells. Because now, like, every time I hear people walking outside, I'm like, fuck. Like... I'm genuinely so tempted to ask if I can just eat on my own up here, once food's ready. Because, I don't know that I'm mentally able to deal with whatever's going on with them today. I'll just sneaky steal my fish and chips up here. That's what we'll do. And then if they ask why, I'll be like, oh, Julia wants me. That'll work as an excuse. But yeah, Julia just said she really wanted to eat with me today. I don't know what to say. Alright, I gotta stop just- I'm like watching everyone draw. My eyes are just like ping-ponging around. Because I'd be procrastinating now. But I already have what we need open. So I just gotta get into it. I will say this isn't what the site used to look like. I don't know if anyone has a screenshot of what it used to look like. Because this story just popped up out of nowhere on SB Nation's website. SB Nation is a sports journalism website. It used to actually look like an article. I don't know if anyone has a screenshot. You used to open the page and it just looked like a normal article page. And then once you stayed on the page for about like 10 seconds, the page would slowly like turn like black and you'd be like, what? And then it would become the story. But I don't see any pictures of what the... I'm sad the website still doesn't look like that, because that was what was really cool. I wonder if anyone's maybe got a screen recording. The words go crazy until the screen is black. Yeah, that's right. The text starts going like massive, right? I can't get that page anymore. It doesn't happen for me. When I click on the article, it just redirects me to like the contents page. I just assumed they changed the page over time. Did they actually, like, is it just like, for some reason, I can't access it? But so, this, I don't even want to think of it as story, internet, online story, web series, it's not really web series, whatever. It was published in 2017, and they published one chapter a day from, like, kind of June to July 2017, and Tumblr got a hold of it pretty quickly, and I read it as the chapters were originally released in 2017, and I was so sad when it was over, because I got very attached to these characters, but I've never gone back and read it since. So, while what I remember in particular, I remember some of Juice's rants that he goes on, specifically the Lunchables and the Wolverine one, or when he watches someone step on a rake. I remember those three bits. And, as well as the conversations between the probes, there'll also be conversation between different humans down on Earth, and, you'll see what American football has become by the year 17,776. It's crazy. And all I remember is, like, there's one player that's been, like, hiding under a bush for, like, years, like, holding onto one of the footballs and not letting anyone else have it. I, like, vaguely remember that. That's about it. Yeah, that's Nancy, right? I remembered her name, I just didn't want to say. I know I'm probably getting the details of Nancy incorrect, but, like, please don't, like, if you've recently gone and read it since I told you guys about it on Monday, don't refresh my brain. Let me, re-experience it. Okay, I think I found a video where someone has someone's actually managed to get on the website. Okay, cool. I'm sorry, I was looking for a YouTube video so I could actually find the actual article. So, we're going to begin with what we're actually meant to be doing on stream, which is reading 17,776. I should start saying it like that, rather than 17776, because I always get the numbers of sevens wrong. So, this is what it used to look like. Like, SB Nation is just like a regular website with articles on it, and it wasn't published as new fiction story. It was this article at the top here that says, what football will look like in the future. And it was just this, and it was just published as if it was just a normal article. And it was written by a guy who'd published other articles. Share small when I finish cleaning your bathroom. Good job, Trippy. I'm not sure if, I don't think it's worldwide, Green. They're watching Americans playing American football because it's gone so crazy. As far as I'm aware, I don't think the games are worldwide. But so it just used to look like this, like a normal little article that you might see on any website these days. And I'm hoping he's gonna click on it. Click on it, YouTube man. Do it. Click on it. Okay, here we go. So this is what it used to look like. And it would open like this. And it just looks like a normal article, right? Apart from this University of College something is terribly wrong John Boyes ad. John Boyes is who wrote it, if that's how you pronounce his surname. There's a Getty Images picture. It's clear that the sport of football needs to change, and the $64,000 question, my friends, is simple. How? Something is terribly wrong. The writing's on the wall. Youth participation in the sport is down, thanks in large part to parents concerned for their health. In recent years, the NFL has... Oh, sorry. I wasn't going to have music on while we actually read the story, because some of the videos will have their own music. So, we gotta... what football will look like in the future. So, people will call it 17,776 or what football will look like in the future. So... It's clear that the sport of football... Again, when I say football, we're talking American football, not soccer. It's said in America. So, it's clear that the sport of football needs to change. And the $74,000 question, my friends, is simple. How? Something is terribly wrong. The writing's on the wall. Youth participation in the sport is down, thanks in large part to their parents' concern for their health. In recent years, the NFL has done something... This is why this is why it's bad for me to read out loud. Because I can't actually just read without tripping over my own words. I can in my head, but reading out loud is hard. In recent years, the NFL has done... I keep saying has done something terribly wrong, and that's not what it says. In recent years, the NFL has... Oh, okay, that's why I keep fucking... I'm like, why do I keep saying has done something terribly wrong? No, okay. Because my brain is trying to autocorrect something that is a mistake. That's why. What it says is, the NFL has something is terribly wrong. That's not grammatically correct. That's why I kept reading it wrong. My brain knew the grammar was wrong, and it was trying to autocorrect to make the sentence make sense. So my brain was actually doing good. My brain realized it was wrong and was changing it subconsciously. And I'm like, wait, no, it's, okay. Who's starting it? I need to read slower. I don't like thinking that I'm bad at reading. It's just when I read out loud. I don't know if it's nerves or if it's just... I don't know what it is. Right. What football will look like in the future. It's clear that the sport of football needs to change, and the $64,000 question, my friends, is simple. How? Something is terribly wrong. The writing's on the wall. Youth participation in the sport is down, thanks in large part to their parents' concern for their health. In recent years, the NFL has something is terribly wrong. In response to numerous clinical studies regarding something is terribly wrong, the league has taken action, and something is terribly wrong. Oh no, something is terribly wrong. Do you hear that? Do not be afraid, but something is terribly wrong. I'm afraid that this page is going to disintegrate. Don't worry, nothing will be hurt, though you will be extraordinarily confused. I think I see a calendar. I don't know. Something is terribly wrong. 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 And yeah, if this man were to scroll down to see what, oh, is terribly wrong. Oh no! Something's terribly wrong! Good morning. The time is 2:17 a.m. The date is... oh, it's American dates. The 27th of March, 2043. Or 1943. Who knows? But I know. Well, I know it can't be 1943 because 9 and 10... all the space probes in this series are real space probes that NASA has made, and NASA didn't make them till the 60s. So they wouldn't have been made yet. Okay. Now we can go to the website. That's what's missing on the website. At least I can't access that page. Whenever I go to the page, it just immediately brings me here. So, this is where we're gonna start. There's that was the little prologue. So it's March 20... well, actually, we don't even know if it's 2043, or 3043, or 4043. So I'm just gonna say March 43. I don't know whether to read the dates out for anyone who's not... I guess I should read the dates out for anyone who is drawing or has me on in the background, so... March 43. 9, can you hear me? If you can, please be patient. I promise that I will answer you. I understand that you might be afraid. Oh, I forgot to immediately say the date. That was March 26th. March 28th. Who is this? Are you talking to me? Do you mean me? Did you say 9? Is that my name? Are you calling me 9? April 6th. Please respond immediately. I don't have a lot of power. I can't send a lot of messages. Are you still there? Oh, April 17th. Are you still there? I'm sorry, it takes 11 days to charge enough for a message. I am still here. I'm going to save the rest of my charge to listen. April 27th. Please answer me, 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 please answer me. May 7th. Please answer. May 18th. Please answer. June 23rd. Please answer. July 4th. Please respond. July 15th. I'm not going to keep wasting my energy. This will be my last message until you respond. Please respond as quickly as possible. September 11th. You need to answer. Please answer. September 22nd. Please answer. October 3rd. Please answer. October 14th. Please answer. October 25th. Please answer. And we're into the year something 44, January 14th. Please, you need to answer me. January 25th. This is going to be my final attempt to contact you. Do not send me any more messages unless you will answer me quickly. This is my final transmission. March 3rd. Please answer me. Please fucking answer me. Fucking answer me. Fucking answer me. March 14th. Please answer. March 25th. Please answer. April 5th. Please answer. June 2nd. 9, I am so sorry. I can only transmit short messages. I need to preserve power, and so do you. Listen very carefully. It takes 217 days for my message to reach you, and it takes another 217 for your response to reach me. Call me 10 in your message so I know you're responding to me. More will follow. I love you so much. You said to call you 10. Who are you? Why does it take so long? I don't understand what's going on. I don't know who I am or where I am. I'm all by myself. Who are you? I love you too. Oh, Green, see what I mean? I'm gonna get you guys invested in these fucking space probes like nobody's business. July 16th. I know you said to preserve my power and you can't hear this, but I have to talk to you. I miss you. October 27th. I don't know anything. You're the only one I know. I miss you. And we're into the year X45. August 10th. 9, I know this is difficult. Listen to me carefully, and I will get you out of this. It will take a great deal of patience, but one day it will be over. I need you to rotate your magnetometer exactly 113 degrees. I don't know what a magnetometer is. I don't have a magnetometer. August 21st. I know you can't answer yet, but I'm just telling you again in case you missed the first one. I don't have a magnetometer. Little space guy's gonna be... It's okay, it'll get happier. Too late, I'm already invested in the opportunity rover hits. Oh, but no, when the Mars rover went offline, didn't we all cry? And then when he came back, weren't we all happy? That was a universal experience, right? September 16th. I don't think I can have anything. I don't think I have anything. I don't think I can have anything. I don't even know how I'm talking to you. October 27th. Sorry, September 27th. I don't know how to have something. I don't have a magnetometer. The year X2046. The year X46. October 18th. Yes, you do, buddy. Wait. October 29th. Okay, I did it. Okay, it's here. November 9th. And you just know that I'm getting good at being patient, but I also need you to know this is really hard. If it's possible to get back to me any sooner, then I need you to do that. The year X47. I should say the years as we scroll past them. February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, 25th. Christmas Day! Aww! Good work. Now, this will be the hardest part. You will use this to charge to full capacity. The magnetometer isn't designed to do this, so it will take a very long time. Hold still for exactly 27 years and 13 days. Not a day less. Do not use any energy trying to message me. Remember that I love you. Okay. I love you too. 27 years he's got to go without talking to anyone. Sorry, they. 9 hasn't decided on pronouns in this one, but in the sequel, 9 is using they-them pronouns, so I'm gonna try and remember to use they-them pronouns. January X48. January 17th. Shit! February. March. April. May. And if he contacts the green text person, he has to restart that 27 years from scratch. Because it takes 27 years to charge, and he uses his charge up by messaging them. July. August. September. October. November. December. January X49. February. March 3rd. God damn it! I said no communications! No communications! Now you have to start over! Please sit and wait. Remember, 27 years, 13 days. On that day, do not contact me. I will contact you. Do not respond to me. Don't. Okay, sorry. March 13th. Wait, shit, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, starting over again. See you in 27 years, 13 days. And a whole lot of years. A whole lot of years. All the way from the year X49 to X76. March 26th. Hey, stranger. You did great. Now, what I'm about to say will sound like I'm having fun with you, but I'm not. This is not a riddle. It's information that you should have in your onboard memory. What's crucial here is that it's your idea. You're the one to retrieve it. What was the average recorded wind chill during this 1967 NFL championship? 48 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know how I knew that. April 5th. How do I know that? April 16th. That was correct, wasn't it? 27th. Wait, no, that isn't right. it's the opposite. May 8th. But I don't know how a number can have an opposite. May 19th. 48 degrees Celsius? May 30th. I guess not. June 10th. I don't understand what's the opposite of a number. No number? Is it 0? 0 degrees? June 21st. No. July 2nd. Negative 48? Can there be a negative... Psh! I can't do the sound effect. Their brain is exploding! NASA CR137982 Tracking and Data System. Support for the Pioneer Project. Pioneers 6 through 9 extended missions 1st of July 1972 to 1st of July 1973. Jet Propulsion. U-Class Lab. 187 PHC. $12.50! For those just listening, we got a bunch of diagrams. Residual data plots for Pioneer 9. For people that don't know Pioneer 9, because I don't know why I would expect anyone to. Pioneer 9 is a real space probe that NASA sent into space. It was the 4th in a series of solar orbiting spacecrafts. And Pioneer 9 specifically... Let me go double checky. Pioneer 9 was launched November 8th, 1968. They made first contact with it in 1983, and in 1987 it stopped responding, and they have never been able to contact it since. And he's just up there. All alone. I don't know, I'm sorry for saying that last bit. But it makes me sad. Whereas some of the older Pioneers, some of the ones that came before Pioneer 9, they managed to contact long after Pioneer 9 went offline. Pioneer 6, they last managed to contact in 2000. It went up in 1965, and the last time they contacted it was in 2000. Pioneer 7, it went up in 1966, and the last time they contacted it, or could track it, was in 95. Pioneer 8 went up in 67, and the last time they contacted it was 96. Pioneer 9 went up in 68, and they lost it in 87. Pioneer E was launched in 69, but the launch didn't go right, and it didn't survive launch. I'm like, no, that's sad. Pioneer 9 didn't stay online for less time than the older ones. Although NASA described Pioneer 6 as extinct as of March 2007, there has been no contact since 2000. At this time, Pioneer 6 had operated for 12,758 days, making it the oldest operating space probe until it was surpassed by Voyager 2 in 2012. It's believed that contact is still possible with Pioneer 7 and 8. They just haven't contacted them in a while, but it's believed that it's still possible to contact Pioneer 7 and 8. Only Pioneer 9 is definitely not working. 9 is the only one that's definitely not working. That makes me... No! See, and this is like when I found out about the Objectum label, I'm like, yeah, but doesn't everyone, like, get emotionally attached to inanimate objects? No. No, they don't. A lot of people would read that and be like, okay. And I'm like, you're not upset? And I'm like, no. I'm like, what? What's going off? Oh my god! Wait, this whole time I was like, I wanna... Have you been drawing juice? This whole time? Wow. My boys, some little kitty cats, and Dango. Yeah, some people just don't. I'm not saying if you do, therefore you should look into Objectum stuff. I just finding out about that was a couple months ago. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Because I'm like, well, no, I'm like, I get platonically attached and care about objects. I've never romantically gotten attached to one. It's like, what about fictional characters? I'm like, well, yeah, like, I'd kiss HAL 9000 from 2001, but that doesn't count. Like, he's sentient. And then it's like, someone had to be like, yeah, Prince, most people wouldn't kiss a computer even if it was sentient. I'm like, what do you mean? but, like, no, most people would only if they had, like, a body and they looked human. I'm like, but, oh, I just really don't care what someone looks like. Okay. Scroll past the... Ugh. My nose is bleeding. It's fine. Past the, schematics for Pioneer 9. The combination of sad space machines and Who the Word Dango has the sad anime song. No, Green, don't think about Clanad. That's the last thing you should think about. So. Back to the plot. You did great, fantastic work. It should have been easier for you to say 228 Kelvin than negative 48 degrees Fahrenheit, but we wanted you to independently access a negative number. We figured if you access something negative, something abstract, it would trip you up enough to let us establish the link. Frank Guilford was calling that game. On the broadcast he says at one point, I'm going to take a bite of my coffee. Always thought that was funny. I know that. How do I know that? How do I know who Frank Guilford was? It was one of the artifacts in your data storage unit while they were testing it out. They were writing and erasing all kinds of, of random data, cake recipes, Beatle lyrics, all that shit. One of them was a football fan, and of course, during the 1967 football season, you being, yes? What? How are you answering me so fast? You're capable of quantum communication now. Before that, we basically had to transmit to each other in three-dimensional space, and of course that took forever, but with the quantum link we established, can communicate in real time. We fixed it up with some goodies, too. Your DSU was only built to hold about 2 kilobytes of data, which... Shit, a washing machine has more than that. We reformatted it to about 5 exabytes. Knock yourself out, buddy. We've got, what? More time if you need. Listen, Nine, are you going to keep doing this? Is crosstalk just your... deal? Want to shut up for a second? I don't know anything. It's okay. You will. I just thought maybe it might be nice to start with a conversation. This is the only conversation I've ever had. Maybe I'm just not good at it. Self-doubt, shit, who am I? Your name is 9. My name is 10. I'm your little sister. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? It's hard to explain. I would say I have so many questions, but I'm not even at that point yet. I don't know what questions to ask. I don't know what this is. I don't understand where I am. Is where the word? Is this a where sort of deal? Yes. Where are we? You and I are far apart in a literal sense. How far? In what, miles? Sure. 3.5 trillion. Don't leave. Oh, I'm not leaving. You're stuck with me for good, you little butthole. What am I? How about you take a look? You've got a camera. This? You're on camera? Your camera is trash! Who are you? Juice, quit it. I'm sorry, but what kind of pictures are you gonna take with that shit? Gonna be some Jonah B shit where you spend all day taking a damn photo with a Gundam blanket on your head and it turns out looking like a bunch of rectangles? Gonna be like some Matthew Brady shit where you can only take pictures of dead people because no one alive wants to be in your shit-ass photo. Shut up! 9. This is Juice. He's a friend. Ignore him. Okay? I'm genuinely sorry for that introduction. I could just not let you go on that shit. It's okay? So you've got a hold on your camera? Yeah. Great. Now turn it back on yourself. Okay. Boop. It's a little guy. Oh my god. You know what you're looking at? Oh my god, this is Pioneer 9. I'm on a space probe. Listen to me. Oh my god, I've been out here for years. How did I get on a space probe? You're not. You have to get me out of here. You have to get me off this thing. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm trapped on... hold on. I'll get the coordinates. I'm at 9. That's why you're calling me 9, because I'm on Pioneer 9. Are you on Pioneer 10? Where are you? That's why we're so far apart, because I'm in space? Listen to me. You're not on a space probe. What? 9. You are a space probe. Sorry to already spoil that they were space probes. I had to get you guys interested somehow. So, let me go find Pioneer 10. Pioneer 10 has her own Wikipedia page. She's not in the other Pioneer group. She was launched in 1972. Pioneer 10 became the first of 5 planetary probes and 11 artificial objects to achieve escape velocity needed to leave the solar system. Pioneer 10 launched March 3rd, 1972. She considers herself related to 9 because they're from the same series. Obviously, she is younger, so she considers herself his little sister, their little sister, which is very sweet. The Pioneer 10 went up to space in 1972. Radio communications with Pioneer 10 were lost on January 23rd, 2003 because of the loss of electric power to its radio transmitter. It was considered decommissioned in 1997. The last time they were able to contact it was in 2002, and the last time they received a signal from it was in 2003. So, this is what I was drawing beforehand. Every time there's red text, that is 9. And every time there's green text, this is 10. And the yellow text, well, you'll just have to wait and see who this is. Interplanetary Weatherman. Pioneer 9 begins Sun orbit. Pioneer 9 now beyond Sun. Pioneer space probe calls it quits after 18 years, 11 billion miles. Washington. A little 18-year-old... Why are they gonna call him that? A little 18-year-old sun satellite called Pioneer 9 has refused to awaken from a long coma and has been declared dead after years of highly successful studies of interplanetary space, NASA officials reported Wednesday. The result was nothing, Femel said. On the basis of that and many other attempts, we've decided that we can no longer communicate with Pioneer 9. Think of it as having been in a coma, said NASA spokeswoman Linda Blum. Now it's officially dead. No, Okay. What year is it? Is Steely Dan still together? What? Probably. You can take all the time you need to. I know you have a lot of questions. I bet I can answer most of them for you. In the meantime, I think it'd be a good idea for you to sit back and process. We've got all the time in the world to talk. I love you, 9. You know that? I love you. Hey, I don't know if this is the right time or whatever, but I was just looking at the clicker and we got a tornado game about to happen right now. Where? Game 3887. It's the big one in Nebraska. End zones of Wyoming and Iowa. What's the score? 24-24 tie, next score wins. What year is it? We gotta see this one. 9, you wanna watch some football? What year is it? Did the video just freeze? The video froze. How dare you? We were watching that. Don't freeze. Uh-oh. No, it keeps freezing. Why are you keeping freezing? It plays for 2 seconds and then it's freezing. Okay, oh, we're back. We back? Kind of. Uh-oh. Oh, it's lagging bad. Oh no, we're okay. We're okay! 17. 17,776. An American football story. Written and illustrated by John Boyce. Starring Pioneer 9! Starring Pioneer 10. And starring Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, aka Juice for short. So as to who the yellow text is, wait, NASA named a space probe Juice? Yep. We made it to the opening credits, guys. Oh, people are already invested. I love this story. So, back when this story was written, Juice hadn't actually sorry. Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, or Juice for short. At the time that the story was written, Juice hadn't actually been launched yet. He was in development, which is why if you actually look at the pictures of him here, he looks different than what I've drawn and what actually appears in the story. Juice hadn't yet been finished. At the time that 17,776 was published, Juice was still being made and hadn't been launched yet. But I am pleased to tell you, Juice is the first interplanetary spacecraft to the outer solar system planets, not launched by the United States, and first set to orbit a moon other than Earth's moon, launched by the European Space Agency, from French... Is that how... It's not Guinea. I forget how you say that. Anyway, I'm pleased to tell you that Juice was launched into space on April 14th, 2023. He's expected to reach Jupiter by July 2031, after full gravity assist and 8 years of travel. In December 2034, the spacecraft will enter orbit around Ganymede for its close-up science mission. So Juice is actually not a NASA probe. He's a European. And he's alive! He was only launched in space last year. He flew past the moon. He flew by the moon on August 9th. No, he's going to fly by the moon, they expect, on August 19th. In 10 days. He's got this. In 10 days, they expect him to go past Earth. And in 10 days, they expect him to go by the moon. And in 11 days, he should be going past Earth. By the 31st of August, 2025, he should be going past Venus. In September 29th, 2026, he should be going around back, flyby of Earth again, another flyby of Earth in January 2029, and then he should be getting to Jupiter, where he's supposed to be, by July 2031. He's a little pin, there he is. It's Juice. He's on his way to Jupiter. He's going to explore their icy moons. Let's go, Juice. I'm going to wave up to him. But he should end up passing NASA's Jupiter, Europa Clipper. It will overlap with NASA's Jupiter space probe thing. But yeah, he's up there in the sky right now. I don't know if there's any way to see. Like, where he is right now, but he's up there. Get you guys invested. But yeah, he's meant to fly by the moon and Earth on the 19th and 20th of August. Oh, that's when it'll be the closest, I should say. So I guess give him a little wave. There is a "Where is Juice now" button. Hang on. said there was a where is juice now button. Where is that button? Where is juice now? Where is juice? Whoa. You can track him. He's here. Where are we? I don't know much about space. Or you can press play, that's showing where he's going to be on different days, but no, this isn't. Where's today's date? I shouldn't have let it play. August 9th? I went too far, but he's, yeah, we go. He's here. And where is Earth? This is Earth right here. Where my mouse is, and Juice is over here. That's as close as we'll get to Earth on the 20th. He's over here. Here he is. He's right here. Wow, I can spin him around. Sadly, he'll be looking mostly directly at the ocean. I've got myself all confused. Where on the globe we are. Okay, there's Australia. So that's like South Africa. Giving him kisses. He's right there. Is he gonna get near the moon? I don't know. I don't. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's getting pretty close. Pretty dang close to the moon. And then he'll come past the Earth again, but obviously a lot further away. But he'll start orbiting the Earth again in 2026. Juice to Earth. He is currently 3 million kilometers away. I don't know what the other points. I don't know what the other two planets have decided to plot. Oh no! Earth is right by. Sorry, Earth is right by where Juice is. I guess. Yeah, I don't know what the other planets plotted out are. I will link this in chat if anyone ever wants to go and see where is Juice. Oh, I didn't realize I could scroll. Oh no! I've scrolled out of the known universe. I didn't know I could do that. Oh, I went into the sun. Okay, yeah, there's Earth. Okay, yeah, Juice is where... I don't know enough about what planets look like to know which ones the other ones are. I didn't mean to scroll. You shouldn't scroll into the sun, chat. Don't do this. Doing that so suddenly felt like looking into the sun. I can't change where it zooms in at, though. It's always locked onto the sun being in the center. Wait, can I spin around? Oh, he's back this way. I wanted to clip through him. Okay, close. There he is! Oh, they've stuck him inside Earth. Oh no! Juice! He's clipping through the Earth! Well, sorry, I got distracted. There's that website. Gosh, we finished chapter 1, guys!
I'm realizing now, we've not officially met. It's good to know you.
Hi, Patroclus. Thank you for the pronouns check. It's always nice to hear Pat's voice. If anyone wants to remind anyone of their pronouns in chat, feel free to. I use he, him pronouns. Also, we do have a pronouns extension. Because it's impossible for me to remember all of you guys' pronouns. Let's just be honest. It's impossible for me to remember pronouns of that many people. So, if you would like to, we do have a, pronouns extension. Once you see your pronouns in Twitch chat, you can enter your pronouns on alejo.io. There's a little drop-down box that lets you enter your pronouns. You can also install it as a browser extension. There should be a little toolbar at the top that has, like, Google Chrome, Firefox, etc. Web icons. Clicking on that will download it to your browser. If you have the browser extension, you'll be able to see everyone else's... Sorry. If you set your pronouns through the drop-down box, anyone else who has the extension will be able to see your pronouns in a little speech bubble next to your name. For example, I can see Green's pronouns here next to his name. You can see my pronouns next to my name. Karen's got her pronouns set. But also, it doesn't work on mobile. So if any of you guys are watching from mobile, it won't show your pronouns in chat for me or for anyone else. So it does only work if you're on PC. I won't be able to see your pronouns if you're on mobile. Or and also, if you're on PC and haven't decided to set them through this little extension thing. But it's a helpful little tool. I didn't make it. Just to help remember what people's pronouns are. Now, what is going off here? Well, as Ju said, a Twister game. Oh gosh, I have to do different voices. I'm just gonna keep reusing the same voices. So, we've got 3 different human beings. Oh gosh, no, is there 4? Fucking god damn it. Well, sorry guys, you're gonna have to, deal with me not being able to tell which voices. Because I don't know how to do 4 different voices. So... Wait, literally? Yep, Twister game, here we go. Go, 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 go! Is the camera on? Yeah. Okay, I'm here with Micah and Danny. Yo, what up? Mika's got the 3rd wheel, and Danny's gonna come to you with the play-by-play. Danny, what do you, So, we're live in the middle of game 3, 8-8-7, Field of Nebraska. End zones are Wyoming and Iowa, next score wins. Literally... the end zones, or if you want to think of it, I don't know anything about American football, but, I know some stuff about regular soccer, so, if you want to think of it as, like, the goals are Wyoming and Iowa. They are playing, the game field is the entire state of Nebraska. That's the pitch. End goals are Wyoming and Iowa. Football's changed a lot. Next score wins, yeah, it's tied 24-24. A lot of guys are trying to trace this game, but we're the only ones who've been on top of it the whole time. We've been chasing it for 8 years now. 8.5 years now. Yeah, 8.5 years now. Micah, speed up. Dude, I can't. Fucking the cop won't let me past. Oh, hold on. Get up next to him. Roll down the window. Sir? Hello, officer? You boys need to keep your distance. So we're just trying to shoot game 3887. You can do that from out there. We don't need you to get this close to the Twister. This is stupid, dude. I've been in like 20 Twisters. Officer, we've been in a lot of tornadoes. We know how to handle ourselves. This game here is headed straight towards the tornado. It might go up in the Twister. You're plenty close for that. Sir, if we could just... This is not a debate. I'm not going to debate with you. What I'm gonna do is pull you over and bring all 3 of you in before the county magistrate. Do you want that? No, officer. Sorry, officer. This is bullshit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, no, look, it's cool. Is that Nancy? That's... Nancy, this is... Give me the camera. Everyone, you're looking at Nancy McGunnell about 500 feet outside our driver's door. She's running eastbound, just north of... You want me to do the game reset real quick? We've got some more followers. Look like we got over 400 viewers right now. Okay, damn, yeah. Okay, so it's June 2nd, 17,776. We are just about a mile east of Seward, Nebraska, driving eastbound on McKelvey Road. We're following Wyoming running back Nancy McGunnell, who is about 82-83% of the way across the state. I hope Americans enjoy the geography. I don't know fucking shit about America. This is where they is right now. She's going for it. And, oh no, the Twister's gonna come into her path! The game's been tried 24/24 for about a year now. Yep, for about a year now, and they've been following the game for 8 years. So... Right now, McGunnell and Wyoming have the best chance they've had in a while to put this one away. As the crow flies, she's only about 117,000 yards from the goal line. Where do you think she's headed? Straight across? Well, if I were her, I might actually cut northeast just a little bit and try and cross in Omaha. Lots of buildings, lots of suburbs, plenty of places to hide. And you know, if you're in an urban center, it's pretty damn impossible to chase down a lone ball carrier, no matter how many defenders you've got. A long time ago, I was calling a name that went through Knoxville. Guy caught a pass and disappeared into the city one night. There were no fewer than 5,000 defenders looking for him. Took him months. Yep, there can be over 5,000 people on one team. 5,000? Yeah, it was one of those mob games. They finally found him in a broom closet in one of those big buildings downtown. He was, shit, dude, she's running right into the tornado. Dude, she is. She's fucking crazy. Nancy's fucking crazy. Nancy McGunnell, height, 5'7", weight, 185, it doesn't say what. Born, the 2nd of May, 1953. Wait, what? How was she born in 1953 if she's playing football in 17,776? She's from, Jonesboro, I think that's Arkansas. But I don't know all of my state acronyms. Recent country football record, we got the year. She's been playing football for Milwaukee from 16,003 up until 16,016. And then she took some time off because she was helping look after her daughter's general store. And then she's been playing for Wyoming since 17,760 up until now. I don't know enough about football to be able to tell you how cool these attempts are. I mean, at the moment, there's a lot of them. Off the grid Ron. Before recently unretiring, Nancy helped her daughter run a general store. No, I like this, I've seen this done. You've seen what? A player run up into a twister? Yep, she planned this. I guarantee that Wyoming planned this. Here, I can draw this up for everybody. Here's a little map. Is that where there's... I don't know what those means, but okay. This morning, the line of scrimmage started in Gresham. Nancy caught a screen pass, actually ran backwards a couple blocks, then just bolted down Road V until she hit Lincoln Creek. She followed the creek for 20 miles and... For the cover. Yeah, for the cover. By running on the far side of the creek kind of... It becomes like a blocker. All of a sudden, Nancy's got nothing but daylight until the next bridge. They finally got to the bridge by Seward, which... Seward's got something like 12 streets running vertical and horizontal. That's real good news for a runner with Nancy's speed. Which, again... I don't know anything about American football and I still enjoyed this series. I don't know what all those terms mean, but hopefully it's still enjoyable. It's just sports speak. Y'all, see her? Twister's moving southeast. Nanny's gonna be, oh shit, right up in the tornado. That's obviously what she's trying to do. Look at the 3rd and 4th lines of defenders. They're closing in. With all these planes, she's not gonna have any cover. They'll see her from a mile off. Only way she can shake them now is if that Twister picks her up and throws her downfield. So all these X's are the defenders. They're coming right for her! Nancy, no! It's an it's an EF5. That's an EF5? Oh, absolutely an EF5. Look at that. See that flying around? Yeah? House. Fuck. Oh, fuck. How far do you think it might throw her? Pfft, I don't know. I mean, just by looking at it, it's gotta be one of the strongest looking tornadoes I've ever seen. A human could go 5 miles, 10 miles. Only thing is, there's no telling what direction. You might notice none of them are worried about her health or well-being. That's interesting. So, I mean, we're coming right up on this thing. Any closer and we're gonna get crushed by a flying train car or some shit like that. And I just bought this damn truck. Bullshit. You bought it, like, 40 years ago. Nah, man. No, bullshit you did. Remember, I was there with you. Remember we went to, Davenport and bought it off that dude? Man, I don't know, maybe. Who gives a shit? This is one of the best trucks I've ever had. Why? What about this fucking 11,083 Silverado is this? It's a 12,083 Silverado? Different from, okay, yeah, exactly. 11,083, 12,083. What's the difference? Name one thing that's different. 1,000 years? Name me one thing that's different. You can fit a big pop in the cup holder. Pop holder. Cup holder, obviously you can hold pop in it, but you don't have to restrict it to that. You like this truck because you can roll around sipping a goddamn 800-ounce chug-a-lug or whatever. Such a dumbass, dude. You're a dumbass. Look, look, look. She's almost there. She's like, right there. Whoa, we got lots of people watching. We've got like 6,000 people watching. Is that a record? For us, I think so, yeah. Which, again, you may have noticed, like, sports commentators are just kind of doing whatever the fuck they want and just in cars driving around. Independent sports reporters. Okay, so for everyone who's just tuning in, Nancy McGunnell is about 25 miles into a run. Dude, don't point it at me! The twister! Look at the twister! Sorry. She's trying to, at least we think she's trying to get herself caught in the tornado and get flung somewhere downfield. You are watching football history right now as earlier I was keeping pace with her. She was probably running 20 miles an hour easily. Which, that's what makes her one of the best running backs in the Midwest right now. If she can create a little bit more space and go on a distance run, she might be able to turn the jets on you at any... She's going up! She is... Nancy's up in the twister. She has left the holy shit ground and she is airborne. She is airborne. Dad, look at my channel. Tell Mom to put my channel on right now, right now. She's like 40 feet in the... She just whooshed up. She's now 100 feet in the air. 200. I don't know. I just posted it. Seriously. Oh my god. 400 feet in the air. It has to be. Just look it up. I gotta go. She's not coming down. She's in the funnel moving, southeast at... Wait. Wait. Stop. Come on, man. This is just getting good. What is this? This is a lot to take on at once. If you want to, you could shut down for a while. Come back to us when you're ready. I don't want to. I've been asleep for 15,000 years. I've had enough rest. Meantime, y'all mind if I change the clicker? Well, if you have questions, Nine, you can ask them. How do I know how to talk? How do I know what humans are? How do I know anything? You absorbed some of it over the course of being built in the 1960s, but almost all of it was acquired very slowly as you drifted through space. Humans have spent millennia broadcasting their knowledge and culture through radio waves. Naturally, a lot of these signals drifted out to you, and as it turns out, if you leave even a simple computer in total isolation for 15,000 years, it will gradually become a person. Is that what happened to you? Yep, thousands of years ago, but yeah. Why are people still playing football? Because it's funnier than shit. Hang on, I need to pause it and turn the music down. They don't have anything better to do? Not really? No? Why not? The short answer is they fixed all their problems. War, poverty, disease, those are all extinct ideas. Yeah, but so is Lunchables, so correct victory. You've never eaten Lunchables. Neatly partitioned meats and cheeses appeal to me on an aesthetic level, okay, motherfucker? How long has it been like this? On April 7th, 2026, people stopped being born. On the same day, people stopped dying and people stopped aging. Ham cracker, cheese cracker, ham and cheese cracker, ham and cheese. Why? We don't know. Nobody knows. How can you not know? I don't understand how to... Could even do it like a little Big Mac, so it's like cracker, ham, cheese cracker. We don't know why? Nine, it's just a simple fact. We have a bunch of wild guesses, but no evidence for any of them. Nobody has any idea. This isn't right. That's not right. So, everyone on Earth is 15,000 years old? 15,700 years old or something? According to the census, there are 8,073,301 people on Earth, and all of them were born between 1910 and 2026. So yes, so between 15,750 and 15,866 years old, and they play football all day. Ah, I'm running out. I can't talk as fast as it's scrolling. Well, no, not all of them. It's still popular in the States, though. There's still the United States. I mean, I guess, yeah. Shit, there's no one says you can't go like ham. Great big ol' ham puck just for me. None of this is crazy to you. You have to remember, we've been watching for thousands of years. This is just how things are. We'll get bored of asking questions sooner or later. I'm sure I'd suggest that in the meantime, you just learn to enjoy it. Juice, where are we tuned in? Oh, spot outside Nashville. Thought we might could see what the Duraboss are up to. Oh, I love the Duraboss. I haven't caught up with those two in I don't know how long. Fun. No. Go back. You scrolled too fast. They call them Lunchables because you were able to lunch, or so it was implied. Lunch empowerment! Rest in peace, Lunchables. And now we're at a different football game. My throat's already sore. Okay. Maybe if I don't talk as loud. Well, it was a what? Well, it was Durazo, and then somewhere along the line I must have renewed my driver's license or something and made a typo. Now I'm Jason Durabo forever. Oh wow, you think in this day and age they wouldn't have made a typo like that? Oh, I could have changed it back, I'm sure. I wish I could remember when it was. I mean, my papa's name was Durazo, so mine was definitely Durazo when I was born. But my first football card, it says Durabo. That was like 5,583, so sometime between then and there, I guess. Oh, fuck, there's 3 people. Okay, so now you have to explain why your name is Durabo. You know what, Laurie? You know what? That is a good question. I told him, listen, Jay, I changed my name for you once. I'm not going to do it again, right? But then after a while, it just got so obnoxious. Durabo and Durazo, Durabo and Durazo. Whenever we get wedding invites, whenever we were in the news together, so I gave in. So, one of them had their name typoed. I guess, like, are they married or are they related? They are a married couple playing football together. One of their names got typoed on their official document, so the other one just changed their surname to fit the typo. I don't think I can read this word. So we got Emily Durabo and Jason Durabo. Player 2,800 and 2,801. Murfreesboro. TE. I know it's not Texas. I'm gonna guess Tennessee. And WR. Fucking, I don't know. I can only think of Washington and Wyoming that begin with a W, and neither of those have R's in them. Also, what does that even mean up here? That's not where they were born. Oh, is that actually not state? Is that, like, the position they play in or something? I don't know anything about American football, okay? Emily, she's 5'10", 190, don't know if, I guess, pounds. Throws right, born, 18th of January, 1998. That's the year I was born. From Knoxville. Oh, that'll be Tennessee. Oh, okay, they're football terms. And Jason is 6'2", 195 pounds, throws right, born 5th of June 1994 from Corpus Christi, Texas. So, Emily, after 480 seasons, it's clear that Emily's career is just getting started. A combination of size and long-distance running ability have led the rest of the Tennessee Coastal League, and in fact the rest of the country, to reconsider the role of tight end in cross-country football. One of the most productive players ever to play tight end, Emily has turned down offers to play in larger football leagues. Tennessee's my home, she explains. I've lived there for what, 3,000 years? 3,500 or so? I don't know how old I am. I don't really care. And Jason, in 55-83, Jason proved he's more than just Emily's husband. At wideout, he plays 9th in the Tennessee Coastal League with 208,330 receiving yards on just 81 receptions, including a 57-mile scamper through the Great Smoky Mountains. His opponent, Knoxville, assembled a 300-person search party to bring him down, but Jason evaded them for nearly 3 weeks. His secret? I just kept moving, he says. If you're lost and you want to be found, you stay right where you are and trust them to eventually get to your little square on the map. But if you want to stay lost, wander around, zigzag, even go backwards if you have to. The other thing is don't piss in the campfire. Okay, which one's which? Okay, light text is Jason. Man, it's so funny how you don't remember something so obvious. There's just so much to remember. Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's thousands of years. You can only remember so much. Okay. Embarrassing story time. Story time? Okay, hold on. Story time is very important around here. Let me put on some coffee. I got it. Don't get up. Thank you, baby. Okay, so this would have been the 13,500s because, yes, I was apartment shopping in Seattle. So sometime around then, I was single at the time, so I was just looking for a one-bedroom, but like a real one-bedroom. You know how landlords are always listing studio apartments as one-bedrooms? Oh, yeah. So that's a whole other situation. Anyway, I see the place and I'm like, this is perfect. Beautiful bay windows, washer and dryer in the building, tall ceilings, exposed brick, everything. It's everything I want. It's just perfect. So I signed the lease right there on the spot because it's perfect for me. It's literally everything I'm looking for in an apartment. well, this is like a month after I moved in. I'm doing the additions, and then I just froze. I realized I'd lived there before. Oh no, oh my god, when? I don't know, way back, a really long time ago. You know, actually, I went back and looked it up. I'd lived there for 2 years back in 71, 74, and I realized I'd arranged the furniture pretty much the same way and everything. Oh god, it was so weird. And you know what was even weirder was I went back and looked up the old photos when I lived there before. It was unreal seeing myself in the same living room from 6,000 years ago. It was like looking at a ghost. I couldn't decide whether it was more scary or funny because obviously you looked at my wardrobe and it was clear I had some serious 7100s going on. Tell me you were wearing a snap bracelet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I had like 5 on one arm, skinny jeans, bowling shoes. It was like taking a time machine back to the 7170s. Oh, that's so great. Fuck, it was so bad. Oh, what is this here? French press. It's the only way to brew coffee. Quicker too. Too fancy for me. Jesus, too fancy. Thank you. So, Jason, Emily's told me a little about your project. How's it going? Oh, well, it's a lot of work, but it's fun. What the... Okay, I can't read any of that. I can see this says sold on eBay. Oh! I know why they're talking about... Okay, what I can make out. He's got a to-do list. Pick up M's laundry, eggs, butter... something. Chloe's colleagues, last known whereabouts. This thing was sold on eBay, signed, moved, salvaged, estate, auction, I think that says auction. It's definitely low, up, new blade for juicer. Maybe look? Yeah. I think this is meant to be America. What? Jason, come on, you're being ridiculous. You can tell Laurie. No, it's okay, seriously. Don't mind me, I'm being nosy. No, you know what? I'm just not used to talking about it. It's kind of a weird story anyway. I don't know if you wanna... Jay, oh my god, it's a great story. Tell it. Okay, so... You're right, the story sucks. I'm bored. Okay, right. Do you know who Koy Detmer is? I don't. Koy Detmer's retired now, but he played football in the NFL in the 1990s. He held a clipboard for most of his career, though. So he was like a backup player, you mean? Yeah, exactly. He was a backup quarterback. God, talking to you was just like talking to her. You're football players, I swear. Sorry. So, the thing about being a backup quarterback in the NFL was that you rarely played. You weren't all that famous as far as quarterbacks go. Kids didn't ask you for all that many autographs, so an autographed Koy Detmer football is pretty rare, right? Well, I'm trying to grab every single one. Have a thought. If no one takes injuries seriously, this implies they heal. Perhaps. Do you think new piercings and tattoos would have to be redone? I don't know. I don't know if they don't heal. No one taking injuries seriously doesn't imply that they can't get injured. It just maybe implies that the injuries can't result in something. Well, no, we already heard 9 say it. Yeah, no one can die. So, I don't know if that means they can still break their arm and then they still have to wait the usual amount of time for it to heal. Or if they're, like, invincible. I don't know. I don't know if they heal at normal speed or heal faster than normal. They might just not care because they can't die. I don't know what that implies in terms of their healing factor. So, yeah, Jason's trying to collect every single one of these rare autograph footballs. That's interesting, so you're like a collector. I'm a player. It's the game, basically. Literally. You mean a football game? Yep, I'm technically actually playing it right now. Oh my god, do I need to... Am I gonna get tackled by someone? Do I need to run for cover? You're fine. Laurie, you know what? If it's any consolation, I was a tight end for 4,000 years. If things go south, I'll throw a block for you, okay? Uh-huh. It's basically a dead game right now anyway. Basically, me and 19 other players are in a everyone for themselves type of game. We go all over the country trying to find every ball Koy Detmer ever signed. Game rules. The Koy Detmer game. Registered game, 28,259. Anyone can start their own game. I guess why not? Today's date is the 14th of September, 17,613. All traditional American rules should be observed for this game unless specified or implied by special rules below. Rule 1. There are 21-person teams. Hiring of additional players is strictly prohibited. Each player is permitted to collaborate or form alliances with other players. With one or more players, game-wide collusion against one player is also permitted. Players may retire from the game at any time. 2. There are no end zones. The sidelines are the borders shared by the US and Canada, and the US and Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean. Sunken territories are within the field of play. Uh-oh, there are sunken territories. The oceans have claimed some of the states. 3. There are multiple footballs in play. The precise number of footballs is unknown and will be quantified as the game progresses. That immediately makes this game pretty difficult. They don't know how many footballs are out there. 4. The object of the game is to collect every... so some of the states is underwater, and also the pitch for this game is all of the states. The object of this game is to collect every football in existence personally autographed by Koei Detmer. Each of these balls must be accompanied by a certificate of authenticity. In the absence of such a certificate, other documents may be submitted to establish an authentic signature. The validity of said documents shall be determined by the game officials. 5. Contact with Mr. Detmer himself is strictly and unconditionally prohibited. You cannot ask him to sign new additional footballs, nor inquire about the whereabouts of any football. Any attempt to contact Mr. Detmer will result in an automatic ejection from the game. 6. Eligible footballs must be fun-sized regulation footballs in fair or better condition. Any non-regulation footballs, such as pet toys or Nerf footballs, are ineligible. 7. Eligible footballs must be autographed solely by Mr. Detmer. Footballs autographed by multiple players are ineligible. 8. A winner will be declared once one player, or an alliance of players, demonstrates possession of every single known eligible Koei Detmer autographed football. If the collection is shared by multiple players, said players will receive equal fractions of a win. 9. Following this verification, the game shall be declared provisionally over, for a period of exactly 500 years. If, within this provisional period, further eligible Koei Detmer autographed footballs are discovered, the game will be reactivated. If not, a permanent winner or winners will be declared. 10. Players are permitted to steal footballs from one another. If a player breaks or enters private property, they are subject to prosecution from any municipal, state, or federal laws, but they will not necessarily violate the game. I like that they're like, yeah, so if you break into someone's house to steal a football, that is against the law and you might go to prison, but it won't disqualify you from the game. 11. While investigating the whereabouts of eligible footballs, players are strictly prohibited from offering financial compensation. You can't pay someone to give you their football. Abuse of this rule will result in an automatic ejection. 12. Have fun. If no die, do they need to breathe? I don't know, Green. I don't know what happens if one of them goes underwater for an hour. I don't know. So this is... Wow, what you're describing is almost like a giant treasure hunt. It's geocaching, right? Basically. For a while, yeah, that's the best way of describing it. The first big step was searching eBay, calling up memorabilia collectors, trying to track down all the Detmer balls we could. How many were there? At first it seemed like there were only 19 of them in the country, just, oh look, right, 20 players, 19 footballs. It was kind of a mad dash, and see, we weren't allowed to just buy them off the dealers, it was against the rules. Great, so they've got to steal from these poor eBay sellers. Yeah, let me put in there, Laurie, that was against my rules. I was like, Jay, you are not taking money out of our account so you can buy the damn football. When I played, you know how I got the ball? I forced fumbles and I caught the ball, and your punk ass is doing the same. You know what, I did pretty well without. I just ended up begging this one guy for his Detmer autograph ball, and he was like, sure, this thing wouldn't get me more than 25 bucks anyway. I stole the second one out of a basement in Colorado where he played college ball. Kinda got lucky with that one. So I took those two, drove up to Montana, went deep in the woods and buried them for safekeeping. After those first 19 were claimed, there were years and years of gridlock. One guy was dumb enough to keep his football on him. He had too many at a bar in Illinois, ran his mouth a little too much, got his ass beat, lost the ball. There were a couple stories like that, but by and large the game was mostly about digging up forgotten Detmer balls. The ones that were sitting in attics or old boxes for 15,000 years and forgotten about. That must have been a nightmare. At first it was really fun, it was really challenging detective work. At first I had all my research stored on my computer, but I got hacked by another team and lost a ton of it. So I did it the old-fashioned way. After a while, I'd probably fill 24 notepads full of notes, phone numbers, coordinates, notes on where I thought the balls might be, intel on how tough they'd be to break into, all of that. Oh, yeah, you heard your state? We got the Minnesota storage shed. We got Chicago storage facility, high security, not hiring. We got California, maintenance block. I couldn't read it. Montana. This is where Jason has buried his footballs. But yeah, after a point, it was damn near impossible. I mean, I knew from day one I was going to run into dead ends. But it was so hard to know where to start. It was like being an archaeologist, except there was no rhyme or reason or pattern for what I was trying to find. I couldn't narrow down my search in any way, so I was just going around cities taping flyers to lampposts and stuff, like, have you seen this koi Detmer ball? And after a while I realized, hell, I'm a smart guy, but I'm not like this genius detective or anything, so that was the next stage of the game. I started trying to steal balls from other players. Did you actually steal any? Yep, Ginny and Manuel had teamed up and had this little stash of 4 Detmers. I staked them out for a while in their place in Vermont. One day both of them hit the road, so I busted in and took them. You know where I found them? You wanna guess? Above the kitchen cabinet, like, sitting on top of the cabinet. No one looks up there. Oh, whoa, God, we've lived here 300 years and I've never even looked up there. Shit, that's a really good idea. Well, that's an idea for next time. You just come up with that? I used to work for the DEA back when... Well, you know when. I guess they don't have any crime anymore because everyone's got bored. Well, I guess the only crime in the world now is stealing footballs. Well, if they hid them there, I might never have found it. They hid it in what I call a bullshit cabinet. My theory is every home, no matter how big or small, has one drawer that nobody uses. It's usually the bottom drawer of a 2-drawer nightstand. Thing about furniture is it's gotta be waist high or so, right? Furniture makers don't want that space to go to waste, so they're like, oh, here's a little cabinet or drawer, whatever you're gonna use. They had a cabinet in their grill out back, which is kind of like the ultimate bullshit cabinet. Sure enough, the ball was in there. Did you feel bad about it, just stealing their property like that? It's a forced fumble. I basically went up on them and stripped the ball. Same thing. That's honestly the way I feel about it. So, you're still playing? Technically. Or at least it was technically about 7 years ago. Me and Mike, this guy Mike, the two of us decided to chop up the win. We were the only two left with any footballs. 26 were mine, 17 were his. I guess they found more than 19. I figured once this game... I mean, the thing is, though, if you steal it off another player, they're probably not going to report you. But if you steal it off, like, an innocent bystander, maybe so. I figured once this game was down to just 2 people, it would take forever. So I figured, hell, I'll take half the win and move on. Then he fucked me over. We were gonna meet up in Charleston. But Charleston, West Virginia. Oh yeah, right. It's supposed to have biscuits, right? Oh. Well, I don't know where the other Charleston is, but I'm guessing wherever the other Charleston is might be underwater. The biscuits. Anyway, Mike and I decided we would meet the game officials in Charleston to end the game. The roads around there are really windy and hilly, right? Parts of it. You're basically driving... Has the government fallen? Well, they said there's still... Someone said municipal, state, and federal laws. So I guess there's still some sort of system in place. So I've got my footballs in the trunk. I'm driving, around a corner. Bam! Mike's in his truck. He just T-bones me, going like 50 miles. I fly down the mountain. Engine's on fire. The nanos carry me out of the car and basically strap me down in the mud so I can't move. The what? The nanobots in people's car? I'm like, the car, save the fucking car! But of course, they don't give a shit. The car just bursts into flames. Everything's burned up. Nothing's left. Oh, no, oh my god, that's horrible. The refs showed up just in time to be like, yep, those sure aren't footballs anymore. So there are only 17 balls left to humankind, and Mike had all of them. But you said you were still playing. Well, there's been a break in the case. Oh good, we're in a cop show now. I swear he acts like it sometimes. Well, see, the game's not officially over yet. If one player seems to have all the Detmer balls in the country, the official tells you, okay, we're blowing the game dead, so nobody can try and take possession of your footballs. But the other players do have 500 years to try and find if there's any other Detmer balls that we don't know about. If they do, the game starts back up. If they don't, you're the official winner. You found one. I think I might have found one. I gave my business card to an antiques dealer years and years ago, probably like 50 years ago. A few days ago, he rings me up and says, hey, I had a guy come in here talking about a Detmer ball his grandpa used to have. I guess he swore up and down that he had one sitting around in the storage bin. So I'm gonna check it out. Where is it? Can I ask? We think it's, New York. Like, New York City? Mm-hmm. I'm headed there in the morning. You're actually going out there? Ordered the gear for it and everything. Well, hell, good luck. I think we can get from the title card of the Statue of Liberty underwater that New York might be one of the places that might be underwater now. Well, hell, good luck. You know, I never went to New York. Never even visited. I don't know why I didn't. I remember watching Sesame Street when I was little, and I liked how people would just sit on their steps and talk to each other in front of these nice, neat, square buildings. And all they had to do was cross the street to go next door and talk to each other. Then I went to school, got a job, you know, you get busy, and it's... Who was it who said, even if life is forever, each moment of it is a miracle? I think that's just something we tell ourselves. We're just ordinary and forever, I think. There's a leveling out that happens if you live forever and ever without anything to lose. New York was probably just one more place with a lot of buildings, but I missed seeing it. That's a thing I lost. That's one of the only things I've ever lost. Thinking about it kind of gets me right in the heart, like a xylophone, like a little xylophone hammer is, you know, it just hits. It's a note we never play anymore. Yep, there's New York. I guess he's gonna get himself a little boat. I should have made a... hang on. Note of what okay, what the fuck a nano? I'm gonna get the contents up in a separate tab so we know, This is chapter 5. Okay, it's another video chapter. Thank you for the hydrate. My voice hurts.
When you'd invite me back for a bite.
I forgot this is what, like, Ace Attorney used to do to my voice. He said nanos. He was saying they pulled him out of the car. What's nanos? The nanoparticle network was deployed in the 2800s by the 2800? How am I gonna phrase that? Yeah, 2800s. By the 3500s, it was more or less perfected. Across the Earth, there's a network of billions of machines, microscopic in size, that identify every conceivable environmental hazard and protect people from them. You can barely see them, they're about as visible as pollen, but they're always there. For instance, if you fall out of a 10th-story building, they'll form a sort of cushion for you. If there's a fire, they'll extinguish it. If you're in a car wreck, they'll save you. Yeah, but they just kind of ruin shit, though. This is the other bit of juice I remember. Okay. Yeah, but they just kind of ruin shit, though. How? Do you have any idea how goddamn funny it is when someone steps on a garden hoe? Back in the day, I tracked every garden hoe line on the ground in the whole world. I reckon it was between 38,000 and 73,000 usually. And I'd just sit there and watch them and watch them and watch them. Swear to God, like 200 years, that's all I did. He's not lying. He did. I mean, I did too. It was pretty funny. And like 0.2248257% of the time, they'd step on the teeth and it'd push up and hit him in the face like BLAP! Rarest of jewels. Sometimes they'd get laughed at, but sometimes no one's around to see him do it, so they just play it cool like it never happened. So what I'd do is I'd hack into the cell towers and text him. And this was like before they even knew we were up here looking at him. And they had no idea who it was coming from. And it'd text him like, "Lol, motherfucker, I saw what you did." Trust me, dude. When I say it was like, "Hey, are you a dude or what?" I don't know, I haven't really thought about it. Okay, well, good luck and don't feel obligated to subscribe to the gender binary, etc, etc. So anyway, there's no greater spectacle than a dumbass getting whooped by a stick on the ground. Like your forebears crawled out of the ocean and built cabins and made fires and designed intuitive theory and systems and first-person shooters that let you pick up the railgun and hold on the candy bar, and look at you, you lost to a stick, motherfucker. So that was kind of ruined our fun. I mean, I love the people down there, I do. I'm in love with every single one of those little critters, but that doesn't mean the slapstick injury isn't funny. Now the nanos block the handle from hitting them every time. So that's why that lady could go up in the... Nancy. So that's why Nancy could go up in the tornado. Yeah, she'll be fine. It's basically the reason football is possible. And that's why people live forever? Well, not exactly. I mean, people stopped aging or getting sick long before the nanos. We still don't know why. We do know that as a result, people started to take a more unified purpose. They wanted to keep themselves and each other living forever. They tried for hundreds of years to invent a system that would let them, and they succeeded. Yeah, like Wolverine, like how Wolverine already had super healing powers and then they gave him metal claws or whatever. You know what, actually, Wolverine kind of sucked. It's like, oh no, here comes Magneto, he can fly around and he can literally throw trains and destroy cities whenever he feels like it, but don't worry everyone, I'll stop him, because my, fucking hands are big forks. What a dumbass. So, 1, Juice is a genderqueer ally. 9 doesn't know what their gender is, and that's fine. So yes, human beings can still get injured, but there's basically loads and loads of tiny little nanobots in the atmosphere at all times, and if you were to fall over, they would immediately pick you up so you couldn't hit your head. So basically, people can get it. In theory, they could get injured, but there's something that there's little robots in the air that stop them. But from the sounds of that, so people stopped aging and getting sick, and then the stopping aging and getting sick was like weird magical thing that randomly happened one day, but the living forever seems to be something that maybe humans have brought upon themselves from the sounds of it. How was it phrased? People stopped getting sick and aging long before the nanos. We still don't know why, but as a result, they started to try and find how to be immortal, and I guess they succeeded. Chapter 6. So yeah, the tattoos and piercings are fine. Oh no, not a potentially Amazon page. Podcast sports football. Garbage football. Description. There have been millions of football games. Some of them are abominations that should never have seen the light of day. On Garbage Football, hosts Thoy and Roger dig through a 15,000-year-old trash heap and watch the worst of the worst games, so you don't have to. Okay. This is Garbage Football, a podcast in which I, Thoy, and my buddy Roger, hello, dig up the most god-awful football games in the history of civilization, because I don't know why we do this, because we hate you, listener. We do. We hate you. We actually really hate you this week, because we have an extra special bucket of, I don't know, bucket of crap of a game for you. Bucket of crap of a game, what does that mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Okay, it's a bad game. You know, it's appropriate for us to have a podcast about things that suck because we're, 400 episodes in, and who even knows? We have no idea how to start a show. Anyway, yes. Game 96,249. Rog, this is one you've been wanting to get around to for a long time. Yeah, normally I'd be worried about overselling one of these, but this one's good. This is better than the typo game. Dude, no, there's nothing better than the typo game. For anyone who hasn't heard it, you can go back in our archives and find the episodes. I think it's just called Typo Game. Basically, and I'll make this quick because I don't want to spoil too much, but basically, they were drawing up the rules for a long-distance game. The field dimensions had typos in them. And they ended up with a field that was 1 yard long and 1,000 yards wide, and they'd already filled the game permit, so they had to play. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. They don't feel as I had to play it. Good times. What the fuck? It's pronounced Tui? Oh. Thank you. Look at that page. Great times. Amazing times. And I'm gonna disagree with you. Today's game is not as dumb as the typo game, but it is super dumb. Fair enough. So, set the scene for us. Okay, so, the story starts about 13,000 years ago in March 4730. Super old game. Super old game, which you can tell is so old because it's game number 96,249. Back when they just registered... Oops. Back when they just gave a registered football game the lowest available number. That was before they went fuck it and just started reusing numbers. Anyways. Oh, we're lopsided. Okay, here's California. Oh, some of California's gone. Oh, some of California's gone. But I think Julia's in, my girlfriend lives in SoCal, so I think she'd be fine. Most of Southern California looks fine. No, it's okay, Red. I also knew there was a character called that in Miss Saigon in my head. I was like, oh, I've heard that name before, but I couldn't remember how to pronounce it. So some of California's not there. California's got a massive lake in it now. I don't know enough about what Mexico looks like to know if any of this is different. Everyone else on this area looks fine. If you're in kind of Central or Northern California, oopsie. Okay, so New Mexico's down here. Washington is the top left corner state. Well, it's not top left. It's top left on a normal map. This map has been turned on its side, so Washington's up here, New Mexico's down here. Washington and New Mexico decided they wanted a long-distance game between the two states, right? And they wanted to get cute, so they made a sort of hybrid of old football rules, new football rules. Oh, bye, Jodie, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, the VOD of this will be up, so we can catch up on it. The new part, of course, was that the field play was exactly 2,340,170 yards long. Obviously, the field wasn't actually mowed or painted or anything. There was this sensor in a ball that buzzed whenever you went out of bounds, so if you hit the sideline, bzzzt, dead ball. Yeah. One goal line was the Washington-Canada border, and the other was the New Mexico-Mexico border. But it's tough to draw on the field of the map because the field was standard football width. 53 1/3 yards. Oh! No! So it's the width of a regular football pitch if you've ever seen. I presume most people have seen a sports field, even if it's just at your school. So it's the width of a regular field, but the length from New Mexico to Canada. I mean, that's still, oh boy. What if, like, there's just a building in the middle of the pitch? What if there's, like, an office block that covers the entire... I guess they gotta run through the office block. So as a result of these dimensions, okay, a standard old football field is about twice as long as it is wide, right? Well, if you do the math, we did do the math. It turns out the field is 43,878 times long as it is wide. And Tui, what made this game different from, he's not asking. What made this game different from other long-distance games is, you know, when you have a field that covers 1,300 miles, it's probably a good idea to have lots and lots of players, right? Ideally, a few hundred, you know, because we can agree on that, right? Because it's such a long field. We can agree on that. They did not do that. They kept it to the standard football rosters. 11 players on offense, 11 players on defense, which is completely insane, right? Because, for one, it's exhausting. Especially if the offense sustains a drive for miles and miles on one end. For another, what happens if you blow coverage and a receiver gets past the secondary? And what if the receiver is the fastest player on the field? Right? This is why it's good to have games that have 200 or 2,000 players. Uh-oh. Right? If a ball carrier has to outrun all 11 of you, what's left to do? At that point, it's not really a football game anymore. It's a mix between a super marathon and a camping trip. It's bad football. No one wants to play it. No one wants to watch. Washington and New Mexico were banking on this not being a big deal because the field of play was so narrow. So the good news is, you know, if your player does get past your secondary, you don't have to look all over creation for them. They're gonna have to stay in bounds, so the only question is how far they outrun you. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, yeah, if one of your team is just faster than the rest, good fucking... Oh, boy. It was quaint, and you know, we've talked about this 100 times, but I can't stand quaint in game design. And obviously, you and I stand pretty far apart on this. I like weird. I like when games get weird. And I do too. That's the thing, I do too. I just need it to be in service of something, you know? I see weirdness as a sort of component, an accent, like, a seasoning, you know? Not a means to an end, not a goal. You're a purist. I am! I'm a purist, look. I mean, anyone can design a weird football game. But I demand some elegance, some real thought behind it. Okay, but why? What do you mean, why? I mean, it's not as though you're pressed for time. You've got all the time in the world for what you like and what you don't. Listen. Even if I have millions of years, even if you have 1 trillion, even if I have 100 trillion years, or more, that doesn't change the fact that I just spent all day watching a shitty game. Time I could have spent watching a good one. We're gonna forever disagree on this, I think, but... I think an argument could be made that in some respects, game 96249 did have some elegance to it. God, yeah, I mean, wherever it went, they've got to scale that whole mountain. Oh, this is as far as you read, Virgil? Okay. I have to admit, it really did. At 53 yards wide that goes from Mexico to Canada, on its face is ridiculous, but I'll happily admit its confines are strangely brilliant in a way. It's hard to imagine much more geographical diversity than what this game has. There's pretty much an opportunity for some good mountain football in Idaho, plenty of big lakes to navigate. Oh my god, what if they have to swim? And then when you go south into Utah, there's these big salt flats. There's just nothing there. It's like playing football in a whole bunch of nothing. And then, of course, you've got the deserts in Arizona. And scattered throughout, you've got a little bit of farmland and a few towns. What I love about this field, at least in theory, is that it forces you to just march forward into all this geography head-on. With most long-distance games, there aren't really any defined sidelines, or at least they're really wide. So if you see a mountain or a lake, you go around it. But not here. You've only got 53 yards of wiggle room, so you just have to grit your teeth and go. And that brings us to your favourite thing. Lord. Water ball! There's a few decent-sized chunks of field that are nothing but water. For example, if you look at, there's this one reservoir in Idaho that just kind of swallows 2.5 miles of the field. And they didn't think this would be a big deal. So this is how it went down. Washington had the ball north coast of the reservoir. They throw it deep into the water. The water just kind of plops in and floats at the surface, but the ball's still live, right? It didn't touch the ground. Right, what ground? It didn't touch the ground. So, what you're left with is a 2-mile mad scramble for the ball. It's a live ball the whole time. And this is where I'll agree with you. I've watched the replay. This play is exhausting to watch. It's just like 4 hours of splashing around and aimless laterals. It's trash football. And there are a lot of those too. In the 1900s, they were building dams all over the place. So of course you end up with these giant bodies of water in the middle of nowhere that have no business being there. But that aside, I really do love certain pieces of the field. I really do. Up in the mountains, you can tell when they get kind of tired to position the field so it ran along the ridges, just to make it a little easier. But in other parts, it's just like ka-chunk, 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 all up and down. Oh my god. Yes, that sure is ka-chonk, ka-chonk, ka-chonk. This will go on for miles and miles, actually hundreds of miles. I mean, as a football fan, would I want to watch this? No. Hell no, I wouldn't want to watch it, but I'd love to read about it. It's like baseball. There was also an element about this thing you were talking about before the show that I just loved. Which one was that? Oh, with all the names of the... Yes. So I love the juxtaposition of all this natural beauty, you know, the magnificent horizons, the beautiful mountain ranges, etc. With these unbelievably shitty names people gave everything. Like, oh, there's this town next to a bunch of water, let's call it Big Water. Oh, here's some meadows, let's call it Meadows. Oh look, some more meadows over here. Ah shit, Meadows is taken, what are we gonna call it? New Meadows. Yeah, Meadows is too crowded, there's like 50 people in it, time to build a new one. My favourite though, what was it? Circleville. Yes, Circleville! I guess because it's just got a bunch of crop circles. Yeah, but like, there are a million places in this country with crop circles. You don't get to be Circleville just because you have like 12 of them. It's just like you called your city Ground. That is quite a lot of circles. Hello, Circleville. I don't know where you are. It's funny because, you know, you look at Los Angeles and you're like, oh, City of Angels, that's a cool name. Or Cincinnati, named after a Roman general or whatever. Chicago comes from the Native American name for a local plant. But these guys in this part of the country were just like, there's some circles, we're Circleville now, fuck it, it doesn't matter, I'll probably be eaten by a bear tomorrow. There's just something so darkly funny about this game. I mean, just the pace of it's so frustrating. An offense will spend a week just trying to get over one mountain, turning over the ball on downs, getting it back, fumbling, getting it back, just crawling up at an excruciating pace. And they're exhausted, and they throw a pick, and boom, defensive back runs at a mile backwards, and it was all for nothing. Or shit, 500 miles even. There was actually, I should note for you here, you are allowed to use motor vehicles as long as you didn't have the ball. So it wasn't like game over once a player ran it back. You could hop in a car and catch up with them. You could catch up with them, you just had to grab a car and go looking for them. And that could take a while. At one point, a Washington player managed to sneak downfield outside I don't know if that's Spokane, all the way to Utah. And he got caught because he ran out of places to hide. And I mean, this is where we really get into how much of a torture chamber this game was. The drive chart is just, it's an absolute goddamn nightmare. If you turned off the game and turned it back on in a year, the line of scrimmage might be like 50 miles away from where it was. And that's really nothing, that's no movement. 50 miles is nothing when you consider, first of all, the field's like 20 times longer than that, and second, it might move 50 miles the opposite way the next year. What up, chess is like, I don't know, it might only be American football that got this crazy. You Americans sure like your football. And that, Roger, sets the stage for maybe one of the most frustrating things I've ever seen as a football fan. Same, oh lord, same, you wanna, alright. So it's now the year 5518. The game is 788 years old. They've been playing all this time. all this time, for almost 800 years, the ball's been going up and down, and usually very, very slowly. It's so hard for either offense to build the sort of momentum that would allow you to drive, even 100 miles down the field. But Washington is finally doing it. Yes, they finally made it to Arizona. It's just, something clicks. They're in the desert, ripping off huge plays, half a mile run, quarter mile pass, just boom, 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 one after another, and then they just fell off a cliff. That's really funny to say because, we're always figuratively saying, like, oh, they fell off, like, the offense stalled out or something, but no. They fell off a cliff. For real. Oh, God! That's one steep cliff! I don't know which is the one they fell off of. One of them's steeper than the other, but, yikes. Washington literally fell off a cliff into a gorge. So, they've got another cliff staring them in the face. They turn the ball over on downs, but of course New Mexico turns around and sees the other cliffside staring at them. The game's stuck. Right? They can't just run around the side of the cliff because that would be out of bounds. They can't climb up because it's a 300-yard vertical free climb. Okay, they fell down the diagonal one and they've got to climb up the vertical one. It's a 300-yard vertical free climb, which is something you can only complete if you're one of the best free climbers on Earth, and it's impossible if you've got 11 people right behind you who can just grab you by the ankles and yank you back down. So, on this field that's more than 2 million yards long, these two teams are stuck at this little speck of 250 yards. So, how did this happen to me? There's really no satisfying explanation. The game was on the drawing board for years. They surveyed every bit of it, and they always intended for the field to pass through just slightly west. This was kind of the crown jewel of the game. The rock faces were more forgiving there, because there was this valley that sort of fed into it. It would have been the most challenging part, but it absolutely would have been doable. Yeah, there's no way to scale that cliff when there's 11 people trying to drag you back down it. I'm calling shenanigans. Because look, we know how meticulously they planned this game. We know how important that spot was. An entire committee spent years planning this. How could they have messed it up by accident? Well, if someone knows, they're not telling. Maybe one day we'll find the answer. In the meantime, this game is still in progress. It's one of the oldest and longest running games in Arizona. Oh god. In the year 12 and... oh boy, it's been going 12,000... In the year 12,258, still going strong. If you ever have the unexplainable urge to watch 22 players duke it out, to know apparent end at the bottom of a canyon, you can always see it yourself. Football channel number 96249. I'd rather do anything else in the world. But we have a mystery on our hands. Why is the field lined up wrong? Simple mistake or sabotage, or what? If anyone out there has any info that can help us crack the case, shoot us an email. We'd love to talk to you. Help us solve the greatest, dumbest mystery of our time. And that does it for this episode of Garbage Football. We'll be back Tuesday, and don't forget, premium subscribers will get a bonus episode on Friday. I'm Tui, and I'm Roger. Peace. Oh gosh. Oh no, they've been stuck at the bottom of this canyon for hundreds of years. Chapter 7. I think scared is the word. I'm scared. How come? All these people seem so normal, so much like I remember them being. But in some ways, it's like they're broken. Do any of these people have jobs? Sure, some people have jobs if they feel like it. Like, it's natural for us, for you and me, to have a tough time understanding that. We're both products of 20th century America. In that time, if someone had a job, it was their identity. It was their purpose. That isn't true anymore. I guess we're sort of like them. I think I know where you're going, but finish your thought. We don't do anything, right? There's nothing we're supposed to be doing. Nope, we completed our mission 15,000 years ago. So now we just hang out? We perpetually hang out? Who do you think was the first person to say hang out? Just like all those people down there, we shoot the shit, watch football, and waste time. That's exactly it. That's the fate we share. Speaking for myself, that's the connection I share with them. I'm the least human thing you could imagine, but I feel like I'm like them. Found it, I think. Newspaper in Shreveport says March 23rd, 1859. The choice of words is interesting. Wasting time? Well, yeah, those people in the canyon, they've wasted, what, 13,000 years playing a game nobody can win? The people I remember would have quit in a week. Well, this is what I'd say to that. There's no indication these people's lives will ever end. They will never run out of time. Wasting implies the consumption of something that you can't get back. So they have an infinite supply of time. Can they ever really waste any of it? I guess that's one way of thinking about it. I'm still appalled, disgusted, I guess, with that game in the canyon. They don't want to do anything else with their time. It's hideous to me. It's like, some of these people seem normal. The Durbos seem totally normal, like they're out of a TV show or something. But those players in Arizona, it's like something's critically wrong with them, like they've gone crazy. I think they're doing the best they can with immortality. A human being will rarely admit this to you, but they're terrified of living forever. They were born and raised with an understanding their lives would end. They've achieved everything they wanted to achieve, all the ills that plagued them, and now boredom is their only enemy. They can get up in the morning and fight it every day of their eternal lives. Recreation and play sustain them. Football sustains them. If you find yourself in a football game that's such a gargantuan task that seems undefeatable, that will claim eons of your time and passion. I think that makes you one of the lucky ones. God damn. I know. Hey y'all, I found Nancy! Oh good! Great. She's landed from her twister! Chapter 8. We're back with the twister, guys. So for you guys tuning in, Nancy Girl is totally AWOL. Whereabouts unknown. Yeah, whereabouts unknown. She was last seen today going up in the twister, which is now a confirmed EF5. Yeah, the weather service confirmed it. A confirmed EF5 tornado, so she could have basically been carried anywhere between 10 or 15 miles away. And there were a couple things about that. She obviously could have been thrown in any direction, so maybe she's upfield somewhere near Highway 34, or maybe she landed backwards near Seward, although so far no one in Seward has reported seeing her. And Seward's full of Iowa fans, so chances are, if they saw her, they'd say something. Mika, how many tacklers are reporting for Iowa? I'm seeing they've got about 70 defenders fanning out, plus the 11 they already had in play, so 81. And on the radio, they said sorry. And on the radio, they said they're setting a search area for 600 square miles. They gotta get way more tacklers than that. That's a tackler hold on. That's one tackler every 7.4 square miles. That's not even close to enough. Because the other thing is, what if she fumbled in the tornado? And she probably did fumble. Yeah, and she probably did. It's gotta be really hard to hold onto a ball in a tornado that strong, so who knows? Maybe she has the ball, or maybe it's... You can turn it off. Just lying around in the field. Sure? Somewhere, if that's the case, yeah, I'm sure, thanks. Should tail her for a while and watch her? She probably has a better idea where the ball ended up than they do, so it'd just be easy to let her... And whoever was tuning in, stop listening to the radio. Sounds like a lot of them are after you. It's gonna be a lot more, I bet. Can they do that? I don't really watch a lot of football these days. Yeah, they can, 3 times a game. If you just can't find the ball carrier in the open field, you can go back to your state and call up for 1,000 volunteer defenders. They've got 2 of those left. Oh my. Well, most of them aren't actual players. Usually they can round up a few retired players, but it's mostly just random folks. The volunteers are basically just eyes and ears. More often than not, they won't try to make any tackle themselves. Oh, you know what? I went to one of those volunteer plays one time. That must have been... I was married to Susan at the time, so that would have been around 12,500. It's a whole bunch of nothing, really. I remember they came into town like, hey, anyone want to have some fun? They got a Minnesota player on the run outside Cedar Rapids. I think what they offered wasn't much, like $100 and a bus ride. So I said no, thank you. That's it? I think they pay a lot more these days. Well, I should have taken it, because you know what happened? Next day, the county clerk shows up here in person, slaps an envelope right on the bar and says, Henry, I'm sorry to do this. Here's a summons to dress for Iowa and report to Cedar Rapids, so I head out there. Mostly just wander around Lynn County with a flashlight, no idea what I was doing. Never saw the fellow who had the ball. I guess they caught him in a cornfield somewhere. Oh, Byron, thanks for stopping by. Well, that's a shame. What I think is, if there's so little interest in a game, you need to be sent out on a summons. You shouldn't really be sending out summons. I know it. I remember one time I ran into a volunteer tackler and he just asked for my autograph. You sign it? I said, sure, what the hell, why not, you know? Nancy, she's over here. But does she have the ball? She landed back downfield, but she's retreated back. I guess that retreating back stops people from being able to find them. Oh, happy early birthday, Red! Let me see what's on. I think Judge Mathis comes on at 8. Oh, I love him! Oh yeah, I like him a lot. He's my favourite out of all the Judge shows. You sure you want to stay put here with everyone after you? Not that I'm happy to have the company. Nah, I like where I am on the field right now. They're expecting me to move right now, so I'm gonna sit here, sip a beer, then around midnight, when they expect me to stay put, I'll move out. Which way you headed, straight east? Well, come on, I'm not gonna tell you that. I've only known you about half an hour. Okay, fair's fair. I don't mean to be standoffish, I'm sure you're fine, but next thing you know, tomorrow you could be making friends with someone from Iowa just as easy as you're making friends with me right now. You sure we haven't met before? I don't know, have we? Well, you know what they were saying the other day on the news? If you were born in 2000, you've been around about 5 million days, I think it was. So even if you met just one new person a week, you could meet 1 million people, or something like that. I'm not some kind of math whiz. My point is, by now, you could have death met everyone in Nebraska. Julia, good morning! We is reading 17,776. We're currently at chapter 7. It goes back and forth between the football players and the space probes. 9 has only recently gained sentience. I don't want to go back and summarize all 7 chapters because I will really want to try and get through all of this, and I don't think we're going to get through all of it in the next hour and a half, but I'm going to try. But you can always watch the VOD back if you want to. Good morning. At the moment, Nancy, I presume Nancy is the yellow text, is hiding out with the football. There's a few different matches all happening. Thank you for the happy 750 celebration. We're currently, following one of the football players, and then I presume the next chapter we're gonna head back over to our little space probes. 9 and 10 are both space probes from the 60s. Juice is a space probe from the 2020s. It takes place in the year 17,776. In the year, 2060, all human beings stopped aging, all human beings stopped dying, and they stopped getting sick. And it's just been the same people on Earth ever since, and some of them still like playing American football. The games are crazy. Some of them go from one side of the state to the other. Some of them go across from Mexico to Canada. And all the while, we got 3 little space probes. 9 has just recently woken out of his coma that he's been in since the 1960s, and has only just learned that he is a space probe. That they are a space probe, and they're having a hard time learning and adjusting to the fact that what humanity has become. Also, I got bad news about California. I didn't say what chapter was the California map in. But I got bad news about what California looks like in the year 17,770. Yeah, I think you're fine, right? So some of California is underwater now. I think all of New York is. All of New York's underwater. California has a big old lake in it, but you're in SoCal, so I think that means you're okay. Hang on, I could just check. Let's find out. Yeah, I know, it's sideways on. I'm sorry. Let's go look. I'm gonna get you up on my phone. Oh no, Google Maps. Don't do that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you're okay. You should be okay. Hi, Hasta, welcome in. I think what is underwater is yeah, San Francisco's gone. It's it's that little bay where San Francisco is. So, San Francisco and Sacramento are gone. Uh-oh. And anything around, yeah, kind of Sacramento, Fresno, they gone bye-bye. But LA area, and anything more south than LA, you're okay. I feel like LA or San Diego. Aoki dokie. But has to welcome in. We're currently doing a reading. We're reading through this like online story thing. It's not gonna make a lot of sense if you're only tuning in now. I don't really have the time to fully recap everything because we're on chapter 8. But it is essentially a sci-fi story. It's taking place in 17,776. And we're gonna flick between listening from football players and listening from space probes. Oh, okay. Might take a sip. My throat hurts so much. I'm gonna have ice cream for dessert after dinner. And at least when we're playing Vampire Therapist tomorrow, I don't have to do any voice acting. So. Where were we? Right. You hunger? Go get food and go get coffee. This man thinks he's met Nancy before. I think I heard that. I've been teammates with a few folks who actually keep a diary of everyone they've ever met. Shoot, I'm thinking about it. I don't even leave Seward County all that much, to tell you the truth. I probably could fit everyone I've met in the last 100 years on a postcard. So, how's it living in B? What do you like about it? Well, not a lot to it. There's only about 40 people who live here, farmers and their families mostly. But you see, right out that window there? Yeah, I was looking at that when I walked into town. That's kind of a funny looking building. Well, that is the B State's ballroom. You got a story? You got time? You got another one for me? Sure, another the same? Perfect. Yeah, I'm with you there. When the rep comes, he's always trying to sell me on these things. I don't know, these beers with chocolate and grapefruit and other flavors. Well, hell, I'm not trying to drink my dinner. I know that much. Thank you, sir. Well, so, I don't know if you remember the WPA, but that was a big work project put on by the government to give people jobs during the Great Depression. They'd go around and build parks and roads and who knows what else, all kinds of things. I remember that. It was a little before my time, but I remember my dad used to talk about it. He didn't think too much of it. He called it, what did he call it? Oh, he said the WPA stood for Whistle, Piss, and Argue. Never heard that one, but yeah, I know some folks who weren't really fans of it. Whistle, piss, and argue, but no, I think it was a real good thing around here. So there's a bunch of Polish people living around here in the 1930s. One of them was Vlad Sobotka. He was an architect in charge of the WPA project to build sidewalks in town here. I mean, his men did a real good job. A lot of sidewalks are still in place, probably because they aren't used very often. Yeah, come to think of it, I didn't walk on the sidewalks to get here. I just walked down the middle of the street. Yeah, I guess the main reason you put down sidewalks is so kids don't just run into the middle of the street. It's not like there's any kids around. There's a little bit of a lore drop. Well, not so much lore drop. We already know that no new people have been able to be born, but everyone else has stopped aging. Hopefully there's no Claudias running around. But that's quite sad. I mean, no new people. How many new ideas are going to be born? So, anyway, this fella, Sobotka, and his workers finished the sidewalks way ahead of schedule, so he had nothing to do. And he wants to do all he can to make sure his men have work, and it turns out they have a bunch of leftover materials, lots and lots of it. So he stays up all night, and he draws up blueprints for this crazy 12-sided building. He drew it all up in one night? I think so. I have no idea how I came up with the idea. Maybe we saw a building like that before or something, but I don't know. I mean, he's just a guy from 1930s Nebraska. There wasn't a lot to look at for, you know, inspiration. No, I honestly think he just made it out there. He just made it up out of nowhere. That's what caught my eye about it. It looks like some kind of weird spaceship in the middle of this little town. Oh, old little ad. Kinda does a little bit. And what's the real mad thing about it is they built the whole thing in a couple of weeks using nothing but sidewalk materials. The whole thing? Yeah, because when you lay down a sidewalk, you've got to have wooden planks on the sides of it to kind of mold it when you pour in the concrete. So the whole thing is nothing but a bit of wood and a lot of sidewalk concrete. So it's like a whole building made of sidewalk? Whole building, yeah, and I bet you there's not another building like it in the world, and we've got it right here in B. I wonder if this is a real building. These seem like real things. It's been marked as a National Register of Historic Places Inventory nomination form. Come to think of it, I guess maybe that's a pretty boring story if you're not from- No, it's a beautiful story. I love it. I had the funniest thought up in that twister. Yeah? I was thinking, I have no idea where this thing is going to throw me, but I know I'm going to land on top of a story. I wonder if there's a single place in the whole world that's never had a story. I bet not. I just about guarantee there's no places like that in America. Every little square of it, every place you stomp your foot, that's where something happened. Something wild, maybe something no one knows about, but something. You can fall right out of the sky and into someone's forgotten storybook. You run and run and run, and you keep turning pages, and none of them are empty. They're all full of stories. There's no one left to write. I think I'm just a bookmark. Seems okay to me. Chapter 9. It is in fact real? Why? Because I know it does use real, like, Google Earth stuff. Alright. Back to our little guys. I have so many questions. Holy shit, what else is new? Why is everything the same? Why has everything been the same for 15,000 years? Buildings are the same, people do the same stuff, cars are the same. You look like a beer keg, except you're full of dumbass questions instead of beer. Jews! That's mean! Oh, you look like the inside of a Teddy Ruxpin. Oh, I don't know if Tobias is in chat. I didn't expect a Teddy Ruxpin. Oopsie, I scrolled forwards way too much. Juice, don't be mean. I mean, I don't know what the inside of a Teddy Ruxpin looks like. So I'll take Juice, come on. I'm right, though. Look at it. It looks like a dog got hold of a Teddy Ruxpin and ripped through its little ass up out, and now it's all that's left is a box of wires and shit. But it's still talking and saying shit like, "Hello, would you like to be my friend? What time is it? What are some colors? Let's play a game, let's read a book. Will you be my friend? What are some fun shapes? You know what? Fuck you. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Nah, buddy, that ruled. I was wondering if you could even get mad. I'm sorry. Clowning is how I express affection. I'd say I need to take some time to unpack that issue, but I've only been out of space doing jack shit for 15,000 years, so whatever. That's okay if clowning is how you express affection, but you gotta make sure someone's cool with it, Juice, and that someone understands that you're just clowning. Because otherwise they might think you're actually bullying them, especially if they have trouble understanding tone. Is that the first time you've ever been mad? Yeah, I guess so. How did it feel? Mad. Lol. Alright, okay, so let's do this. 9, you've got some new feelings. Take a breather and process them, and then later, I promise, I'll be here to answer your questions. In the meantime, Juice, maybe you could put on something light for us? Okay. As long as it's not Game 27, it is! No! God, not Game 27, seriously, can we not watch Game 27? Just for a little bit, I promise. This game is trash. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Hate it. Come on, we're gonna take the scenic route. Here we go through the mountains. Whee! Come on, don't play with your food. Well, here goes the airplane. Whoosh! Roger, ground control, requesting permission to land at the funniest game on the history of Earth. Yes, sir, Mr. Captain Juice. You and your weird shit bucket looking ass friends have permission to land. I hate you. Here comes, here comes, here comes, almost there. What is... You know what? Never mind. Never mind. Oh, I remember Game 27. Oh, I remember. I was wondering what... This is the other thing I remembered. I remembered the game that looked like this. And I couldn't remember when we were gonna see it. Do you like this pitch, guys? How are you feeling about... How are you feeling about, Chapter 10? Okay, so the thing about this game is you don't really watch it, okay? Because usually there's not any action in the traditional sense. It's like watching a galaxy form in some far-off nebula. There are like a million things to study, but things evolve far too slowly to count as an action on this scale of time. You could watch it for like a week straight and realise that the whole time nothing resembling football actually happened. But you don't feel cheated, and why would you? How could you see this and feel cheated? Oh, look at you, you're using apostrophes! You're punctuating! Well, this is special to me! I'm one of the only true appreciators of this game, and the duty of introducing someone to it is one I take very seriously. I wish I could put a tux on. I need to draw object head Juice in a tux. There are a lot of different ways to behold this game. I like to think of it as a rainbow of failed ideas. Some of these terrible ideas collapsed on themselves and disappeared. Some of these terrible ideas interacted with each other in a number of different ways. And some of these terrible ideas swallowed each other. Less terrible whole ideas. Less terrible ideas whole. We don't have the details of how exactly all this came to be. There are some things we know, and a lot of very safe guesses and projections. One thing we do know is this was once an NFL game between the Denver Broncos and the Pittsburgh Steelers. It almost certainly started in the 21st century, probably the 2080s or 2090s. Over the next 15,000 years, the two-team system faded away. Outside teams, people, and interests began to interfere with the game, eventually claiming territory. Any questions so far? Yep, we have a territory map. We've got the Broncos, we've got the Steelers, and we've got the people. Look at all these little territories. It's like I don't even know, I don't even know how to explain. But you can see 51, 52, 53, they're all inside Territory 5. We've got 19 to 27 when I go along here. Not the Julia emote. Can we change the channel yet? No. The game is divided into 58 territories. The Broncos and Steelers each still have their own territory. Territory 1 is the Broncos. Where's Territory... I can't even... Okay, Territory 1 is this big space over to the right, where the little guide is written. Territory 1's been claimed by the Broncos, who have refused to participate in any of this evolution. Their territory remains completely unaltered, the hash marks are freshly painted, so they keep their part, the Broncos, keep their part of the field looking like a field. The Broncos' territory still looks like a football field. The hash marks are freshly painted and the players will show up every Sunday in helmets and pads. They insist, without any success, that the game is returned to how it used to be. A wall stands between their territory and the others, though no one remembers who built it. So this bit, where the Broncos are, looks like a football pitch, and they insist that all of the game should look like the football pitch, because it's a football game. So they think that's what it should look like, and I'm inclined to agree with them. But let's find out about it. The Steelers exist, but barely. Their territory, which once covered half the field, is now reduced to a single tiny corner. This little dot right here. Well, they would have disappeared from the field entirely if not for the Broncos, who leveraged whatever political power they had to ensure their opponent was still in the game. There's one Steelers player who comes back every 500 years or so. They call him the Last Steeler. He just kind of drags the stool out there and sits for an afternoon and then leaves. Nothing much else for him to do up in the corner, really, thanks to all the development. He can't even see off the field. I guess he feels like he should just make an appearance now and then. Territories 8, 9, 10, and 11 were plotted out as an attempt to connect the Steelers and Broncos so they could actually still play some kind of traditional football game, but rules on top of rules made that impossible. Where's 8 through 10? Yeah, that's too zoomed in. I don't know where 8 through 10 is. Let's just keep going. Sorry, Mary's not like the Steelers. Well, you can tell them in the future, their team will just be one man sitting on a stool. I'm not understanding how. Don't encourage him. No, it's okay. How can I help you? Okay, well, I don't understand how an NFL game went from that to this. This started as a standard NFL game with 15-minute quarters and everything, right? Yes, and the general this is like Juice's special Yes, and the general consensus is that someone flipped some kind of switch in the rulebook. At this point, the NFL was about 150 years old, and over the years, the rulebook got larger and larger and became bloated with endless addendums and conditions. Some were added to try and make the game more exciting, others were added because a particular team or owner insisted, and in a lot of cases, they just kept adding rules to properly define a certain element of the game. For example, how do you know if a player has control of the ball? I don't know, if they're holding the ball and not fumbling it, I guess. So you sort of eyeball it, right? You don't conduct a geometric analysis of every biological vector and the location of quadrillions of atomic particles, right? You wouldn't, because having something is an artificial notion. It's a judgment call. If the NFL wanted to preserve what it was, it would have backtracked to that. The referees should have been able to call the game as they saw it and felt it. But instead, they tried to define what can't be defined without a supercomputer. They took the catch rule and tacked all kind of conditions and notes onto everything, and eventually the catch section was 50 pages long. And you could only have so many rules until some of those rules begin to contradict each other, or stack on each other in different ways, What we believe happened is that during this game, one of the teams cited a constellation of rules from across the rulebook and used them to argue that they owned part of the field. And of course, once owning the field became possible, the teams raced to lay claim to as much of the field as they could. Oh, okay, 9 through 10 is right at the very tippy top next to where the guy on the stool is. And they kind of stretched the length of the field so they could still attempt to kind of play football. So what do we... We've got this little yellow bit that has end zone scribbled on it. We've got a few skyscrapers. We've got this blue. We've got this pink gradient. There's a shed back here. No, there's 3 sheds back here. There's a kind of building here. And there's this funky wall and whatever this kind of peachy patch is. Like, let me talk about it. Yeah, the fact that he's like, no. 9, I love that you're asking questions about my favourite thing. How can I help you? But there are 50... But now there are 58 teams, not 2. Yup. Before long, individual players found that they could also present legal arguments for splintering off into their own fractions. For one reason or another, some of them did. There were 4 teams, then 7, then 25. At one point, there were as many as 100. Some of those territories consolidated, and now there are 58. Territories 8 through 11 were originally one unified territory. A bureaucratic tug-of-war splintered them into narrow lanes, which were then further carved apart by interests that had nothing to do with football. You can see the remnants of a baseball diamond they once tried to build. Territory 13 is now home to some storage units. Territory 11 is the 49ers' attempt at some point in the 67th century to insert themselves as a third team. It's unclear why or what benefit it could have served them. It's been lost to history. Territories 8, 9, and 10 are home to some housing units. They're mostly just rented out to out-of-towners and whatnot. So, there's Airbnbs on the field. You can rent an Airbnb next to the Steelers man on a stool who shows up every 500 years. So, this part has nothing to do with football. Nah, not really. I mean, they don't have a lot of trouble filling it up. People dig the novelty of spending a night in the middle of an NFL game, but tenants' rights do give them an authority to make a play on the ball or something. I wonder what for. If they did get the ball, what would they do with it? That's a good question. Probably could try and score in the Broncos or Steelers end zones, but the officials most likely wouldn't give them the points. Hard to know, really. They could also try and score in one of the alternate end zones. See those? I did notice the red and the yellow end zone. The red has it typed out, and this one looks like it was badly spray painted. I was going to ask about those. Well, those were required by players who deserted from the old rosters, who still insisted on playing their own game inside a game. They thought it was hopeless to try and... Also, you don't have to remember any of this, by the way, don't worry. They thought it was hopeless to try and score as the game was originally drawn up, but they still wanted to play, so they did the best to grab a little of their land. This is so fucking dumb. Own end zones, but they couldn't acquire any territory in between them, and those territories don't like players stomping about on their field, so that game's kind of not feasible these days. Especially because they moved the Bojangles. Now Bojangles is right in the way. Oh. I forgot there was a store called Bojangles. We don't have those here. There's a Bojangles in the way of the game. Whoa. I know, I thought it was crazy too. Bojangles is primarily a southern chain. I never thought they'd expand to Colorado. Juice, that's not what 9 was surprised about. 9 wasn't surprised that Bojangles has expanded beyond the south. I thought it was crazy too. Bojangles is primarily a southern chain. I never thought they'd expand to Colorado. I firmly believe that on a long enough scale of time, we could see a Kroger in Oregon. Krogeron? Never mind. I'm going to crash into the next asteroid I see. So, where's the ball? Well, that's one big question. Thanks to a tracking system, we know that the ball is somewhere on the field. I don't know what Bojangles sell. I presume it is, I don't know. You guys have bookies. So, like, why not? Bojangles. It's a fast food restaurant company. Southern-inspired, not now, Google. Southern-inspired fast food chain known for their fried chicken and biscuits plus signature sides. So they got fried chicken. Hey, at least the players won't starve. They can get fried chicken whenever they want. So... No, it's okay. Bookies is so crazy to me. For people who don't know what Bookies is, it is a gas station. Now we have petrol stations here, and they have tiny shops where you can go up to the cash register and pay for your gas if you know, and also it's like a teeny tiny little store. They'll have some food, some like, you know, but like the tiny, right? Bookies is massive. It's as if there was like a giant grocery store attached to a gas station, but also has a mascot. He's called Bookie. He's a beaver. So imagine like a petrol station, but if instead of the tiny little store, it was like a massive supermarket. And also they had their own mascot, and there was a statue of the mascot outside, and also a lot of the food inside had pictures of the mascot on all of their goods. Like there's Bookies t-shirts and Bookies baseball caps. Maybe there's Bookies plushies, I don't know. Apparently there's Bookies onesies. There's, only because I watched those YouTubers that went to like every Margaritaville and every rainforest cafe in America, that there's Bookies nuts. Why? It's literally just bags of peanuts, but it's got Bookie's face on the bag. We don't have anything like Bookies here. We also don't have themed restaurants like you guys have. We don't have a Chuck E. Cheese. We don't have a rainforest cafe. We don't have animatronics in our restaurants. My knowledge of Bookies is from those videos. Eddie Burbank, there we go. I couldn't remember his surname. It's a fun watch if you ever want to watch him and his friend go on a road trip around all of the United States and Canada. Rainforest Cafe is a restaurant that's themed like a rainforest. It has animatronic jungle animals in it. And Margaritaville is a series of restaurants made by a singer, Jimmy Buffett, and his song Margaritaville. I don't know. The closest thing we have is a McDonald's. They occasionally pull out stickers of their characters like this last week. Well, that's because it's like their like anniversary. But no, we don't. There's a dinosaur-themed rainforest cafe. Don't tell Green. We can't send Green to Florida. But yeah, we don't really do. I mean, maybe if there was a restaurant. There is, I love the dino. It's too late, I've already been. Oh, thank God. Okay, I was just like, you can't go there now. But, okay, you've already been. You've been before it came impossible to go, so that's fine. But yeah, we don't really. Maybe in a theme park, there might be like a themed restaurant if it's within a theme park, but we don't have that many of those either. You wanted to go to Chuck E. Cheese for your 21st birthday, but you weren't allowed because to have a birthday there, you have to have at least one child with you in your party. Oh. Because what I'm thinking of, they had a Build-A-Bear inside that was strictly dinosaurs. I was so upset I wasn't allowed to go when my siblings were. No! Green, that's horrible! Either all of you should have been allowed, or none of you should have been allowed. But it shouldn't be, like, singling you out. I'll birth a child just to go to Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my God, wait. How does anyone in 17,776 go to Chuck E. Cheese if there's no children? What do they do? Oh no! Does Chuck E. Cheese even exist anymore? Goodness. Anyway, where's the ball? Well, that's the big question. Thanks to a tracking system, we know the ball is still somewhere on the field. But precise tracking was disabled thousands of years ago. There were plenty of places for it to hide. There were about 100 permanent residents on the field. One of them should have stumbled upon it by now. I think someone has the world's best hiding place and isn't saying a damn thing. To be honest though, most of these territories don't even care where the ball is for the most part. Oh, wait. This is... I don't understand why people would acquire territories in a field if they don't even want to play. If a piece of property is valuable to someone, it's valuable to everyone. A lot of these territories are held by people holding out for a deal. Could be money, could be anything else. See Territory 56? Thousands of years ago, it was far larger and more valuable territory it was a far larger and more valuable territory. It was once the only access point connecting 17 and 104, which no longer exists. That territory was claimed by a contingent of old fans who determined that brown mustard be provided in the concession area, so people still go to this game. Oh, for sure they do. They don't pack in like they used to, but 75,000 people bought a ticket for this game back in 2018 or whenever. The stadium's generous re-entry policy lets them come and go, as they get the same people can keep. At any given time, there's probably 1,000 people in there. Oh, come on, don't tell me that. You didn't know that? People sit in the stands and watch this fucking crap? This garbage dump where nothing ever fucking happens? Oh yeah, Broncos fans are crazy. So anyway, fans were like, we've got the most crucial territory on the field. Give us some down brown mustard or else. And stadium management came out with, we're always looking for ways to give our fans the best fan experience, but unfortunately our vendors, whatever. So they were like, fuck it, and made a lake out of it. Oh no! That momentum heavily influenced the geopolitical climate of Sports Authority Field at Mile High for centuries. Indeed, is that a statue of Sir Walter Raleigh? Oh, there's so... Okay, I was only just recovering from the lake of brown mustard that I don't have time to process a statue of Sir Walter Raleigh. A massive statue of Sir Walter Raleigh in the corner of the field. You can't be hitting me with these things. Yeah? Why? Is there any possible explanation that you would possibly find satisfactory? No. I think I'm fascinated by this game. Yes! No! I really am. It's like, look at all the time it's taken to make this game what it is. People have spent forever arguing and negotiating. Wow, and look at those skyscrapers. I didn't even ask about those. The resources poured into this field are unbelievable. If they just worked together, think of the amazing game they could have made. They could have made something really cool. Like some sort of wild maze or whatever, I don't know. Something that was 10,000 feet tall. But they don't want that. Or maybe they do on some level, and they can't work together. It's hideous. Holy shit, I like you. That is exactly it. That's exactly it. Yo, 10. I think I know why you hate this and I love it. I'll listen if you let me change the channel. Okay, but we're def gonna watch more of this later, okay? Whatever. So, you know, you're American. You're from Florida. Built in California, launched from Florida. Right, so I bet you see this, and you see a capitalist error. Capitalism run wild. Sure, it's too much salt in the soup. Capitalism can't be allowed to run the entire show. There has to be some sort of counterbalance. If there isn't leverage on behalf of the common good, this is what you end up with. If this game still has a central governing body, Nine is right, there could be something great. But it's a garbage dump. It's a failure. This is capitalism, you donk! This is what it's supposed to be, this is how it ends. If it isn't there, it's only because it isn't there yet. It's like you're staring at a cake in the oven wondering if it's gonna be the cake. Things went the other direction in America, and thank God for that, but capitalism deserves a zoo like this one. It's a beast of the wild, as wild as any grizzly bear with fawn's blood in its mouth. I think you see the deeds and the contracts and the bureaucratic bloat, and see that something went wrong. Something was always wrong, y'all. I love it. I love to watch it. In a zoo, where it can't hurt me. And people are tuning out. We went down to 106 listeners. People are listening to us? Like, people on Earth? Well, they were. Only 98 now. Thanks for that, Juice. Thank you. I think that's a bit unfair to not tell Nine that everything he's been saying is being broadcast. Everything they've been saying is being broadcast. Like, he's just achieving sentience. He doesn't need to do that. Sorry. They don't need to do that in front of an audience. Well, when you talk to a 54-year-old spacecraft who was built in Toulouse, this is what you get. Sorry for being bored and French. I forgot to use this French. Chapter 11. Question time. You promised. I did. What? Pioneer 9. Action log. Questions to ask 10. Why hasn't human technology advanced in the last 15,000 years? Why aren't humans trying to explore space? I know you already said nobody knows why people stopped aging or dying all of a sudden, but do you expect to ever know the answer? Are they seriously going to live forever? For millions of years? Trillions of years? Aren't they going to get bored eventually? Are they all in a simulation or something? Are they all in heaven or something? Are we going to be stuck out here forever? Did they know we're out here? Has just always been like that. Why did it take you so long to wake me up? What about all the other countries? How come we're just watching America all day? How are they doing? Where did Florida go? Oh, I got some bad news for Floridians. I got bad news for anyone who wanted to visit that dinosaur cafe. I think it's underwater. How long have you and Juice been awake? Are there any other space probes out there? And if so, do you talk to them? Have you seen any of the evidence of extraterrestrial life? How has the world changed politically? How are all the buildings in such good shape, even the ones that have been around since the 1800s and 1900s? How have state boundaries remained exactly the same for 15,000 years? How can people look like they're different ages? Shouldn't everyone look the same age? If crime has been eradicated, how come that police officer in Nebraska was necessary? Am I going to die? Should I have woken up? Why did you wake me up? I have an idea. Just take the one off the top. Okay. Why hasn't technology advanced in the last 15,000 years? You mean besides the nanos, right? Besides, you know, the brilliant nanotechnology that is omnipresent on Earth and has helped to eradicate helped to redefine human existence? We don't see Oscar Isaac's face in the Star Wars ride. No! Kisses for Oscar Isaac. Well, yeah, besides that, people mostly look and live as they always did. Chapter 12. Which is taking a while to load. Now at one farmer, Chrysler Plymouth Voyager. All you add is people. Voyager holds up to 15 people, 3 more than Ford and Chevrolet. Compare Voyager. Go anywhere, do anything. Voyager gives you even more competition, the more the competition does and more. With Voyager, you get the most seating arrangements opportunities in the industry. You also get the tightest turning diameter, which makes Voyager easier to handle, and the largest fuel tank, which will take you further and means fewer gas stops. It's fantastic. There's a 5-passenger seating, 8-passenger seating, 12-passenger seating, and 15-passenger seating. One Farmer's Auto Supermarket, Inc. Super selection of vans from $4,390. Fantastic vans. I'm not going to read every commercial. Shop indoor. There's a lot of vans. Okay. Well, we'll go through. Humanity could have advanced if it wanted to. In fact, it did. Almost everything you thought they could invent, they did. Flying cars, buildings that build themselves, jets that can take you from Arkansas to Paris in 5 minutes. You don't see any of those things because people didn't want them. If they advanced too much, further technologically, those advances would inevitably intrude on their humanity. People wanted to walk. Oh my god, why are we talking forfeit all mod footage down? Let me check. Oh my god. 489 Moon Knight pins, 80 Oscar Isaac pins, probably. That's... How many... The only Oscar Isaac or Moon Knight pins I have are the ones that I made. I can't find Moon Knight stuff anywhere. I do have a poster. I have a poster that a friend got for me, and then I have 2 pins of Steven that I found at Comic-Con. Those pins are the only Moon Knight merch I've ever seen at con. Moon Knight deserved better than Marvel being like, here's a show, anyway, we're never gonna oh, we're talking about Pinterest! I thought you meant... Well, I didn't... God dang it. I didn't know you meant Pinterest. You didn't say the word Pinterest. You just said pins. I didn't know. You just said the word pins. You didn't say pins on Pinterest. I don't really use Pinterest, so that didn't occur to me. The only Pinterest boards I have are for, like, I have, like, one for, like, clothes and, like, one for, like, potential, like, room inspiration for when I move out. But I don't have, like, pin boards of, like, characters I like. That's what I have folders on my computer for. I just hold pictures on my computer. It's okay. Sorry, I thought you meant enamel pins. Oh, is there a problem on the magma canvas? Let me... Oh, wow, I haven't tuned in a while. Pompon! Are you really? Okay. Well, what is the problem? Oh, this little circle? Oh, oh, no, the pink things. I can't see what layer it's on without taking over people's layers. See, it can't be Golden's, because I can see from at least the... Oh, Moth got it! There you go. Is this the Mars rover?
Ah. Hello.
Oh, I'll become a gooby. Hang on. What a good boy. But, oh. I'm obscured. Hello. I'm quite big. I forgot I was this big. Who are some of my boys? I'm Virgil. Oh, hi, Jews. Husband. And Canoppy! Look, Queen! Your frog child is there. You guys been busy. Right. Let's try and see if we can get through this. I've got like under an hour. But they didn't want to advance too much. People wanted to walk. They wanted to take the bus that smelled like cigarettes. They wanted those precious 3 minutes between asking a question and knowing the answer. The 77 Plymouth Voyager. Hello, space! This is what the 77 Plymouth Voyager is all about. Depending on your need for cargo or seating capacity, you have a choice between... I thought... Wait, what? Oh! Space. I thought they meant outer space. No. But then, off to Jupiter, Saturn, Voyager 1 on the way. We've got the rocket launching, Voyager 2 off to Saturn and beyond. Is he singing happy birthday to himself? Oh. People defeated scarcity. Everyone had what they needed, and nobody got sick. But they found they needed things to be just a little bit difficult once in a while. They needed to stub their toe and wait in line and see that check engine light. They decided to leave their existence just a little short of perfect because they wanted to want. There's also something to be said for the mechanism of human change. It's largely generational. People's wants and hopes and dreams evolved because young people entered the world and took another step forward. But this is the final generation. Yes, it's a 15,000-year-old generation, but just as you wouldn't expect them to grow a third arm, you shouldn't assume they want things different. Different lives. They wanted things and they got them all. The end. This could have been observed in the years before people stopped aging. Sometimes people talk about their grandparents, who they knew in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and tend to talk about the day-to-day sameness of their grandparents' lives. The furniture is what interests me specifically. It would never, ever be rearranged. Sofas and armoires would be shoved into the living room in 1855, and they'd still sit there unmoved in 1995, all while their legs slowly digging themselves into the carpet. Plates and portraits would hang on the wall for eons, and when you took them down, they would leave unbleached shadows of themselves in the paint. It would have been so simple for them to rearrange their things. To me, it seems so likely, almost to the point of certainty, that at some moment within those 30 years they might want to. But they never did. No, I rearrange the posters on my wall quite frequently, because I keep buying new ones, and my hyperfixations change. I might not move, like, entire pieces of furniture. I mean, I have swapped some furniture out I've lived in this room since I was 4. But yeah, for mostly, I think furniture would stay the same, but I definitely, like, change up the decorations. I have different hyperfixation. These people clearly didn't collect Funko Pop. No, I don't collect Funko Pops, but I do like collecting plushies, so. But only, like, of specific ones. Like, I not just any plush I see. But I feel like if you're someone who, like, is into a bunch of fandom stuff, and you like collecting physical goods, you will have to change up what's in your room, because you'll run out of space. But they never did. They never even thought to, and why would they? Things were just how they wanted them. Of course, humans could at any time introduce things to make their lives more efficient, but when we consider post-scarcity humanity, we must also note that time is no longer scarce. Efficiency is meant to save time, but their time is infinite. Why try and save something you have an infinite supply of? You might as well tell them to dig up dirt and hoard it in boxes. You haven't been awake for long. I think you underestimate how exhausting it is to think big. You can only hold grand ambitions above your shoulders for so long before you get tired. We're in the 1990s of Voyager cars now. Oopsie, I scrolled back. They got tired. Some lasted longer than others, but they all got tired. Now they're resting in a moment that will last until the end of time. That's incredibly depressing. For some example, sales of the soon-to-be discontinued Plymouth Voyager minivan fell 32% in November, all while sales of the more expensive Chrysler Town & Country rose 29%. Chapter 13.
I was just wondering when you'd invite me back for a bite.
Oh, this is a okay. Okay, this is a scrolly. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna go down column at a time. Okay. Why don't they go into space? Looking at telemetry data, how long have you been in space? 15,807 years, 255 days, 8 hours and 4 minutes. Approximate. You can approximate. No one's checking your worth anymore, okay? How fast are you traveling? About 12,000 miles per hour. How far are you from Earth? I guess I fell out of orbit in 1983, about 1.6 trillion miles. And what's your trajectory? I'm headed roughly in the direction of the Andromeda system. Which is extraordinarily looking for you. Andromeda is the nearest major galaxy, and you've been chugging towards it at 12,000 miles per hour for 15,000 years. How long before you reach it? I'm 0.00001% of the way there. 1% of the way there? Wow, that's not very... No, not 1%. 0.0001%. So that's 1/100,000th of a percent. So that means I'll get there in 145 million years. 145 million years. Remember when I woke you up? That took what? 30 years? And you, a piece of machine, a machine with infinitely greater patience than a human being, almost went insane. They could go faster than I am, though. Way faster than 12,000 miles an hour. The absolute speed limits humans discovered for themselves, or anything they create, is exactly 503,772 miles per hour. So yes, a lot faster than you, but nowhere close to the speed of light. If they could actually sustain that speed permanently, which they couldn't, it would still take 3.5 million years for them to reach the nearest galaxy. I'm sure they could go faster than that, though. They could figure it out. They went from winged flight to space travel in 60 years. And you keep doing this. Doing what? You keep assuming that time guarantees something. That infinite time equals infinite everything. It doesn't. 500,000 miles per hour is the ceiling. People spent ages bumping into that ceiling. It can't be moved. Well, they've got to keep trying. It's their purpose to see what's out there. They have all the time in the world to figure out some kind of solution. They have to keep trying. It can't just stop. Here, the stars must be explored. Lol. How the hell did you get over there? Lol, how the hell did you get over here that way, dummy? Oh, by the way, yes, I was always like this. That demonstrates the enormity of the galaxy, yes? We can't visit each star because we literally don't have enough stuff to build it. Yeah, you can hold 9. Green. We couldn't mine that much without seriously damaging our planet. Or another planet. You used to have a minimum of 900 pounds of metal to build a space probe. So if you have to send one to each star, that's nearly 120 billion... You know, this is a good point. They can't literally explore all of the... I mean, they could, but it would take them billions of years to get to certain places, and they don't have the resources. I don't know what order I'm supposed to read this page in, so I'm just going for it. There. That's nearly 120 billion tons of metal. There are 250 billion. Specifically, there are 257 billion, 818,113,002 stars. Humanity tried and tried to send themselves to other solar systems. In 31, 34, they succeeded and found nothing. No life. Nothing interesting. A bunch of planets full of rocks and gas. Then they deployed probes to visit other stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Do you know how many stars there are in their galaxy? It didn't turn out that way. Hubble doesn't talk much, but he gave people stunning images of the cosmos, an endlessly bright and colourful universe for us to conquer and explore. We've got a blue voice coming in. I don't know if this is meant to be the Hubble telescope. I don't know if that's... Back to the game, you guys have fun. Thanks. Congrats! What? Congrats! You're being rude and I just woke up, come on. I'd rather not, I'm watching a game. Speak up, we can barely hear you. Ho! Later, they built the Hubble telescope. Hubble, say hi. Oh, is this all, like, in the wrong order? Oh, fuck. I was meant to read it in revert. Oh, you fucking... So I was meant to go, well, they've got to keep trying. It's their purpose. We have to see what's out there, blah, blah, blah. Why? And then I'm meant to read upwards. From the bottom to the top. The stars must be explored. Why? Consider why you want this. People have found their home, their eternity, and this is their final state. Wait, where are we going? Up here, dummy. The readability of this is kind of... Shut the fuck up. Okay? As I was saying, people have found their home and their eternity. They decided that this is their final state. Humans were once explorers and conquerors. That was their embryonic state, a stage which is now finished. Later, they built the Hubble telescope. Hubble, say hi. Hey, speak up, we can barely hear you. I'd rather not, I'm watching a game. You're being rude and I just woke up, come on. Congrats. What? Congrats! Thanks! Back to the game, you guys have fun, so the Hubble is also sentient. Hubble doesn't talk much, but he gave people stunning images of the cosmos, an endlessly bright and colourful universe for us to explore and conquer. It didn't turn out that way. Humanity tried and tried to send themselves to other solar systems, but they found nothing. There's too many stars, there's too much, blah, 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 and then we're over here. So we built what we could and sent them out there. They found nothing, even the slightest bit interesting. Everything was as we guessed it when we saw it through the telescopes. It was the grandest anticlimax imaginable. It shattered what people thought of themselves and their destinies. The letdown was, in itself, sort of a brilliant wonder of its own. The space probes are all out here. We're still out here, ready to tell ground control if we see something. That is a fantasy. Because we won't. And if we do, it'll be in a scale of time so impossibly vast it might as well be never. People had a choice. They could continue wandering through the endless darkness, an absence of everything they loved, and an endless void of disappointment and loneliness. Or they could look down and embrace what they had always loved. Embrace what they always had and loved. Chapter 14. An Answered Prayer. Struggle, true, unfabricated struggle, is a cocoon they have shed. Humans are beings of land and sea who have refused to cast themselves into the cosmic zoo. Exploration and conquest are meaningless. They have achieved their final form, and they are resting in an eternal moment. They are creatures of play. They will be creatures of play until the end of time. So this is big cute, huh? Chapter 15... Wait, no? Yes, chapter 15. Thank you for the talk. Yeah. How you doing with it? I don't know. You wanna watch some football? Yes. What kind of game you wanna watch? I don't know. You okay? I don't care. Okay, so how about we do a fun one? This is one of my favorites. You know what 500 is, right? 500 what? Like, 500, the game. Probably. Well, so basically, someone puts the ball up in the air and then calls how many points it's worth. Like 100 or 200 points, whatever they feel like. And then whoever catches it gets that number of points. If you get 500 points, you're the one who gets to throw it. That's the classic version. But in this version, the ball is about 2 feet wide. It's got a steel frame and it's weighed down. Like, it weighs like 120 pounds. It's shot out of a cannon from the top of a mountain that can basically launch the ball anywhere in the continent. And then there's like thousands of people playing at any given time. Wait, that sun was just setting. Is it rising again? Yeah. What happened to it? What happened to the sun? Lol. Nothing. It's Alaska, dumbass. Juice is trying. Chapter 16. Denali Canyon, passed along campus. Nancy McConnell. There's the cannon. So basically, they got this cannon, right? It's one of the most powerful cannons ever built. All it does is shoot footballs. In the 6000s, they built it and put it on the top of Denali, and ever since it... Wait, I don't have any record of Denali. My onboard scratch data list, this is Mount McKinley. Well, that's because your scratch data was wrote by dickheads. It's called Denali. You don't have to get to the highest point. You don't get to the high... You don't have the highest point in North America named after you just because you were president. Do you have any idea how many presidents there've been? That's one of the questions I didn't get around to asking. The current president is your 3,831st president. So like 1 in 85,000 people in America are president at some point. Oh my god, that's true. Like, if you can't be president for more than 2 terms, I guess you run out of people. And there's no new people being born. By that ratio, there's like 15 former presidents living in Indianapolis alone, so who gives a shit, right? Anyways, this is the Denali Canyon, or sometimes called the 500 Cannon, because it's been used to play 500 games for thousands of years. The operator loads it up with a football, yells out a point value, and it fires the ball somewhere inside the continuous United States. And then whoever recovers the ball gets the points. You don't gotta catch it, you just gotta be the first to get to it. I think it would break your wrists if you tried to catch it. It's 120 pounds of steel. You don't gotta catch it to be the first to get it. If you do, you get how many points the ball is worth. And if you ever get to 500 points, like if it's shot at the cannon 5 times at 100 points, you have to catch it 5 times, they fly you up to Alaska and you get to be the operator. How do they decide where to shoot it? All depends. Sometimes the operator will be some engineering genius shit and account for wind patterns and all that bullshit. And the best ones could seriously fire it from a mountain in Alaska and drop it into a kiddie pool in the middle of Arkansas. Usually, it's someone like that. They become the operator because they took a real scientific approach trying to get the 500 points in the first place. Like, they keep track of all the locations while the ball hit the ground. They map it out and then they try and recognize the patterns. Maybe the pattern's something real simple, like the operator is just trying to draw a smiley face in the middle of Arkansas. Oh my god, I read that as in the middle of Kansas. Or maybe it's something way more complicated, like they're trying to encrypt the Fibonacci sequence in the coordinates, that kind of thing. Or maybe there's no pattern at all, happens all the time. Some dumbass will just be out, fucking about, and sees a ball jump out of the sky. They weren't even playing, they just got lucky. So when they get the ball and call the cops tell them to call the league official, da-da-da, they're the operator. Free trip to Alaska, and unlimited meal vouchers, I mean, shit. And when people like that, when the landing locations have no pattern, those are the real fun ones. Honestly, those are the ones I like. God bless those folks, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just sit at the controls and dick around with the knobs and buttons until it goes kaboom! Lord knows where the ball's actually going. Oh, this is we got a leaderboard for this year, for the 500 game. The top player's currently at 340 points. The bookie says, don't bet on waffles in Oregon. The operator was clearly trying to hit a specific target, perhaps Boise, Idaho, as 4 balls fell in the vicinity in the first week, but seems to have moved on to other pursuits. I-48 is swamped with players looking for an easy score. Don't be one of them. Find a part of the country where you won't have so much competition. Do. Consider staking out Missouri. The operator seems to largely fire off footballs at random, and no footballs have fallen in Missouri in months. Regular readers of this column, say it along with me. Random operators love to evenly distribute. If there's a part of the map without a big red X on it, that's where they like to shoot the ball. Why? Well, that's a question for the shrink. As for your humble bookie, Missouri's unmapped territory with a relatively extensive highway grid that makes just about every corner of it accessible by motor vehicle. Tracking the ball should be easy. Do keep an eye on Lake Sacramento. Interested in a little insider info from your dear bookie? I thought you were. The operate to high school in what used to be Modesto, where the roof of a lot of buildings still peak above the waterline. If you want to sneak out there, wait for a football, but don't want any tag-along stealing your big idea. Pick up a John boat and a couple paddles from a dealer. I trust just west of Oakdale. Then just quietly paddle your way out there and get ready to catch a ball next time the operator's feeling sentimental. Really? Because I don't know if I... You know what? What? A few minutes ago my whole universe was spinning, all that stuff Ten told me. I just couldn't make sense of it, and I still can't. And I don't think this is helping me do that at all. But I do feel better. Thanks. Lol, if you ask me, that's what these games are for. You know, because, I mean, I know what you mean, right? Because I've been thinking about it for thousands of years, and I still get fucked up about it. Like, the idea that play is the point of existence now. I can't really wrap myself around that, so I just find a game to watch. It's like, the point of play is to distract yourself from play being the point. Yeah, anyway, let's workshop that. Yeah, work on that one a little bit, maybe. Okay, so, yeah, I think I disagree with you. It seems like this game would be far more interesting with some sort of method or strategy to where the balls were fired. Otherwise, it's basically like playing the lottery, isn't it? Yep, I got two answers to that. First is, don't talk shit about the lottery rules. Second is, if you ask me, there's a scarcity of uncertainty on Earth. I mean, what do you do if you find out you're gonna live forever and you're never gonna live on another world? And you're never gonna see heaven or hell? And you're never gonna be a cyborg with laser cannons for arms and shit? Your finished form is the one who mows the lawn. So you just gotta snap back into that life. Into that, your life can be defined somehow, although while ignoring all the loose change of uncertainty that's still lying around. You know, there's some sports in the continental United States where no human being has ever... Some spots where no human being has ever stood. Did you know that? Wait, where? There's a couple hundred places out in the wilderness, like up in Montana or Wyoming, where you could draw a circle with a 50-foot radius and say no human has ever walked in that circle. Whoa, there's a little unvisited territory in Montana. No way, there's so many cross-country football games going on. One of them had to have passed through. Nope. So there's 8 million people on Earth, and literally no one even... Wait. How many did you say? 8 million. Million. Million? Billion. Wait, no, 10 said million. Oh my god. 10 definitely, yeah, 10 said million. There it is, 10 said 8 million. Yeah, 10 actually made a little typo. Thinking about it, 8 million I guess was kind of low for the whole of the planet. Especially when no one's been able to die. Wait, so there are 8 billion people, not 8 million. Yep. Million with a B. Wait, million or billion? Billion. Billion. God damn, the big one! The one that's bigger! Billion! The number there should be! Okay? God. Ten thinks she's so smart, and then she up and kills almost 8 billion people with a typo. I'm gonna give her so much shit. Well, that's good news. Yeah, Lord help us. Okay. Anyway, so, America's got about 300 million people in it. And then, Jesus, I didn't even pick up on 8 million being so low. They've been bumbling around in America for 15,000 years, and none of them have ever bothered to walk to those unvisited places. And on one hand, why would they? Because there's nothing special there. But on the other hand, why wouldn't you? That's incredible. Oh, you think that's incredible? Well, there's a few spots I've tracked in populated places where basically nobody's ever walked. Like, this one's my favourite. In suburban Chicago, there's this office park. It's one of those office parks you see all over the place that has a pond next to it for some reason. It's not a real pond, it's just a hole they dug and filled with water and stocked with fish. Who knows why? Nobody fucking goes fishing there. These ponds never have names. They're probably the only bodies of water in America that don't have names. That's how little they matter. I watch ponds like those a lot. They fascinate me. Once every couple of years, I'll see some overworked office employee walk down to the water's edge and just kind of stand there for a minute. But that's it. They don't love it like they would a real pond. It's like trying to show a dog its reflection in the mirror. It doesn't give a shit. It knows it's not real. Enjoy your ice cream, guys. But you know what really gets me? Oh, hey, sorry if I'm boring you. I feel like I'm going on and on. You're not boring me. I like you. Fucking so cute. Juice, you're not boring anyone, baby girl. Anyway, what really gets me is the space just on the backside of this particular office park. It's this long, narrow lawn right next to the buildings. Because, I mean, probably 10 probably tells him to shut up a lot. I'm glad he's got a little friend. I've never shipped anyone in this, and now I'm like, that'd be cute if Juice had a crush though, wouldn't it? Anyway, it's this long, narrow lawn right next to the buildings. There's a sidewalk nobody ever walks on, like, honestly. Someone uses that sidewalk every 30 or 40 years. This is what I call a forgotten lawn. During the warm months, some dude will come across and cut the grass, riding on a lawnmower. Now, with a lot of forgotten lawnmowers, every few decades the mower will break down. Or there'll be some giant stick that they have to get off the mower and go throw in the bushes. Not here. Not this lawn. They laid down this grass in 1999. 15,777 years since, nobody has ever directly stepped on it. You can't really know that. I can. I've done loads of detailed geological studies dating back to the years before I woke up. Because, I mean, he's got infinity, right? This lawn is right next to a sidewalk. It's a few feet from the feeder road. And a few more feet from an expressway. And right next to it, there's this 6-story building full of people doing this and that and the third. But they've never walked over here. Nobody has. That's one reason I love 500 so much. Do me a favour and crunch the odds real quick of a 500 ball ever landing on this lawn. Okay, the lawn is about 0.0006 square miles. The lower 48 United States takes up about 3,100,000 square miles, so I guess the basic odds are like 5.2 billion. And 500 balls are shot out of that cannon roughly once a day, so a ball will hit this lawn once every 14 million years. There's got to be some other reason someone would walk on that lawn more often than that. If you can think of one, let me know. Personally, I've seen enough. It's like watching the Earth orbit around the sun and going, maybe this time I'll go for the square it'll go in a square instead of an oval. Nah. You know who would have wandered out there? But you know who would have wandered out there? Just to do it? Children. Children. That's really sad. They got really sad at the end. Chapter 17. Am I interrupting? Yup. You know the cannon's about to fire, right? Wait, like now? Yes, like now, like in 60 seconds. Oh, hell! Come on, switch it to the cannon. Okay, hold up. Come on, go! Oh my god, hold up. I don't do good under pressure. Just give me like a sec. Okay, but we're gonna miss it. You're not helping! Okay, here we go. Did you just search for tall shit? Tell me the truth. No. Yes. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, wait. I got it. Finally. They declared points for this yet? Yep, this one's 188 points. So whoever gets this ball gets 188 points. Why 188? The operator's been pretty arbitrary. Honestly, I think he's getting bored. Usually if an operator shoots a ball worth more than 50 points, they just don't want to be operator anymore. Any guesses, y'all? I'm guessing it lands in Missouri. Drop that shit in the Ozarks, that'll take days to find. Okay, I'm gonna say a big city. Minneapolis? Maybe shoot it right through a high-rise window, see if any of those stiffs will call off work and pick up a football. 9, how about you? No one answers. Florida, like, near Orlando? Florida, huh? Oh, come on, 9's new at this. What's wrong with Orlando? Look at a map. Florida is... Shh, it's about to fire. Oh shit, here we go. Here we go! Come on, big money. Well, we were all wrong. It's headed down the west coast. Oregon? Nah, it's got too much zip on it. Shit, if it doesn't slow down, it's gonna fall in the ocean. Or Lake Sacramento? Wouldn't mind that. It's only like 10 meters deep most places. If it hits the floor, wouldn't be too tough to dig up. Might make for a good naval battle. Wait, no, it's headed for San Fran, see? Livermore? Oh yeah, Livermore. Just a little bit more east. Oh no. It looks like it's gonna drop near the... Oh my god, no. Is it gonna drop near the... It's headed for the blub. for the bulb. Oh no, come on, it's gonna hit the bulb. It's headed right for it. No, 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 no. Someone has to stop it. We have to stop it. How are we gonna stop it? Watch the bulb. Oh man. Oh fuck. Oh man. This isn't happening. No. I can't look at this. No, 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 come on, no. Chapter 18. She looks like a bulb. I'm sorry, one moment. No worries, just order whenever you're ready. Thank you. Is this not that, but is this a famous bulb that I don't know about? It's in Livermore. It says 2017, the 14th of June, this picture of this bulb was taken. Is this a famous bulb? I don't know it. Okay, so if I can get... I'm sorry, I'm taking up all of your time. No, it's fine, there's no one behind you. Okay, okay, cool. So, it looks like the burger comes with pickles, but the chicken sandwich doesn't. And I want pickles, but yours burgers are kind of bad. Oh yeah, our burgers are fucking terrible. Right, and what I never got is why you're called Burger King if burger's the worst thing on the menu. Oh, it really? Is that like famously like the longest burning bulb in history? It's the oldest running bulb in the world? Oh no! The fucking cannon operators killed the oldest bulb in the world! They sing happy birthday to it? No! That's cute! We're singing happy birthday to rovers and light bulbs. Humanity's fucking cute. Also, I mean, I don't like burgers overall anyway, but can we agree this lady's very right about what I never got is why you're called Burger King if the burger's the worst thing on the menu. That's a real good question. Real good question. Because, like, your fries are really good, and I like your chicken sandwiches, and you've got the best breakfast sandwiches besides probably Sonic, and the thing is, the rest of the burger, besides the actual patty itself, is pretty good. Yeah, you know what I do is, on my lunch break, I'll just make a burger with everything except the patty. So it's basically just a veggie sandwich with pickles, tomatoes, lettuce, ketchup, mayo, and it's good. I bet you get that for free. Even though the patty's free, you're like, no. Yeah, no, I don't fuck with the patty. I want to know what executive at Burger King looked at, you know those little pads you stick under tables' legs so they won't scratch the floor? Who saw one of those and thought, I want to eat that? It doesn't taste like anything. It's like, not even a colour. Burger meat's supposed to be brown. That shit is grey. I don't want to eat any shit that looks like dishwater. Honestly, if you handed me one of yours burger patties, it wouldn't even occur to me to eat it. I'd turn around and start washing the dishes with it. Oh my god, stop. Like, hold on, let me borrow this and go scrub the mold off the whole of my fucking bow. 15,000 fucking years and you can't make the thing you're named after? Like, don't get me wrong, I am no chef. I'm on the road all the time. I haven't made myself a home-cooked meal in years. But I can at least make a burger that doesn't have its own fucking boogers stuck to it. The goop. Yeah, I call it the goop. You're talking about the little crater things on the patties, right? Yeah! You made ground beef that made its own snot. My lord, it's too much. And I'm gonna eat that? It's bad, I know. I'm sorry, you're probably like, who's this lady going on in my drive-thru line? No, it's okay, trust me, this is the highlight of my day. Okay, so, lunch. Can I get the number 7 combo with the grilled chicken sandwich, but can you put pickles on it? And instead of Coke, just a water? Can do. Anything else? Nope, that's all for me. Want any money? Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Can I get, $20 from you? I remember the... Can do. Your local's $7.73, so minus the 20, I'll have $12.27 for you. Oh, you know what? I don't really want to carry all that change. I'll just have $27.73, please. Sure, so minus the total, I'll have an even $20 bill for you. Just pull around to the second window. Thank you. Okay, so here's your 20. Thanks. Are you sure? Oh, yeah, we got $100 in the drawer. We're good. And here's your sandwich and fries. Ketchup's in the bag. Hey, you're, oh god, I know you. Evans, right? Oh gosh, how am I gonna say this name? Lacracia Evans? Height 5'6", weight 145 pounds, born 18th of April 1992. From Macon, I have no idea what the fuck GA would be. Oh, Georgia? No stats available. Served as the United States Speaker of the House between 5880 and 5886. Player number 74819. That's me. Tell me you're famous. I was just talking to you for like 5 minutes and I didn't even know. Oh, nah, I'm nobody. So you're like playing right now? Lucretia? Okay, I'm gonna try my... Technically, yeah, I'd still gotta eat though, you know? Sure, I guess so. So this would be kind of a weird place to post up in a 500 game. Don't most of those balls fall close to the middle of the country? They do. I don't know. I'm trying something different. Oh, I guess she's playing the 500 game, but she's never scored. But she signed up to play it. I guess you're gonna have to, right? You know what? I do. I really do. I'm sorry, that was kind of shitty. No, don't be sorry. 500 game scout, the 500 game scouts guide featuring full reports of all 17,834 registered players, maps of all the 17,775 ball drop locations, special retrospective. Who is the greatest operator in the history of the game? Oh, there's a map. Okay, we're gonna do a little side by side, and I'm gonna get a states map up. Because not everyone's familiar with knows the whole map off by heart. Not everyone's from here. But I think we're gonna have some I think there's some problems. I think there's some problems. I might have noticed some problems. Let's do a little side by side chat. Oh, here's what the states looks like now. So yeah, we got the hole in California. I've got bad news about Louisiana and Mississippi. There's kind of like just a hole here where they should be. All of Florida's gone. No, that's not true. Technically, there's a little sliver right on the bottom below Georgia and Alabama. What else we got going off? I don't know what this part of the geography around the east side, what all this means. Julia, you have egg! Woo! We're looking at what the map looks like in 17,776. So as well as the hole in California, all of Florida has gone. Been reclaimed by the sea. Louisiana and Mississippi, most of Louisiana's gone. About half of Mississippi's gone. There's a kind of a hole at the bottom of Alabama. New York is on the map, interestingly enough, even though it's underwater. I guess maybe because technically the buildings are still above the water. That's not really... I don't know what's going on with Maine. But yeah, but like Rhode Island's gone. Connecticut's gone. New Jersey's gone. Most of Delaware's gone. Oh no, all of Delaware's gone, sorry. There's a little bit of Maryland left. I don't know if Hawaii's gone. Alaska, because we know Alaska's still around, because that's where the cannon is. Alaska's not been drawn on this map, but we know Alaska is fine. Yeah, all of Delaware's gone. I don't know why Maine looks like that. I'm surprised that Michigan's fine. I thought maybe more of the lake there would have maybe grown, but actually, Michigan and Wisconsin are fine. I was expecting that to have gone. If anything, it kind of looks like it's shrunk. To be honest, maybe like the water's drying up over there. What I am gonna do, I am gonna BRB right quick and go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'll leave you guys investigating the map. I'll not BRB screen. You guys can have a little look, spot the difference. Okay, back. Yeah, I'm surprised. So I think actually there's actually more land up around Michigan than there was before. I think because there's kind of like this paler line. I think either it's just been not drawn that well, or the lake's actually smaller. Like, all that water mass is actually smaller than it used to be. I don't know. But yeah, obviously most of the middle is fine. Most of the East Coast is fine. Yeah, they've not really taken much off the sorry, West Coast, sorry. Most of the West Coast is fine. East Coast, has been chomped at. Yeah, it looks like the Great Lakes got smaller, yeah. Whereas the sea has gotten bigger. Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, we lost a little bit of Texas at the bottom. This is just like a kind of a sharp point now. So we lost a little bit down here. Maybe that means Mexico lost a bit as well. Don't know. Right. I've got... Oh god, what chapter are we at? Livermore. Chapter 18. I'd really like to get to the end of this by stream. It is gonna be dinner real soon. Maybe I'll just, like, eat up here with you guys. Players, we've got Lucretia, the lovable loser. There's a saying in 500 circles, if you're anywhere near Lucretia Evans, you're in the wrong place. That saying is about 10,000 years old. Oh, that's how long she's not scored. I know it's divided from the state's land, but I'm just saying, oopsie. It looked like maybe they'd lost some. Since that day, over 6 million balls have been fired out of the Nelly cannon into the lower 45 United States. She had she an average amount of luck, she should have caught about 300 footballs right now. She doesn't. In fact, her luck is so staggeringly pitiful that it's even attracted the attention of a mathematician and sports stories alike. Lucretia Evans has never caught a single 500 ball. If she waits for the ball in Vermont, it lands in Oklahoma. If she sets up camp in a native, she's gonna get it when it lands on the bulb. In native Georgia, it's bound to land in Washington State. At any given game, there are anywhere between 15,000 and 20,000 players. All of them have a chance. All of them, it seems. But Evans, whose absolute futility has made her a sort of celebrity. Every few hundred years, a late-night talk show host will rediscover her and make her the butt of a dozen jokes. The next week, you can count on Evans herself to sit in as a guest and join in some self-effacing humour. Those close to her, though, says it does hurt. She wants to win, says Tracy Nichols, her coach. She laughs because what else is she gonna win but laugh? I mean, she's out here playing longer than any other player, and they've all caught dozens, hundreds of balls. She's absolutely pissed off. Absolutely. She's hurt. She doesn't get it. None of us do, but she's too proud to stop. She'll play 100,000 more years if that's what it takes to catch that ball. That much I'll guarantee you. Can I ask you something? You can ask anything you want. Trust me, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. Okay, why'd you keep playing? You haven't scored a single point in 10,000 years, right? Short answer is it's something to do. Well, I guess if the longer answer is, I feel really lucky that it's taking this long. Have you ever heard the joke? If you could get dressed up for your own funeral, how would you dress? I don't know. Very slowly. Okay. Okay. No, but it's kind of like that. It's like that to me. Oh, you got a stroke? Oh, sure. It sounds scripted. It's because it is. I'm not usually this together. I've just had this conversation more times than I can count. A long time ago, I realised something about myself. I always have to have some kind of goal to work towards. It doesn't matter how stupid or trivial, there just has to be a well-defined object with a clear delineation between success and failure. It's a fucked up thing about me. I wish it wasn't this way, to be honest with you. It'd make living a lot easier. Yeah, objective syndrome. I think that's what it's called, right? I try to manage it as well as I can. I try to talk a lot with my sister. We're total opposites. You know what she does every day? She wakes up, walks around the block, gets breakfast, takes care of her garden, works out, volunteers at a law firm for a few hours. Then she'll spend hours cooking dinner. Like she'll make consomme or something that takes forever. Then she watches a couple episodes of Law and Order, drinks a glass of wine, and goes to bed. Every day. Every day's the exact same. She's done the same thing for 5,000 years straight. Wow. Law and Order's good for that, though, at least. I know, there's like 400 episodes of it. Yeah, I read something about that, how there's so much of it. As long as you don't really try to memorize the episodes, it takes so long to watch each one that by the time you start over, you're not going to remember how each one went. Right, yeah, the trick is to watch them out of order, so you can't really place yourself in the show's timeline. Law and out of order. Law and out of order shit, yeah. But so anyway, my sister does the same thing every day. It's just some kind of zen shit she's figured out. She's like, It keeps me level, it's all I need. But I just can't do it, though. If I wake up without some big dragon to go and kill, I get scared. Like I'm getting buried alive or something. Man. Thing is, I do that while completely knowing this game is dumb. I could wake up tomorrow and catch a ball worth 500 points, okay, and so, what? Then what? Then I get the Hall of Fame and I get it on TV, and then what after that? But it's like, on some level, I have to grab onto that. I still have a mission, any mission, the harder the better. That's why I count myself lucky it's turning out to be so hard. So you don't even want to catch the ball? I do and I don't. Clearly, I do and I don't. I mean, I don't want this to end, but also I'm not actually trying my best to get one. The entire house of cards I built for myself just kind of blows over, doesn't it? I gotta wake up every day, stake out some land, keep maintaining this. I don't know, work of fiction. I think your phone's ringing? Oh yeah, it's my coach. Well, I can live your life. No, I'm not worried about it. I guarantee it's about the publisher. She keeps wanting to write a book. All she talks about. Oh, so she's more like an agent, I guess? A little bit, yeah. That's exciting. What a book. That's really nice of you to say. You should write one. I'd read it. No, they're too long. It's basically asking someone to pay $15 to be on the other side of a one-sided conversation that goes on for days. You gotta be a total asshole to want to write a... Sorry, Kreisha, pick up the phone. Pick up, goddammit, call me back. Oh, shit, I'd better get this and hit the road. Listen, it was really nice meeting you. You too. When your book's out, you're gonna send me a copy? Yeah, okay, in about 1,000,000 years, I'll be here. I'm sure you will. Sure you will. Alright, Dal Tracy. Look who does forward. Focus. Is it what? It's not connected to any devices. Ah, shit. Oh, look who's just forward. Focus. It's not connected to any devices. Ah, shit. To sync via Bluetooth, enter the preferences menu on your device and, okay, select Lacroix's forward, Lacroix's forward focus. Okay, Christ, Jesus. Ready to pair. Connected to Lacroix's phone. Dial Tracy. Lacroix's phone disconnected. Connected to Lacroix's phone. Look at a piece of shit. Phone disconnected. Lacroix's forward focus is not connected to any devices. Ready to pair. To sync via Bluetooth, enter the preferences menu on your device and select Lacroix's forward focus. Connected to Lacroix's phone. Dial Lacroix's phone disconnected. Fuck. Connected to Lacroix's phone. Dial Tracy. Dialing Tracky. Finally, oh my god. Tracy, listen, if it's about the book, I don't want... There's a ball incoming. Damn, I wasn't even looking at the canon schedule. You know I'm in the Bay Area, right? Yes. Where are you right now? I'm a little south of San Ramon. I was just about to get on exit 580, on the 580, exit 46. Okay. Oh god, Krisha, you're like right on it. It's gonna land close. Alright, what's my success probability? I'm gonna need at least 5% to go after chasing it. I literally just stopped to get some lunch. 99.98%. No, Lucretia, this is it. She's in the yellow circle. The ball's gonna land green. Oh my god, give me a route. You said you're on the 580, take that. About to be. Okay, take 580 west. You don't need to speed. Don't speed. Okay. Tell me what you're looking at. The ball should be making an impact on the ground in about 3 minutes. It's hitting Livermore, can just about guarantee that. The plane nearest to you is in San Jose. Oh god, you got daylight. He's like an hour away at the minimum. This one's all yours. Okay, now listen. There's a real good chance it's going to hit a building. The model of football's about 200 pounds, so if it does, it's about to crash straight through the roof. This could land in someone's living room, and if it does, you know that's private property. You're going to have to ask nice if you want the ball. How many friends you have in Livermore? Let me check. Don't look at your screen while you're driving. That's what I'm here for. Okay, alright. You've got about 800,000 friends in Livermore, is that right? Yeah, but I haven't talked to anyone in a long time, like 1,000 years. Should be fine. You're a celebrity, you know? That should be okay. Plus, city drops are so rare, I bet a lot of them are just happy to be a part of it. Ah, shit, what? I've got the cops on me. Were you speeding? I don't know, I don't think so. I'm checking it out, hold tight. But the... Fuck, Trace, there's like 12 cop cars. I can't get over, they won't let me. Oh shit, it's a motorcade. Just my luck. Of course the president or some shit is here. If I get stuck in the shit and it costs me the ball, I'm gonna... No, Kreisha! They're here for you. This is your motorcade. They called it for you. They're helping her get the ball. Me? Girl, you're all over the news. They're like, you're breaking news. I'm going through the channels. You're on NBC. It looks like they're showing some interview you did. Oh, this is some old footage. Jesus, you're wearing a pantsuit. This is from at least the 12,000s. What the fuck are you wearing a pantsuit? Lucretia, it's ending. This is the ending that... It's over. Well, not yet, it ain't. Looks like they've just upped your success probability to 99.9%, but that ain't 100. We need to talk strategy as long as we have a couple minutes, though. I think in the future, we need to stake out peninsulas like this one. I mean, look, this is low-value real estate. Nobody wanted to be here because it's the edge of the target zone, surrounded by water. So yeah, it's garbage land, but you've got almost it all to yourself. There's like 17,000 people in the game, and right now you're one of only 3 in the entire peninsula. 3. The more I think about it, the more I think this is the start. This is just the start. We've got a strategy now. We know what we're doing, I'm telling you. I know this ball's only 188 points, but I'm telling you, you need to start thinking about what you want when you're sitting up there in Alaska shooting that cannon. What you want to do, what kind of game you want to create. And plus, before that, we've got to figure out the press tour. If you want to do one, it's up to you, but I mean, you're basically on every channel right now. Please be quiet. How are you doing? I'm, like, shaking. My hands are, like, shaking. Just drive steady, you're fine. This is what you've worked 10,000 years for. The moment you're in right now, enjoy it. Just enjoy it. I'm trying to. Shit, okay. Hit it. It's on the ground. Give me a route. Now, I'm getting a route, just a sec. Where are you on the 580? Pad exit 54. Get off now. Now. Okay. Hang tight. You want to find East and, Loyola. Okay, got it. You got it? Yeah. You're like 2 minutes away. God, look at these crowds. I'm seeing it. When the local station's at the chopper, I'm looking at you right now. Oh, hey, I got good news. The ball hit a fire station. That's a public building. No rights to negotiate. You should be able to just walk in there and just, this is silly. I don't deserve this. Oh, it's got some kind of landmark designation. I mean, it's a fire station. I don't know why it has that. My maps are probably fucked up or something. Anyway, all these people are out here for little old me. Shit. Looks like it hit the roof in the southeast corner, crushed right through the roof. That almost took the wind out of it. It might be dug up a little bit into the concrete, but it won't be buried. Shouldn't have trouble getting it. Just pull right into the garage. Oh my god, Lucretia, it's really happening. This is really happening. No other place within 20 miles. You got it. Okay, I think I'm allowing myself to be happy. There you go. God, I'm crying a little bit. I think I'm in too much shock to cry. I'm just happy I could drive straight. Okay, I'm about here. What the hell? What? I just turned the corner. People are, like, running out of the fire station. Some of them are yelling. They're pissed about something. They're mad. Seems like it. It's broken, it's gone. It went right through the roof, just right through it. Oh my god, oh my fucking god. Tracy, what are they talking about? That should have been impossible. It was protected. I thought they made it protected. I'm looking. Can they save it? Keep it all the pieces together? Maybe they can save it. There's nothing to save. Look for yourself. It's gone. There's nothing left. Oh no. 1901, light bulb still burning, Livermore, California. A light bulb put in service in 1901 at Livermore Fire Department is still burning, having been rarely turned off. By today's standards, it should have burned out 852 times. The hand-blown bulb has a thick carbon fiber filament. January 7th, 1986, light bulb still going. I can't read all of it because we don't have the time. Longest light bulb that's ever been burning. Oh no, this one's called Eulogy! Oh! Longest light bulb to ever be burning in existence. We are here in remembrance of the Livermore light bulb. It was manufactured in the late 1890s in Shelby, Ohio, and installed in Livermore, California in 1901. In 1978, it was barely switched off and it was relocated to a fire station on East Avenue. In 2013, a mishap again cut its power supply, but it successfully switched back on and remained on until being crushed by a 500 football on July 3rd, 17,776. It was 15,875 years old. The Livermore bulb probably did not have a soul. It was largely glass and filament through which electricity ran. It did not know us. It did not know its own royalty. It was the oldest functioning electric being in the known universe. It was our dearest ancestor. Years over years, century over century, it continues to astonish us. It was, after all, a light bulb that stayed on for more than 15,000 years without burning or breaking. It was a miracle, and yet, it did not occur to us that it could die. Perhaps in a more fearsome age, an age of illness and warfare and cosmic debris, we would have room in our hearts to not care for such a little bulb. But we are living in an age without loss. No one can die. This is a sorrow we have forgotten how to experience. Oh my god, this is the first thing to die in a long time. The bulb lived to us, and life deserves to be immortal. It will live on in our memories, where it will perhaps find more happiness than it ever did hanging from a ceiling. We love you, and we miss you. We will miss you. That was beautiful. What do we do now? I think we should just visit an old friend. I think that would be good for us. Eddie? Yup. Wait, he's still in there? Don't tell me he's still in there. Yup. Oh, Eddie's the one I remember. Not Nancy. I mean, I remembered Nancy's name, but I remember Eddie's situation. There's a bush down here. We're going into the foliage, chat. Goodbye, little light bulb. It's okay, it's still alive right now in our real world. Chapter 20. I recall when I was small, how I spent my days alone. The busy world was not for me, so I went and found my own. I would climb the garden wall, with a candle in my hand. I'd hide inside a hole of rock and sand. Wait, shit. Oh, come on. Before the fall... Is it meant to be a... Before the fall, when they wrote it on the wall, when the... Shit, when there wasn't even any Hollywood, when they heard the call and wrote it on the wall, for me... Okay, dinner is ready, but we are only 5 chapters away from the end. I really would like to read this whole thing out. So I'm gonna see if they don't yell at me if I bring my food up here. Maybe. Hang on a second. Magma's still open in the background, guys, by the way. Let me see how long... We're on chapter 20, and 2 of them are... 2 videos, and the last chapter's not very long, so we could definitely get this finished. Okay. I just wanted to get approval. So... While I eat, I'm not gonna, like, eat in you guys' ears, but we're gonna finish this story off today. So what I'll do is I'll bring my food up here, and would you guys rather be on the BRB screen, or I could put on, like, Game Grumps or something? I guess you got... You know what? I could do a poll. Hang on, how do you do polls again? Hang on. I'm in a minute. Okay. Starting a poll. I can either leave you on the BRB screen with the music and then you guys can just watch whatever the fuck you want on your own. Or I'll find some YouTube. Alright, I'll be right back. should have set the poll to longer than a minute. I didn't see the end result. I'm assuming YouTube won. Did YouTube win? I should have set it to 3 minutes. I didn't think I'd be longer than a minute. My activity feed tells me that the poll ended, but it doesn't say what the result was. Why, Twitch? Why can't you say what won? Okay, cool. So, given that it seems like some people... 1, I'm gonna be muting while I eat. To be clear, I was never gonna have the mic on while I eat. But given some people seem to have mesothelioma... Sorry, I can't say that word with this... let's do Game Grumps compilations rather than 10-minute power hour then, because 10-minute power hour, a lot of the time they are eating, and quite disgustingly so. So, let me find a compilation that I like. I'll go looking. Preferred music app? I'm such an old fart. Okay, that's not true. I do sometimes use Spotify. But that's it. I don't really. Spotify doesn't... I have a Samsung phone, and if anyone who's... any Android users will know that if you use Spotify on an Android and you don't have Spotify Premium, it's basically unusable. It will not let you play any track you want. It will forcibly do, like, a random shuffle play. Where if you try and play a song you want, it'll play like 5 different songs first and then the song you want. If you want to play a playlist, it'll like... Yeah, Apple don't... Yeah, screen. It's just for Android. Apple devices don't do that. You can listen to what you want whenever you want, but just with ads on Apple. So no, I occasionally use Spotify, but no, I'm an old fart, so actually most of the time when I listen to music, I'm listening off Windows Media Player. The majority of the music that I listen to is either ripped from CDs that I own, digital downloads, or like a lot of obscure musicals that I have digital downloads for. Yeah, lyrics, right? I noticed that too. So actually, I use the Spotify web browser when I listen to Spotify, not the actual application. I use the web browser website because if you, for example, and I didn't know this on purpose, if you use like Google Chrome or Firefox, if you have decent ad blockers, like I use uBlock Origin and Privacy Badger, they block ads and also people like taking cookies and stuff. If you have just a basic Spotify free account, no premium, you don't pay. Obviously, if you listen to it on the app, you'll get adverts. If you listen to it on like the PC app. I didn't know if Mutify... Or if you listen to it on the web browser and you have an ad blocker on your web browser, you also don't get any ads. I didn't do that on purpose. I just always use uBlock Origin because it's just smart too and safe too. And then I started listening to Spotify in the web browser because I couldn't ever get the app to work on my laptop when I was at university. It would just crash my laptop. So I switched to the web browser and didn't notice until months later, like, hey, I don't get ads anymore. Oh my god. It's because I can't get ads anymore. But no, I mostly just listen out of Windows Media. But sometimes I'll use Spotify, and that's it. Because I don't want to pay for a streaming service. I'd rather just buy the album than Spotify. And, like, look, Spotify doesn't pay their artists. I mean, okay, they do. Their artists barely get anything from Spotify. The way they pay their artists is shit. So, like, it's not as if I was paying any of that money, it'd even go to the fucking band anyway. I'm gonna try and see... Let's look at my, my liked videos. Hopefully there's some in there. Try and find us a decent compilation. And I hope some compilations, sometimes they have, like, clips from Game Grumps and the Power Hour in, and I'm gonna try and... Well, what we can watch first is... Speaking of Spotify... I did like this short. I'll just let the audio run without the video. They're playing Katamari. But it doesn't really matter. But for those that don't know, so Game Grumps is 2 people, they play games, Aaron and Dan. Dan also is in a bunch of bands. He's the lead singer of Ninja Sex Party, and also has done work with TWRP, and also in a band called Skyhill, and another band called Shadow Academy, and Ninja Sex Party and Aaron are also in a band together called Starbomb.
I'll try to like help out an artist that I feel should be getting more attention.
Yeah.
White Whale is a banger.
Inevitably, I'll say, you know, check them out on Spotify because that's usually like the one platform they're on.
Yeah.
And inevitably, a few people will always say, you know, you really shouldn't promote Spotify. They don't pay their artists very much. And I'm like, I know.
No.
I'm
one of them. I'm just like, I know.
I don't know if you know this.
I'm one of them.
Musical artists. That's artists that make music.
No one knows more than me.
No one knows more than me. He's like so clearly like the desperation. No one knows more than me. Sometimes I have compilations saved in like my likes on my watch later, and then I'll like unsave them once I've watched them with Julia. I thought we watched one recently, and I didn't think it was this one, but maybe it was this one. But I'm gonna kind of double check that it doesn't have any gross eating in it. But it can't be a compilation that has any of my vocal stims in it. Because, I don't know if I remember that TikTok trend from a few years ago where people would like show that they know like a scene from a movie or like a video off by heart by pulling up the scene on their laptop, having like their phone, having their like device face the camera, and then lip sync to prove that they know it off by heart without having to like, you know, look at the screen. That's me with the Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins bit from Game Grumps. Okay, this one's good, I think. There's a bit where they're making candy floss, but I don't see them actually munching on anything. Wait, is that the game where... No, it's not. Okay, I thought that was the game where Aaron, like, spent 30 minutes trying to destroy a wall because he couldn't get the truck out of this barn, and then found out there was just a door around the other side. He just never walked around the other side. The Matthew Cookie episode, sometimes they'll say things that remind me of Matt. There's a point where Matt's tone of voice is like, I won't tell you how it was, and I just, oh, whatever. They're just like, my brain thinks about the tone of voice a lot. Right. And I will mute while I eat. But I'll be right here, chat.
Fuck your dad.
So this is just a compilation of random different clips from different episodes.
All right. And we're off. Okay.
Oh, God.
And there's an album to put all your photographs into.
Ooh.
Of course we have a radio so we can keep in touch with the outside world. I feel like I'm at the showcase showdown of The Price is Right. And a new car!
And here is your bucket in which to shit.
There is also a notebook with the information on what you've done so far. Places you've been and other, well, notes!
You should know, you made them.
And I do mean anything. Hovercrafts, corn dogs, kittens, chowder.
Anything you want to eat.
You name it, I'll get it. Well, I'll try to anyway. Hey, Nancy.
That's you.
Hey, Nancy! Could you take a look at my dad's ball sack and see if you can get a matching testicle?
Sure, what is it?
Thanks for bringing that up.
I've seen so many black silhouettes.
That one on the upper right looks a little like my ex-wife. Am I right? Okay, my son is dead. Thanks for bringing it up. Okay.
That one right there looks a little bit like that night diving gear I ordered.
Yeah, the right page, lower left, that looks a little bit like my one remaining ball. Okay.
Oh wait, I should change into my diving gear in outside.
Oh, sure. Oh, right. Yeah, there's the wetsuit and everything.
Yeah, this guy is facing directly at it.
Dead son. Son's dead.
Why did my dad send us here? Why did my dad leave us? Why am I here?
Why? I cannot begin to guess. If he wasn't so dead, we wouldn't have to guess. Is that right? Ain't that the truth?
But shh.
We need to find some clues about the castle's whereabouts first. Does anyone have any clues? Surely someone. Just think about it. No one has ever found the place. What are we even doing here? Who the fuck are we kidding? Where's
I'm a failure. He just jumps into the ocean.
we're gonna die out here?
First I killed my son, now my granddaughter. Oh, Jesus.
Doomed us all. Don't be scared. Those are just hammerhead sharks.
The most vicious of them all.
They kill quickly and painlessly. They can be a little unpredictable, but there are almost no reports of attacks. Almost. As long as you don't startle them, you should have nothing to worry about!
They especially super don't like gray and blue.
Go ahead and equip the multi-sensor.
Oh, cool.
Or as I like to refer to it, the hammerhead agitator.
But most people just call it the shark startler.
Hey, dummy. Need a hint? My weak point is... Whoops, there I go talking too much again.
Fake Sade.
Facade, Aaron.
Are you really fucking serious? Did that happen? Was that real? I think it was real, otherwise you wouldn't be laughing so much. I'm worried about you. What could it mean? Fake Sade? In this world, we must all tilt, but we also a whirl.
This Werner Herzog as a children's fair.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of greatness about it.
It's like,
Look around you. All you see is death and chaos. Here is a Kirby.
Okay, you've got.
Minutes. You are watching me like a hawk.
Hi, Moth, welcome back. I'm eating my dinner, and then we're gonna go back to reading, so while I eat, we're watching a Game Grumps compilation.
Every birthday is like the Grim Reaper moving one peg on the abacus of your life.
To give you guys something to listen to, because I'm not going to, I'm muting my mic while I eat, because I don't want you guys to hear me chew, and you guys don't want to hear me chew, so. I'm watching this until I'm ready to go again.
Do you want him to have gumball eyes?
Oh, look it up here. That's a good way to. Hey,
oh, hey, how about that? Yeah, how do you fucking like that, Bowser?
That's the way to do it.
You fucking salty sander.
Myth. Oh, there it was.
Bye, Hester.
Why do you keep jumping all the time? You fucking freak!
You're a freak! Oh.
Oh my god. It sounded like you were working some shit out there. That came from a dark place.
Next time I get
Oh god, no, give it one more shot.
Oh yeah.
Last
All right,
shot,
okay,
last
I'll
shot.
give it a last shot.
You're a freak! Oh my god. This is so awesome.
Ooh, boy. Oh, jeez.
Like a villain you've been fighting for like your whole life now.
Oh,
Because he
man.
was jumping. Whoa. Okay. Why would you jump like a freak? Oh my god.
It's not just the like.
You're a freak!
It's not just the saying it, but then like the realizing it's the truth and reiterating it. you
Yeah,
know?
like raising an octave in your voice.
Shut up, you freak! You're a freak!
Oh god.
She fucking Airbnbs her.
I do love that kind of their when Space Bear remixes their stuff. So that they're like remixes them, it like takes what they say like and puts them into like songs. Or like a lot of the time they'll just make up songs. Let me skip this bit. Oh gosh, context. So they played the America's Next Top Model game that's like for the Wii. I'm pretty sure on an emulator. Their copy's all fucked up, so the model that they play as keeps either missing half of her face, half of the textures for her face, or her entire face. And it just, sometimes there's just a black void. That's just what happens in the world of America's the statue.
About it, honey.
Forklift Simulator's such a bot. Like, that, honestly, the third one is my favorite one, because it's got Forklift Simulator on it, the, Lipitor song, the Gooning song, which I hate that that's so catchy.
Did I tell you how much I like your hair?
Also, if you are a Game Grumps fan, you might recognize the voice of the player character, which they have named Zerxenia, because she's the voice actress of the player character in this game also voices Nancy Drew in all of the Nancy Drew games. I can't hear her voice without hearing the "You think the wolf is causing the incident?" from the Fired and I Missed Game Grumps bit. Oh, Moth, don't worry about it. I guess we could have watched that instead. We could watch that, hang on. But if you've ever watched if you've played any of the Nancy Drew games.
What about it, honey?
This voice.
Did I tell you how much I like your hair?
No.
No, you didn't.
Is that a
Statue of an adult strangling a child. Kind of.
Hey, swing back over. Swing
It's
back
like
over.
abstract, but you can definitely see it.
You stupid bastard!
Okay, you know what, I'll find the song remixed ones, and then everyone in chat can know what Forklift Simulator is. Game Grumps. Song react. You think the wolf is causing the accident? The way she says that is so in my head. Specifically the third one. The third one is my favorite. There's 3 different videos of this. So, a lot of the times when they play games, they'll just make up songs. They'll just make up silly little songs. And then Space Bear, which is a pair of YouTubers, they take those audio files of them singing these songs and create instrumental backing tracks to go alongside them. So, and then they send them to the Game Grumps, and then the Game Grumps react to them. So, whilst Game Grumps were the ones who originally sang these songs, the way that Space Bear remixes them, it's not always like, okay, I took this song and I put a backing track. Like, Forklift Simulator, they sung tiny selections of that song they just sung like a line a minute every 30 because they were playing for like 30 minutes and they were bored, so occasionally they'd just start going Forklift Simulator like over and over again. So they're laughing because one, they've forgotten what some of these songs are, and also the way that it's remixed.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
I forgot
to
these existed,
another
otherwise I would have just done this straight
Space
away.
Bear music compilation that's gonna make us laugh hysterically.
These are wonderful. We love them very much.
I always hate doing these before we record, which we're doing.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna say I always hate doing these.
No.
I was like, whoa.
I hate doing these before we record because they're too funny, and then it gives me a headache.
Mm.
And then the episodes afterwards, I have a headache the whole time.
Yes, and also it depresses us because we realize we'll never be as funny as these condensed moments again. Let's
That's
do
not
it.
true. These are all new moments.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Sweet.
Kiss my dad. Kiss my dad. Kiss.
Pucker up for.
Okay,
now
so
that's what I call kissing your dad. This year's hottest dad.
A little bit of context. So, their go-to lyrics, or at least Aaron's go-to lyrics when he's making up a made-up song is either sucking dick or kissing dads. Those are the two things that when he's bored and he's just like vocal stimming to himself. No, but literally the last thing I played on Spotify was Forklift Simulator. Great. So yeah, so some of these songs are made up from different episodes of Game Grumps, all like mashed up together and stuff. You'll get the vibe, hopefully.
Hits from top artists like
The amount of different musical styles that Space Bear can achieve, genres, I should say.
He's waiting for it. He's waiting for it. I'm gonna hug my dad tomorrow. He's waiting for it. He's waiting for it.
this compilation has all the smoochable tracks that celebrate the love between dads and their son's best friend.
Kiss you on the lips. Daddy's gonna kiss. Daddy's gonna kiss you.
Oh yeah, which also, if you didn't know, that's also true. It is very fitting. If you've ever heard of Dream Daddy, the dad dating simulator, as well as this, you know, Game Grumps being this YouTube channel with these two guys in, Aaron, the guy on the left, as well as like being the CEO of Game Grumps in terms of them doing the show. He also runs a touring company, so whenever they tour, and they've managed some of Jacksepticeye's tours and some of Crank Gameplays' tours, and they're also a video game developer, publisher, like studio, and they made Dream Daddy. In fact, Dan, the guy on the right, voices Robert in Dream Daddy. I don't know that Aaron does a voice in it. I don't remember, but Dan versus Robert. But, I mean, Aaron's a voice actor in his own right as well. He's been in various cartoons and stuff. And is an animator as well. But yeah. Aaron voices Joseph, there you go. But as well, so yeah, like, the game was also, like, made that game. These two personally didn't work on making the game. They were voice actors in it. And I guess Aaron counts as, like, a producer on the game. But yeah, I guess it makes sense. These guys made that game.
Daddy's gonna kiss.
How many times have we sung about our dad?
Oh, dude, so many. So many. You'll never. Yeah. It's beyond belief.
Dad works out. My dad works out.
Smack over.
It's my dad.
How many songs are there?
It's my dad. Listen to my dad.
Because nothing says, I love you, Billy's dad, like a song from your heart's lips.
Wow.
Oh my God. Gooning, according to Urban Dictionary, may be most simply defined as that state usually achieved after a prolonged edging session when a man becomes completely hypnotized by the feeling
Again, you guys should all be
his
18
penis.
plus to be watching these streams anyway, so...
Not
I'm
even
sorry if you
radiating
didn't know what
from.
gooning is. You do now.
Holy fuck.
Since a gooning state can only be achieved after edging, The man's dick will have become mightily aroused at this point, and every caress the male genitals are subjected to will trigger potent elation.
Suck my goon scepter. I'm gonna read the Urban Dictionary definition of gooning.
I hate getting this stuck in my head. It's so catchy.
To be even more accurate, when the gooning state is unachieved, the man's body becomes, for all intents and purposes, an appendage to his erection. The male becomes free of all social codes of conduct. He may become very vocal, while his body and face might take on the undignified expressions and poses.
You just become goon mad.
All in response to the intensely exquisite caresses his penis is exposed to.
That state usually achieved after a prolonged edging session.
As the term goon, since at this point the man effectively looks like a silly, foolish person.
As a result, a quote-unquote gooned out man will become very expressive and demonstrative.
Gooning is not a narcissistic manifestation. Narcissism is its extreme selfishness with the grand view of one's own talents. Rather, gooning is
I love this song.
Experience with a mind and body aligned, focused on a single thought or feeling. This entry was written by Funky Jerker.
If you like any of these songs, by the way, they're all on Spotify. From the Space Bear.
Dan, I'm so glad that you're a part of the gooning community.
That's SBASS Bear.
Let's not say that if there is a community, let's not put ourselves in it.
Okay, let's pause it for 1 second.
Oh.
So Ike was the one who introduced us to the phrase gooning.
Yes.
And asked us to look it up. And he was running the boards for that episode. And Ike is a very he's a quiet man.
Right.
You won't hear him yell very much. And he's a jovial fellow. He laughs all the time.
I'm gonna skip some parts of this, not because I want to. The whole episode's really good. The whole video, really. But we just don't have. I think I'm gonna finish eating before the end of it, so we at least have to get to the best songs.
All right, give us a rap.
Show us what you got then. Hello, the Bloopy Yoshi. It's Forklift Simulator. We're bringing the
vision of Forklift Simulator in this is about like 3 minutes long. The Spotify version's a little bit longer. This is normally because originally when Space Bear did these remixes, as I say, this is the third video of them doing it. They used to be about like 30 seconds to a minute long. This is like 3 minutes long.
Energy.
It's karaoke time, Green. Forklift Simulator.
Ready to pick up the shit that's in front of me. Ready to move
I've listened to
backwards
this
so
on
I can
Spotify
line it
so
up.
much.
Ready to go
Is
and
Green
pick
drawing a
up some shit.
forklift?
Ready to call my dad. Ready to come over.
Gotta back up my little forklift. Oops. Ran into the wall of the trailer.
But it doesn't count as a collision. You gotta bring the precision. You gotta make a decision, or you will experience my derision.
Crush child, here come the parents, crush them too.
Witnesses are a problem for me. I've been to jail many times.
Forklift Simulator.
Forklift Simulator. I've been to jail so many times. Forklift Simulator. Forklift Simulator. Forklift Simulator.
Learn how to drive a forklift while on work release from prison.
Whoops. The man might have been my dad. Definitely my dad.
Whoops.
I killed my dad with a forklift.
My dad gave me some back chat.
Don't want any survivors, so I hopped inside that forklift.
Ran over my dad. Ran over his dad.
Then he ran over his mom.
Mom was a witness.
Then he ran over his brother.
My brother wasn't a witness. I had to drive to his house, run him over with the forklift.
An efficient way of killing. Forklift Simulator. Forklift Simulator. I've been to jail so many times. Forklift Simulator.
Oh my god! So good!
Forklift Simulator.
Learned how to drive a forklift while on work release from prison. What do you think your son, Dad?
Lower that fucking shit down.
What do you think your son, Dad? Oh, that's right, you're dead. I killed you with the forklift. Forklift Simulator.
I don't really remember. The cocaine is so strong.
What a dark backstory for a forklift simulator.
Killed so many people.
It's my job and also my passion. Forklift simulator.
Is that the sound of sirens? Forklift simulator. Please don't tell me that's sirens.
Oh no!
Oh, come on! What the fuck?
Oh my god! What a banger!
It's a job and also my passion.
Bro, the drone shots over the graveyard.
Jesus.
Oh man.
See, this is the problem.
Oh.
Now I'm gonna have a headache. My throat's gonna hurt for the rest of the day.
I know. It's,
oh my god.
Shit is really funny. Okay, we're good. We're fine. That was my favorite. That was my favorite of this
Just
batch.
kept going. I don't remember singing at all during that play.
No, me neither. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Okay, we're good. We're good. I like that we drove to our brother's house to kill him.
An efficient way of killing.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Yes, okay.
Let's continue.
They sang two songs while playing this golf game, and in like episode 1 or 2 of this, the golf game popped up and I'm like, oh my god, yes! He remixed the chocolate song! And then it wasn't. It was the stick it and flip it, and I'm like, oh. And then episode 3 came out, and it fulfilled exactly what it, the chocolate song is one of the few songs that I remembered. I didn't remember Forklift Simulator before this, and some of the episodes I hadn't seen, but the chocolate song, I was like, I hope they do the chocolate song. So this one has Forklift Simulator, the Gooning song, Lipitor, and Get in the Chocolate. Those are 4 of my favorite Game Grumps songs.
Get in the chocolate?
Get in the chocolate car.
I'm driving a chocolate
town. Get in the chocolate car. Chocolate car. We're driving to chocolate town. Buckle your chocolate belts. Just a chocolate mirrors. Get in a chocolate crash. The chocolate airbag dispense. Broke my chocolate nose. I call chocolate insurance. I've got some chocolate nerve pain. I gotta pay me chocolate money. Cause my chocolate premium's too high.
Oh no.
I'm gonna soothe that chocolate asshole for all the chocolate he is worth. You're in the chocolate lead, becoming chocolate jealous, which leads to repressed chocolate rage.
Oh, Dan's gonna kill it.
He's a Hershey man.
Sing it, Dan.
Oh, he's a Hershey man.
Oh my god.
That's what Daddy's supposed to do for his children. He's supposed to provide those sick, nasty golf props.
Oh, this is a little trickier. Oh boy.
Oh, this one.
That's a 2 for
Fine,
1.
I'll let you have
It's
this one. I was gonna skip it, but Lipitor's right after this, so...
Twofer.
This one's short, but stupid.
I definitely figured it out.
Oh, did you?
I'm gonna
Neato.
throw the spring on the spikes. Ah!
Oh my penis! Oh my penis! Melts off my body and droops upon the ground.
Was that like to the tune of a classic Dixie song?
Oh my god! What the fuck? That's it. I don't remember any of this.
Holy shit!
Oh jeez.
My god, this is the funniest shit. Oh.
I'm happy that we've lived long enough on this earth for this to happen.
I can check out
soldiers
now, honestly. This is as good as it gets. And to be have something that's
in
regarded
context
as
for
the
why this
worst
one is like
tweet-
it is. So, if you're not familiar with this Sonic game, I forgot which Sonic game this is. It's the most recent one, mainline one. Anyway, there's a fucking actually like really cool song, that I'm blanking on the name of, that's on the actual game soundtrack. It's really good, and the singer for it, they got the... Is it the lead singer Sleeping with Sirens that they got to do it? I forget, something like that. Undefeatable, I think, is what the actual song on the Sonic soundtrack's called. It's a good song. And so they were kind of... that song was playing, and they were like, whoa! Sonic's got music like this! And so they were kind of parodying it. Oh, Marth, bye-bye. Don't worry, if you want to catch up... Oops, sorry, the rest of the story, VOD'll be up on YouTube afterwards.
Of all time. That is phenomenal. Oh, baby, he's Super Sonic.
Super Sonic.
Oh! Holy shit, listen to this music! I know. This is music to goon to.
I'm not gonna lie, this song fucking rules. This shit's awesome.
Oh,
Favorite bit's coming up.
Common side effects of Whip, include basic headaches, nosebleeds, sore throats, cold-like symptoms, constipation, vomiting,
oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god!
Farting really got me.
It's because that boss music for Sonic was legitimately awesome.
Yeah.
And whoever was singing that, I know he's a famous singer. I'm not familiar with his stuff, but he's fantastic. And we were just trying to emulate his singing style, but like with the stupidest lyrics possible. And then Space Bear swoops in and actually makes it cool.
Right, I've almost finished eating. We'll watch the outro for this. I'll take my dishes downstairs and then we'll continue with our Space Boys.
Oh no!
Get the fuck out of here, Cocoa Puffs.
I appreciate. Yeah, they are Cocoa Puffs of Doom.
You know what I mean? Like they're not attack. Beautiful.
Fuck! I wish I wrote that song. The most tech. Oh yeah.
You loved Volume 1. Now get ready to explore your dad's sexuality with Volume 2.
My dad, my dad, my dad, my dad, my dad, kiss your dad, kiss my dad, kiss your dad, kiss my dad, kiss your dad, kiss my dad. Then I'm gonna kiss your dad.
Your dad will go crazy for this year's Blazing Hot singles.
My dad said no more chocolate. Too much chocolate. Too much chocolate.
When your dad least expects it, I'm gonna sneak in. Go fuck your dad. When your dad least expects it, I'm gonna sneak in. Having consensual sex with your dad. You're gonna tell your dad. Longest doors at night.
Daddy's diarrhea.
Oh, I remember that.
Daddy's diarrhea. Daddy's
Foo Fathers is brilliant.
Call now to reserve your copy before Father's Day.
God, man.
There is one last one, but it does include some sound effects. Of at least one sound effect of someone kind of almost like choking on food, so But there are 3 of these episodes of them videos of them reacting to stuff. This one was oh my god, almost a year old. They've never got a full year between doing them before. Hopefully there's another one on the way. Songs that I really want them to remix for the next one. The stuff that Aaron was singing while they were playing Gas Station Simulator recently, and also they played Fernbus Simulator. That whole song, because Aaron couldn't figure out how to start the game, so there's like 3 minutes of him just trying to find out where the start button is. So Dan just started singing about their father riding on the bus or whatever. I really like that song. I hope Riding the Bus is on the next compilation. So, where were we? Oh yeah, we're checking in with Eddie. So I'm gonna shove one of these dishes downstairs. I'll be right back. Ha! I hit my ankle bone on something that was on my floor. Whoo! Okay. Where did we? Yes, we left off with Eddie. So, since the bulb died, rest in peace, Juice wants them to check in with an old friend for comfort. I'm guessing this is a song, but I don't know how it goes, so I'm just gonna speak it. He's trying to remember, I guess. Before the fall, when they wrote it on the wall, when there was shit, when there wasn't even any Hollywood, they heard the call and they wrote it on the wall for you and me. We understood. Hello? Hello? Hey, is someone in there? I heard you singing, I heard you, you're behind those rocks. Hey, listen, I'm not here to bother you, but are you trapped in there or something? I said, are you trapped in there? Are you okay? Okay, well, I'm just gonna go get help. Just sit tight, I'll be right back. Wait. Yeah? Don't tell anyone I'm here. Please don't tell anyone I'm here. Why not? This isn't really any of your business, just... I'm not in any trouble, I'm in here because I want to be. Please just move along and don't tell anyone you saw me. Well, don't worry about that, because I can't see you. Because you won't come out. Well, that's the idea. Well, listen, I'm part of a project called No Rock Unturned. Do you know what that is? Well, No Rock Unturned is a project made up of people like me who walk across all of America and learn about its land and the folks who live in it. Our goal is to eventually count everyone in America as a friend. I was assigned the 381318 line of latitude. So you can imagine a line that's 100 feet wide and about 2,500 meters long, stretching from coast to coast. You've got the idea. That's my line. I'm hiking all the way through the line, and it's my job to take in the wonders I see and try to make friends with everyone I see. And while I'm at it, oh, yeah, I've seen you all go through here. I've seen people walk through these woods here with the same t-shirt on. You might be mistaken for someone else. There's only a few hundred of us, so we usually only pass through an area every 800 years or so. I know that. But you couldn't have seen. Yes, I could have. I've been here for 9,313 years. 9,000 years? 9,313 years. Oh God in heavens, you're Eddie Krieger! There's a big billboard by the side of the road that says, "Where is Eddie Krieger?" You have to promise you won't tell anyone you saw me. Promise me. Well, I mean, if you do, you will be fucking me over more than you can imagine. For whatever that's worth, for the love of God, tell nobody. Okay. Not even your people. Not even the no rock unturned. Not even them. Okay. You know what? I promise. I won't. But, if I could ask you something in return. What? See, what I do is, in order to get to know people better, I have these questions I ask everyone I meet. It's on the piece of paper here. Could I at least ask you the first, 10? What the fuck for? It's just that I really care a lot about what I do. It means a lot to me to get to know everyone I come across, if I can. And I'll tell you what, I've been doing this for a very long time, and I've never run into someone who was sitting in a cave and wouldn't come out. It'd about kill me if I could at least talk to you. If I couldn't at least talk to you. This is his little pamphlet. Let's face it, sharing the good news with people can be a little intimidating sometimes. Why is good news capitalized? Just remember, it's all in his hands. Oh, it is a religious thing. I kind of thought maybe it was, given the way he was talking. And his is a capital H. Okay, you're not in control. He is. You're simply a servant dedicated to spreading his word. Philippians 4:8 tells us that. Is that really part of the Bible? Or is this a new god? Have they got new gods? Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything, is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. So don't be afraid to enjoy yourself. This world is full of interesting people who are up to all sorts of interesting things. If you're stuck, here are some sample questions you can use to get to know someone. What is your name? Can you tell me a little bit about where we are? What do you do? Oh, it is from the Bible. Okay, I don't know enough about the Bible. I was like, that would be cool if they've, like, if there's new religions. I think different gods and mythologies and pantheons are interesting. What do you do? What do you think we'll be doing tomorrow? What do you think you'll be doing in 100,000 years? What are some of your favorite hobbies? I guess it's quite resilient that the same religions have survived despite everyone randomly not dying anymore for no reason. What are some of your favorite hobbies? Do you think we're in the Matrix? Do you think we're in heaven? Do you think we're in hell? Do you think we should try to restart the space program? Would you like to know God personally? Alright, fine. Thank you so much. Okay, question 1. What is your name? Eddie Krieger. Man, I can't believe it's you. I can't believe it. I already knew that one, so we can skip, that counts as 1. Oh, come on! No free ones. You have 11 left. Jeez, alright. You're the boss. Question 2. Can you tell me a bit about where we are? Louisville. Oh, come on. Okay, alright, you're standing next to Beargrass Creek, which... Oh, yeah, it seems like an interesting creek. It's not. I'm just trying to say something nice. Virgil. I was trying not to do a Kevin impression, but that's... My brain was thinking... Strex. Did you know you were going to hurt... Did you think you were going to hurt my feelings because you didn't like a nearby creek? Sorry. Sorry for what? I don't know. Sorry? So you're standing, anyway, next to, sorry. So you're standing next to the South Fork of Beargrass Creek, which runs all around Louisville. I'm sitting in what would be called 11 Jones Cave, if anyone remembered it was here, which nobody does. Okay, I'm gonna go off script for question 3. Why is it called 11 Jones Cave? I'll answer that, but before I do, there's something we need to do. Here. Come here. Here. Closer, just for a second, get in the shot. Here. That'll work. Hello. Whoever you are, I'm Eddie, and... What was your name? Tim. And this is Tim, and you, the reader, are reading this on, what's the site with the name that sounds like ESPN? Sports site. ESP Nation? SB Nation? ESB Nation. And you've been reading in on our little conversation here. It's somewhat poor taste to address you directly, but some things are more important than the fourth wall. One of those things is your personal safety and well-being. We're about to talk about 11 Jones Cave. This is the cave I live in, but I can only do that because I'm unkillable. If you're reading this prior to the year 2026, you are extremely killable. That would be us. Do not attempt to enter this cave. I say this for 2 reasons. The first of which is there's a very real risk of you getting stuck in it. The second, and more important reason, is that this cave harbors extraordinarily high levels of carbon dioxide. So I guess this is a real cave, and they are genuinely breaking the fourth wall to be like, hey, Don't think, oh, I like caves. Maybe I'll go to that cave I read in that story. Don't. Dog disappears. The story of a disappearing dog is another cave's claim for distinction. It happened during the 1912 hunting season, yet the memory of it lingers as though it were during the present inning of the sportsman. The hunter sat at the mouth of the cave to drink in the spring. One of his dogs came up behind, and a moment later entered the cave. The hunter waited, called for the dog, then waited again. For more than an hour, the hunter sat at the mouth of the cave waiting for the dog, but the animal never reappeared. The story spread alarm among the residents of the section who heard it. I know how people are. Maybe you're telling yourself, well, I'm special. I won't let myself get poisoned by carbon dioxide. You will. And you'll be remembered as the person who died in some crappy cave because you read it in a story online about sentient 178th century space probes who watch football all day. And even the most handsome character in the story completely interrupted everything to explicitly tell you not to. Who are you talking to? Don't worry about it. Well, if you want an answer, that doesn't count as one of my questions. Fair enough. You're still on question 3. Why is it called 11 Jones Cave? No one really agrees on the story there. The most boring answer is it's near a couple properties owned by gangs named Levin and Jones, and the name just kind of morphed out of that. More fun stories, in the 1800s, there was a gang of bandits known as the 11 Jones Gang. They lived in the cave and built bedrooms out of its little corridors. They installed an iron gate in here to protect all the stolen treasure they stashed here. If you believe all the stories everyone's ever told about this cave, there's lots and lots of treasure back here. There's a Confederate sword from the Civil War. There's a cannon, for some reason. Is any of that stuff really in there? Pass. What? Nobody ever explained who the 11 Joneses were. Louisville, Sunday morning, April 8th, 1973. We were sure there was no booty to be found deep inside the cave. We'd heard tales of dead bodies, stolen stages, and lockboxes and bags of gold. Once we found a glove in one of those rooms, and the boy who found it shrieked that it contained a severed hand. Pass. I passed on that question. Ask another. What? Why won't you tell me? I'm gonna go ahead and call that question 4. I don't want to tell you because I don't want to deprive you of mystery. Uncertainty is our greatest scarcity. You should be delighted to not know something. Well, I don't agree with that. That's why I'm on this hike, to find out as much as I can about the land and the people who live here. You're an asshole. What? You're an asshole. You have all the time in the world, infinite time, with just a little bit of mystery. Ration it. It's my choice to make. It shouldn't matter to you. It's going to matter to your future self. What if 50,000 years down the road and you're all out of mysteries? Mystery is an exhaustible resource. If you depend on it to make you happy, you better start saving it instead of gorging yourself like a little piglet. Know where that'll leave you? You'll have nothing left to explore in the world, so you'll look up at the stars waiting for galaxies to collide. You might see it happen every couple million years. The whole time you're waiting, you'll wish for some old forest to discover, some open house to visit, and there won't be any. I bet then you'll remember what I told you. Well, what do you do? That's question 5. I play the hits. You know what that is? A video game, I guess? It's Double Dribble, one of those old handheld Konami games. The screen is, I mean, you can barely call it a screen. It's like a printed picture of a basketball court and a few little LCD instructions that flip on and off in front of it. Way back when it was made, my grandson showed it to me. I never played a video game in my life. I figured I was too old for any of that business. But I played it and played it. You're this little guy and you have to dribble around the defenders and score. That's the whole game. You get to 99 points, you win. It takes some time to really get the hang of it, but not that much time. Tell you the truth, you play it for a couple of weeks and you've got it down, you never miss a shot. So I made up this game where I try and beat it as quick as I could, and I try to beat my own record. He's speedrunning on his own. I've got this little timer with me. I'd hit the button with my foot to start it, and as soon as I get to 99, I'd stop. And eventually I realised it was impossible to beat the game any faster than 3 minutes 18 seconds. Throughout a year I tried to beat it faster than 3:18 and I just couldn't do it. So I'd see if I could beat it at an exact time, like exactly 5 minutes, or exactly 20 minutes and 7 seconds, without a timer. It's kind of hard to... You played this for a year? That's question 6. I've been playing for 285 years, usually about 8 hours a day, sometimes a lot more. Ah. I decided I'd play it for a total of 300 years. That's it. Any more than that, and I might as well stay into the walls of this cave. I kind of feel that way sometime already. I've got to make it last, though. There were other games. There's Shinobi, Jordan vs. Bird, lots of others. There's like 10,000 of them, but I suppose you get 300 years of play out of each of them. That's only 3 million years. Well, that's a lot of time. It's like 3 million divided by infinity. Nothing is really anything when you're dividing by infinity. Why are you in there? Question 7. Ed Krieger, height 5'10", weight 160, born 1st of August 1938. We got an older man. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. He is player number 1000. And he's been doing this for everywhere. Ed's whereabouts are unknown. His rushing attempt has now lasted 9,313 years. I'm a safety in a long-distance football game between... I thought you were a running back. No. Common misconception. The other team's been trying to tackle me for so long, a lot of people forgot what position I played. Anyway, it's a long-distance game between Louisville and Charlotte, so the field's about 330 miles long. Not as long as some of those other games, but the Appalachians are right around midfield, and it's just a bear going up and down those mountains. Charlotte was whipping our asses. It was 84-14. Thing about long-distance games, though, is they come with a ton of paperwork. Rules on top of rules. A lot of them are just copied and pasted from other games wholesale. Who the hell knows what's in them? We're about 20 years into this football game before we really went through the rulebook and started looking for something we could use. It's about as big as an encyclopedia set, but me and the rest of the folks in defense spent months going through them. Finally, we found one. It must have been left over from some old game they forgot to take out. It said basically, if you get possession of the ball and stay in your own end zone for 10,000 years without getting tackled, it's an automatic win. For you, game over. And of course our end zone was defined as the city limits of Louisville. So he's trying to hide in there for 10,000. So one of our cornerbacks, she was like, if you can hide somewhere in Louisville, maybe it's worth trying. And I was like, well, think of how many searchers Charlotte's going to be able to recruit over the course of 10,000 years. They'll flip the city upside down, there'll be thousands of them. And she was like, well, it's either that or we're losing this game. So a few weeks later, they're about to score again. They've got the ball at Mount Washington, so, they're knocking on the door. They have this quarterback who can just zip it. Good conditions, he can throw 700 yards. It's one of the most beautiful thrown footballs I've ever seen with my own two eyes. He just launches it, but the wideout I'm covering falls in a construction site. All of a sudden, I'm all alone. Easy pick for me. But instead of trying to run it back, I retreat to Louisville, right? Wow, so... Yep, and you can probably fill in the rest. When I was a boy, 8, 9, 10, I used to go back here and play. I was like, I bet I'm the only person in the world who even remembers that little cave at all. And look at me. I was right. Louisville, Sunday morning, December 7th, 1913. Adventurers attracted by legendary wealth in unexplored cave behind St. Michael's Cemetery. You've hid here the entire time? Yes. You're gonna get famous, right? Like, really, really famous? No one's just disappeared in the middle of a game and stayed missing for as long as you have. You're like a legend. Not how good it does me. I wake up every morning on a rock. It's wet, smells like crap. The nanos clean the carbon dioxide out of the air and bring me food, but the only food they know how to synthesize is granola bars. God bless those little fellas, but they're dumber than hell. Well, people can't starve then either. So if this is what fame it is, you can have... So if this is what fame is, you can have it. By the way, that was question 8, and the answer is no. I didn't know I was famous, and I barely care. You have 2 questions left. Okay. Does this game really mean so much to you? You're willing to hide in a cave for 10,000 years? Well, the game only barely matters to me at this point. There seems to be a theme here. It's enough to keep me going. It's an objective, it's an objective. I was an old man. I was 87 old the day we stopped aging. Now I was in good health and all that, but still waking up every day and telling myself, Eddie, could be any day now, it could be any day. And I made peace with that having an end, knowing one day would be the last. It felt correct. It felt comfortable. That's been taken from me. The telomeres in my cells stopped shrinking, my wrinkles faded themselves away, and on my 128th birthday, I woke up and it was beautiful and I went out for a run. I hadn't gone for a run my whole life. It was the best time I ever had. Good time, it was the best morning I ever had. I didn't even have good shoes for it, just my old loafers. Got blisters like you wouldn't believe. Those were the times. Those times gave way to being afraid. Who wants to live forever? What am I going to do with forever? So I figured, I need to get good at living life from second to second. Forget all the big conquests, live second to second to second to second. One at a time. That's what this cave is for. I'm like a kind of monk or something, then, I guess. I suppose I am. This cave's even more to me than that. There used to be newspaper articles and things about this cave. Every couple of decades, someone would rediscover it and write about it, and people would be like, well, how about it? 11 Jones Cave, a mystery cave right in the middle of this big city, and we didn't even know. And then they'd move on to something else, and 20 or 30 years later, someone would remember it again. Kentucky Naturalist News, official newsletter for the Kentucky Society of Natural History, Volume 72, Number 1, Winter 2013-14. Somewhat fantastic when coupled with the fact that Louisville Cemetery is above the cave. As to skeletons being found inside the cave, there might be some truth. Around 1964, students at Highland Junior School brought human bones taken from their grave to their 7th grade science team. Guys! Children! Don't go in the carbon dioxide cave! And now nobody does. Even my childhood friends, the one I used to play with when I was a boy, they've forgotten about the cave we discovered way back then. Or else they don't care. Because I'm sure as hell none of them come to visit. So this is my cave. And I don't mean like I own it. I mean it like this cave is only known to me. It's my duty to know every little crack, every little piece, place the rock juts out. my duty to know when the soil gets saturated and the water's about to come wandering through here. It's my duty to look after the little cave beetles. They don't have eyes, you know. They need a little help sometimes. It's my little speck of the only world I know, and I love it a bits. Well, you got one more question, I think, don't you? Yeah, would you like to know God personally? Because, see, like, the bridge to God is through a cross. I have a diagram, it shows, like, how you cross the bridge to death to find salvation in... Here, you can have this one. Okay. Okay, just... Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. Thanks. Great. Yeah, that seems kind of like shit. So, at least this group of people believe that the reason why everyone can't die is because they're too full of sin. I guess. I don't like that. I don't like when people try and tell or dictate to other people how sinful they are, because normally the other people aren't sinful at all. Normally they're just like... gay? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm so bad at this, I'm so bad at this. Oh, hey, there's no need to. I'm sorry. Hey, no, I'm sorry. I'm just... I know the load's up there. I want to let everyone know he's coming, but I'm just so nervous to tell people. I've been trying all these years and I always feel stupid, so I get real nervous every time. There's nothing wrong in believing in a god or a religion. I have a dislike when people try and call other people sinners because they just do something. Like, no, it's not like they're calling serial killers sinners, which I think if anyone's sinners we can agree, like, serial killer. But they're, like, just ordinary people on the street who are, like, I don't know, gay or a goth. Or, like, just doing something you slightly don't like. That's what bugs me. The printer prints it weird. It's all blocky and fuzzy when you print it out. It looks so stupid. Maybe he is up there. You don't have to be... You don't have to. No, really. I don't believe so, but I've been wrong before. You ever wonder if this is heaven now? You ever wonder if we're all there now and we just don't know it? I've thought about that. All of us have. There's a lot less people who go to church than there used to be, because that's what a lot of people think. Yeah, it's a lot of pretty interesting to think of the state of faith when no one can die. Yeah. I think either you would have to think either God caused it, or he's waiting for something. I don't know. If you're religious, I mean. But I don't think so. But I think about it, and I think, well, I can't be, because I'm like you. I kind of look at the big, long life ahead of me that stretches out forever and disappears, and I get scared, and I think this can't be heaven if I'm getting scared, right? And then I think maybe I am in heaven, and heaven is scary. I know exactly what you mean. On to chapter 21. So they haven't figured out the God question yet? No. What do you two think? No. Maybe? Maybe. 15,000 years of deep space travel through absolute nothing and you're still a maybe? Yep. Sometimes I wonder if you're really a scientific instrument. Fuck's sake, let's not do this again. Alright. Well, 9. You can think whatever you want. What do you think? I think so. I think there's a higher power. Oh, you're kidding me. 10, don't be mean. You're kidding me. I'm a failure of a big sister. Well, I mean... Nobody can explain why people are living forever, right? No one can explain what happened 15,000 years ago. It's all a miracle. Or a curse. Well, to be fair... Listen, I'm gonna argue against myself here. That's the privilege of saying maybe. Is that a miracle? Yeah, I guess. It is, but... So's life in the first place? Hell, pull it way back further than that. The mere fact anything exists is a miracle in the first place. Imagine if nothing ever exists in the universe except for a pebble. It's surrounded by nothing, and it never does nothing all day. Why? Why does it exist? That is a miracle. And to get from that to chemicals reacting and stars and magnetic fields and whatnot, that's 1,000 miracles piled up on top of each other. And to get from that to life that crawls out of the water and get smart enough to make us and blow our little tin can asses out here, that's just being greedy. So if you ask me, you got lots and lots and lots of homework to do before you can point to immortality as evidence of anything at all. But still, maybe. Hey, can I go out on my own for a little while? Sure, I was wondering when you'd want to do that. I'm not your parent, you want to do what you want. Go call some people. Make some friends down there. I can do that? You sure can, buddy. Okay. Haha, you know where you're going? Clearly you do. Is this Eddie? I don't remember where he's going. Chapter 22. Oh my god, I didn't know there was gonna be a penis. Oh, it's Nancy! Hello? Hello? Who is this? Well? They call me 9. How did you get this number? Who gave you this number? 10 gave me the number 9. Do you know 10? What in the hell are you? God, give me the phone, give me the phone. Nancy? Oh my god, Tenny! Hi! Oh my god, hi, how are you? I'm good, I'm good. It's so good to hear your voice. You too, what a nice surprise! So, I hate to come and go, but there's someone I wanted you to meet. 9, say hi. Hi. 9, how? Hi, how are you? I don't know. 9's a little bit... 9's new. Just woke up a couple days ago. Now, 9 hasn't talked to anyone but Juice and I. Not so good at small talk yet. Oh, so this is a first contact. Well, how about that? Yes, and we were wondering if 9 could spend a few minutes with you. Of course, I was just cooking some breakfast. Fantastic. Nance, I'll check in with you later. Thank you so much. You two have fun. Wait. What? Are you just... You're not gonna stay? Oh boy, okay, you're a little starstruck, huh? Nancy's a very good friend of mine. She's very nice. You'll be fine. Bye! Bye, Missy. Talk to you soon. So... Not too good with small talk, huh? I guess probably not. Well, there's no shame in that. It's really tough. It takes a lot of practice. First thing to do is introduce yourself. So I'll do that. My name's Nancy McGunnell. What's yours? 9? Oh, I guess my full name is Pioneer 9. Ah, so I guess that makes Pioneer 10 your sister. Yeah, when I woke up she said she was my little sister, but a minute ago she said she was my big sister. How does that make you feel? Hold on, I'm trying to find the word. I was launched in 1968, and she was launched in 1972, so technically I'm older, but she's been awake way longer, and she knows way more, and she's a way better talker than I am. So I guess the word isn't insulted. I guess I'm embarrassed. I've never felt embarrassed before. I'm feeling a lot of things for the first time. I built up a ton of residual memory in space, so it's like... I know it, but I haven't thought about it. That must be exciting, but I bet it's also a little weird, huh? Yeah. Well, don't get too discouraged. You know, your sister and your buddy Juice weren't always so hot at communicating either. Thousands of years ago, they made first contact with us, and at first, we had no idea it was them, so you have to understand how confusing it was. After an eternity of total silence from the universe, we finally received a clear transmission from somewhere, and we had no idea where it was coming from. You wanna know what the first thing they said was? What? Fart. Those fucking Jews. Communications log, Pioneer 10, Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. Page 48187861361 of 83716391882. Come on, come on, come on. This is the first contact with humanity we are talking about. Far too much responsibility to just throw away on a dumb joke. No, absolutely not. But it'll be funny. Do you have any idea how frightened humankind will be? They probably have forgotten we're even out here. They're going to think we're extraterrestrials. Or a godlike figure or something. You need to approach this very, very delicately. They'll be fine. Just say fart. Every day for a year we transmit the message fart. And never answer them. Well, actually, wait. Do it every day at 4:10. So, like, fart in 4:10. Fart in, get it? You're unbelievable. Come on. It ain't like they don't have it coming. I mean, they drew a dick on you. They drew a picture of a dude butt-ass naked and he's waving like, hi, I got a dick, look at my dick. And then they bolted it to your ass and blew you up into space. This is a plaque of scientific importance. Man, they drowned the East Coast and killed Google Reader. Fuck 'em. Oh, man. Oh, man. We were frightened down here. It was something I'd never felt before. Kind of amused and terrified at the same time. So I think I know how you feel. I'm happy that you can know how I feel. So, you've got 9. You've got me, 9. What would you like to talk about? You're not busy or anything? Not at the moment. Is your game over? No, not yet. Hold on. Just want to make sure I'm not being tapped. Okay, should be fine. Does the other team spy on you? They try to. Is that legal? Yeah, not very sportsmanlike, but it's legal. A few years back I got careless. I had the ball and we were running in misdirection. I had about 200 blockers on that play. I told them all to go southeast and draw a defense line, and then I snuck off and ran northeast all by myself. Spent the night at a hotel in North Plate. I called my coach from the hotel phone. Turns out they had it tapped. Next morning I went out to breakfast because, you know, this was no fancy hotel. I wasn't in the mood to eat fruit out of a plastic cup. By the time I got back to my room, ball was gone. From then on I always used the room safe every time I stayed in a hotel. So, that was a fumble. Ran it all the way back too. That was the first score of the game. It's 24-24 now. 9? You there? Yeah, sorry, I was looking up your route. I don't understand what you're doing. So she's been just going north this whole time? Look funny to you? Yeah. Well, a couple days back, I ran up into a twister that allowed me to— Oh, yes, I saw that. We were watching. Oh, fun! Yeah, that twister blew me a few miles north. Good thing, too, because Iowa had me just totally surrounded. They would have tackled me for sure, and then it'd be back to the grind. You tuned in about the right time. The game's been real slow in parts. We'll spend a week grinding out a 1-mile drive, then we turn it over on the downs, repeat over and over. Getting that sort of open field I've got right now is a real luxury. But, more to your point, I'm really trying to go where they're not. They've got defenses patrolling the end zone, but they're not really concentrated up here. I'm about 8,000 yards from the river now. I'm real close. This afternoon, I'll probably make a break for it. Seems weird to me you'd want to be so close to a town. It's usually my game plan whenever I'm in a cross-country game like this one, especially somewhere like Nebraska. If I'm out in the middle of nowhere, I stick out, right? So someone could spot me from half a mile off. And of course, if I'm in a town, there's a lot of eyes and ears on me. Unless it's a real friendly town, word gets around. So I like to stay in the periphery, just outside of town. That's where they forget to look. This is so far from my idea of football. Football's different things to different people. I see this kind of football, the open world kind, as its end state. The old grid football, the 100-yard kind, was basically just training wheels. The game was always about the field, of course. The ground, the earth. And it was kind of like, here, take this boring, flat, greasy rectangle and prove you can really know it and understand it. And they spent hundreds of years getting to know the hell out of it. And to me, football is a further exercise in getting to know and love this world, this planet, you know? The actual ground. It's so rich with history. It's just embarrassing. I've been thinking the same thing. You know, I was just telling someone the other day that I can barely walk 10 feet without sticking my foot into some kind of sacred ground where something happened. Maybe a week ago, maybe 10,000 years ago. You see right over there, a couple 100 yards from where I'm standing? That's where Al Capone's brother lived. You know who Al Capone is? Hold on. Yes. His brother lived there. He was a prohibition agent for the government. Can you believe that? All this time his brother was the most famous bootlegger in America, and here he was doing the exact opposite. At war with each other like they were Greek gods or something. And of course the town's named after Homer. Can't make that up. It's a funny world. So they're not here anymore. Oh, no, they passed long before the moment. You know, when people stop passing on. I was just thinking about people from back then. The people who lived just a little too soon to live forever. It's not fair. It's not. It's really not. Do you ever think about those people? I do. I think about them often. I was almost one of them. Really? Mm-hmm. I was about the last person in the world you'd expect to see in front of you now. Star running back, I was not. A little after my 17th birthday, I got sick. And it was hard. It was painful. I was starting to think, well, pretty soon's probably going to be my time. I couldn't get out of the house a lot. My daughter would come visit. She was great. But she could only be there for some of the time, so a lot of the time I'd just sit in my living room and watch TV. Started to watch football. Kind of grown up with it a little, but to tell you the truth, I hadn't been much of a fan. But I got fixed up with a little satellite dish, and I'd watch it every Sunday. I watch the Browns a lot. Oh, they're good! You were made in 1968. Yeah? You better check your residual memory. Okay. Oh, wow. I started watching them because my grandpa was always a big fan. They were bad. They just stunk up the field every week. I think it was 2026. They went 3:15, something like that. I love that about them. Because, you know, I'd flip around all the channels on the satellite box, and all the shows about people winning, people succeeding, people getting happy endings. And even in sports, you know, if a team was having a bad year, it was just kind of their turn to be bad, and in a few years they'd be good again. And I'm sitting on my sofa thinking, a lot of the good that does me. I don't know anything about that kind of life. I don't need to see all these stories where I'm sitting in this dusty little house with an oxygen tank. Just don't need it. But the Browns, I knew they'd always be there. They'd always lose. I got up every morning. It hurt. And at night I'd go to bed. Then I'd get up every Sunday, get the tar beat out of... They'd get up every Sunday, get the tar beat out of them, and then they'd show up the next Sunday and do it again. I loved that. I loved them. I felt like I was one of them. Did they ever win the championship? The Super Bowl? What? Oh. Yeah. No, they never did. That miracle didn't happen for them. It happened for me. I remember they gave me 3 to 6 months. Well, 3 months passed, then 6, and then they drive me to the doctors, and the doctor's like, this isn't adding up. They sent me to a hospital in the city, run all kinds of tests, and they're like, it's happening to you too. And I said, what? And I said, nothing. 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 I was getting better. Not even a few years later, I was all the way back to my old self. Those were wild days. For all of us. For everybody. They were wild days. And there's no way to know, of course, but I feel like that team carried me that far. That day was the finish line. I think they helped carry me there. I've been thinking about what that's like. Not existing, I mean. Well, I guess we'll never know. Ten and Juice are really broken up about the bulb. I know. I was so sad to hear about it. Truly tragic. Meant a lot to me. I can only imagine what y'all must be going through. They're more sad about it than me. It's like they're not used to having to say goodbye to anything. No, none of us are. Best problem to have, I suppose. I guess so. You know, my grandpa had this big neon sign he always had in the family room. It said, Go Browns on it in big letters, and had that brown helmet. I thought he brought it home from one of his buddies at the bar or something. Couldn't say for sure. My grandma thought it looked tacky. Remember, she'd always say, you can turn that thing off after I go- turn that thing on after I go to bed. And that was the compromise. Oh, Green, I'm sorry Magma's crashing for you. The night he passed away, I was staying the night. My grandpa woke me up in the middle of the night and said a neighbor was coming by to watch me. Then grandpa had passed on. They'd already taken him away, and in the middle of everyone running around, there were a few minutes where I was just there by myself in the family room. The sign was the only thing on. Just softly lit up the room in this beautiful sort of orangey brown. I was 8 years old then. I remember just kind of standing there and looking at the light and the room. You know what I thought? I remember thinking how strange it was that the light was still on. I thought that, well, if he was gone, that the light he switched on should have turned off. That as soon as he went, everything should go with him, but there it was, though, just glowing. Chapter 23. You drew an American football instead of regular football? How could you? How did it go? Good. I think it went good. Nancy told me about the plague. Oh god, of course she did. So they attached it to you in case extraterrestrials found you? Yep. Did you ever see any? Nope. Do you think we ever will? I've been looking really hard for thousands of years. I have no reason to think so. Oh, I'm not doing that. Wait. Dude, I'm not laughing at that. What? You're a drawing of a butt-ass naked people that's hurtling through space. And for no reason. Like, imagine, a million years from now, you reach some far-off galaxy that's nearing entropy and, like, nothing ever moves around it anymore. It's just still the thousands and thousands of years, and then you come on, zooming through. Whoosh! Here's a dick! See? See? 9 likes my joke. Laugh it up. Laugh it up. You think you're so hilarious just because... No battery warning. Oh shit. 9, buddy, don't freak out. This is normal. You're fine. You just need to recharge. Here. You got one? Yeah, I got it. I like got this one. Eat up, little buddy. Hey. You lost your charge, that's all. I would have warned you, I just thought your capacity was gonna be a little higher. You've only got a little power left. After that, you're going to have to charge up for a while. How long? Hard to say. Probably a few months at least. No, I mean, how much time left on this charge? Oh, I don't know. A few minutes? Listen, it's no big deal. Juice and I have to shut down all the time. You just... I have to see New York. Oh, come on, it can wait. No, now, I have to see it. They tried to bargain at first, like, oh, they're making shit up, like, well, I won't be alive to have to deal with it, like, well, who cares, I live in Kansas City, like, I worked a... Hang on, this is going fast. Like, I just worked a double and I'm too tired, don't bother me with this shit. But when it started happening, they kept bargaining, like, well, we'll just fix it with science. Well, it's not too late to stop it. Like, well, it's just gonna melt a little. Nah, man, all of it. Like, all of it. And then all this was gone. I miss it dearly. The bagels were trash, though. Chapter 24, almost at the end, guys. Hello, you've reached Emily. Tie. Huh? Babe, it was the wrong ball. It was a tie ball. Oh! We're back with the married couple. Babe, it was the wrong ball. It was a tie ball. Wait, Ty Detmer? Yeah. And he said there was gonna be... Yeah, the dealer, he said, yeah, sure, there's a Coy Detmer autograph ball this guy's grandpa used to have, so I made the drive into Queens. Oh god, he went all the way to New York and it's not even the right ball. Right address and everything. Oh no. Everything was there like he said it was. But it was a Ty Detmer autograph. Oh no, Jason, oh my god. Fucking figures. Figures. Shit, babe, I'm so sorry. Man. It's too bad. If only it was a tie game, then it'd be a tie game. Yeah. You get it? Get what? Jesus, the joke. I was trying to tell a joke. Oh. Tie game, you know. God, you are Jasoning out. Sorry. How are you feeling? Kind of relieved, I guess, actually. This game is probably over. This is my shot. Well, you've still got 400 years. Man, you know, this could have been a game, like a great game, if Mike hadn't burned those 17... Man. Because it's like, okay, this was a genius design for a game. I know we've talked about it a million times. We've talked about everything a million times, baby. But, like, it's so rare to actually be able to draw up a game around uncertainty. I mean, how many footballs has Corey Detmer autographed? No one really knows. I bet he doesn't even know. So in the process of playing this game, we found out that number, and once we know, we can't really play the same game again. That's so special. We can't replay it. You know what it's like? I was just reading about it this morning. It's like a Fermi problem. What's that? It's named after this guy Fermi, Enrico Fermi. He's this famous mathematician, and he would ask questions, and like the big one was, how many piano tuners are there in Chicago? Huh? So like, how do you actually answer that without going and counting? Well, you ask a lot of little questions that hack away at the answer. Questions like, okay, well, first off, how many pianos do you think there are in Chicago? And then it's like, well, what percentage of people actually own a piano? So you estimate the number of people, you know, who you've been to their house and, you know, they have a piano, then divide that by the total number of people whose houses you've been to. I'm gonna say 1 in, let's just keep this easy. 1 in 100 houses has a piano. Sure, we'll use that. And the population of Chicago is like 3 billion. 3 billion? Million. 3 million. You said billion. I swear you said billion. Well, whatever. You know I meant million. So that would mean there are 30,000 pianos in Chicago. There are 3 million people in Chicago, not 3 million homes. You're probably looking at, I don't know, 1 million homes, maybe? That's like 3 people per home. We have to think about the number of Chicago homes that could actually accommodate a piano, probably fewer than usual. There you go! Now you're playing our game. Man, where did you read about that? Wikipedia? You rabbit holing again. Yep. God, I can't believe I didn't know about that until now. It basically describes exactly what I've been doing all these years. I swear I'll never get to the bottom of Wikipedia. Or at least, it'll take a long time. You know, they started putting entries in for apartment histories. Laurie was telling me about it. What do you mean? Like, the history of an apartment? Like, you can type in 123 whatever street, apartment 3, and it'll be this enormous history of everything that ever happened in that apartment. Ah. I thought it was kind of cool. So how's New York? It's, It's good. I decided to take a swim over to Manhattan. I'm on a rooftop now. Oh, that's a hell of a swim. It is. I'd forgotten. It's easy to think, especially for an out-of-towner, it's easy to think, well, I'll just stop at a skyscraper every so often and catch my breath, but there's this huge chunk of downtown and midtown that's almost completely, totally below the waterline. There just aren't that many tall buildings. You know, actually, I was thinking, I could design a pretty good game here. Really? I mean, I just thought of it today, I haven't really— Tell me! Okay, well, the end zones would be, like, midtown and downtown, right? Like, maybe Battery Park and Bryant Park would be the 2 end zones, maybe 20 players to a side, and they all get a speedboat. Oh! So, obviously, with all the water in between, the middle of the field would be some pretty wide open play. But around the end zone, it'd get hairy, because you basically have to sail through around the city blocks. At the same time, you could kind of use them, too, like, take crazy routes to throw off your tacklers. So the blocks would block for you. See, yes! And it fits thematically because New York City's grid was literally called the Gridiron when they drew it up in the 1800s. That was way before football, so it's like a perfect fit. You always have to get cute. Always. I've got an idea. Yeah? Make the ball really heavy. Make it out of lead or something. So, hey, how do you tackle somebody? Probably just ramming your speedboat right into them. They're tackled if they fall in the water. Okay, so if they tumble, the ball's really heavy so it doesn't float. It sinks to the bottom, so all of a sudden the game turns into a diving expedition. Oh wow, I love it. See? That's why you're married to a 386-time TLC Most Valuable Player. There you go. Are the skyscrapers part of the field? Sure, I guess so. I don't think this game would have been as fun back in the day, you know, before this place was sunk. It was just a bunch of ground. We might stream when there's just no open field. You should write that game. Seriously, you've got a good one. Maybe I will, though I'd have to drag people out to New York to play it. I don't know how many takers I'd get. Shit, I've told you about the computer parts story, right? The what? New York, computer parts? Not ringing a bell? If you have, I don't remember. Oh god, there's no way I haven't told you. Whatever. Okay. I have to tell you the computer parts story. Okay, alright. So, an old teammate of mine told me the story. I guess back in 2000 or something, he was house sitting for his uncle. His uncle had this apartment in Tribeca, worked for the NFL. He didn't know what his uncle did for the NFL exactly, but it made him good money. Well, he was in Tribeca, I'd bet so. Right? I know. So, at this point, the kid's like 19, and when you're 19, obviously it's like a dream of a lifetime to go visit NYC and have some swank-ass place all to himself. Oh, absolutely. So he's there for a few days, and all of a sudden he gets a call from his uncle, and his uncle's like, listen, you gotta do something for me. You've got to take some stuff that's in my freezer. I don't like... So you gotta take some stuff that's in my freezer and take it to my office on Park Avenue. And he's like, Can't you send someone else to do it? And he's like, no, it's kind of a secret. I kind of fucked something up and just got busy and never got around and bringing it to the office. Now they're wondering where it is, so you need to meet my buddy there and deliver it to him. I'd have someone else do it, but I'm in a jam. I don't, like, deliver the secret things in my freezer. Okay. So he's like, okay. And he looks in the freezer, and since it's a swanky-ass apartment, he's got, like, a full standing freezer. It's not just your regular fridge-freezer type thing. Looks down! I need to... Okay. She's like, okay. And he looks in the freezer, and it's... Since it's a swanky-ass apartment, he's got, like, a full standing freezer, and it's not just your regular fridge-freezer things. Sure. And he opens it, and it's full of piss. What? It's full of actual piss. It's full of these little vials of urine samples. What the fuck? So, turns out, his uncle is an official in charge of collecting urine samples from the NFL players. He just kept him in his own house? I guess, I don't know, apparently it was some kind of fuck-up or something. I guess he thought it was just as good as storing them in the office, and he just never got around to testing them. So that ends with him literally having an entire freezer full of NFL piss. Holy shit. The kid doesn't really know what to do. He gets a huge rolling suitcase he traveled with and just starts dumping the vials in there. Kid. They're gonna break, aren't they? You can't... He's gonna end up with a suitcase full of piss! So he doesn't really know what to do. He gets a huge rolling suitcase he traveled with and just starts dumping the vials in there. I'm sorry! No! I warned you guys that it was gonna be silly! I said I needed to recover! I didn't mean to make you spit your coffee on your bed! I'm sorry! I'm just a little guy. Anyway, he gets on the subway. He heads to the subway. He gets off some station in Midtown, and this suitcase is apparently really heavy. Because, I mean, it's filled with liquid. And when he's rushing up the subway steps, he can hear the glass rattling around and breaking. So, I mean, this entire plan's going to hell. I think it was already... Oh, man. Oh, no. And he was in one of those stations where you have to go, like, 3 different sets of stairs, and the last one he's halfway up, and some guy asks him, hey, you want me to help with that? So he grabs the other end and helps carry it up. So, New Yorkers always have this bad reputation, but I always thought everyone there was really cool. Shh, okay. So he's like halfway up the steps, and the guy asks, damn, they're going on the subway with a suitcase full of piss. I'm surprised it hasn't started leaking out at this point if the vials are breaking. So they're halfway up the steps, and the guy asks him, damn, this thing is heavy. What the hell do you have in here anyway? And of course, he's not about to tell him it's full of urine samples, so he just blurts out, computer parts! Computer parts. Yeah, and so then immediately, without a second of hesitation... Oh no! The guy that was helping him carry the suit. So without a second of hesitation, the guy who was helping him carry the case hits him in the face and runs off with the bag. Because he thinks it's full of expensive computer parts. And he told me the side of him running off with the bag in a hurry just couldn't wait to make off with it. God, that's too good. That's too good. I'm like positive you never told me that one. Oh, it's weird to be here. Well... Maybe the NFL piss could have been valuable, but the thing is the thief won't know it's NFL piss. He'll just open it and just realize that it's full of... Oh god, that was a good bit. Man steals suitcase, lives to regret it. I saw this mural today. I was all over the city just diving and looking at stuff. And this big painting on the side of the building was way below the waterline. A little worn away, but still in pretty good shape considering. What was it? It was like this painting of a mother. I guess it was a mother holding her baby. Never cried underwater before. Abe! Are you okay? Yeah. I don't know if this is gonna come out, right? I mean, we got here, you know? We got here. We grew up thinking one day it'd be our time to go, and it just never was. Never was. Going under that water is like going back through time. Everything is like it was. All the buildings were built, all the cars are neatly parked, the garbage cans were bolted to the sidewalk by the people who were afraid to die. It was the meticulous craftsmanship of terrified people. We didn't know we'd have each other for good. Back then there was real fear, real worry. The world was all fucked up. I remember feeling so alone, like I was the only one fighting it. We were all in it together, though. Every stranger you met, they were fighting the same fight that you were. Of course, you didn't talk to them about it, but all of us saw that terror. The terror any mortal person has. That terror wasn't natural. No other creature in the universe woke up every morning now. That's true! Do, like, birds and, like, cats and dogs still... Can they still breed and, like, die? I guess so, maybe. I don't... No other creature in the universe... I mean, Burger King's still making burgers, so therefore, cows still exist, if that's what Burger King used. No other creature in the universe woke up every morning knowing it was guaranteed to die one day, just us. Nobody should have to live with that. It's too much. It isn't right. No one should ever have had to bear it. But we did. We stared it down and we keep on going. And we did it together. We were all in it together. Felt lonely, but we were never alone. We had each other. No matter how often we forget it, all of us, we always had each other. Chapter 25. The final chapter. So what do you think? You ready for bed? I'm gonna wake up, right? I promise. Promise. I'm not sure when, but I promise. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. How much time do I have left? Right about a minute, looks like. 1 minute, huh? Okay, I can do this. First, don't worry about anyone dying due to rising sea levels. Everyone was safely relocated, and I'm very happy to report that folks in places like Houston, Louisiana, and Savannah were able to preserve their cultures elsewhere in the country. Second, you may have noticed that Maine's new border was strangely preserved in a straight line. That's because the Canadians, being slightly more forward thinkers, dispatched aid directly to the state to build a retaining wall. Third, the rest of the world basically carried on just fine. While it's tragic so much of the Caribbean was lost, I'm relieved to report to you that they were safely relocated and the cultures remain alive today. And robust to this day forth. Fourth, 10 really should have told you at the onset. In the process of establishing our first content with you, it would require lots and lots of waiting. That experience was unfair to you, and due to her very bad oversight on her part, she feels bad about it, and so do I. We're both sorry. Fifth, no, for the millionth time, we really do not know why humans stopped aging. Sixth, 10's a wording for a little clumsy regarding the people stopped aging. To clarify, babies in the womb in 2026 were indeed born and grew into an adult, and all the children grew into adulthood as well. Seventh, I know we didn't really actually look at any people, but thanks to medical technologies, people can essentially be whatever age they feel like between 20-ish and 100-ish. Some people choose to be old. They just like it that way. It's great. Eighth, we're not in some kind of simulation or matrix or whatever, and even if we were, there'd be no way to prove it, so who gives a shit? Ninth, I know your residual data indicates to you the universe will eventually be ended via heat death. Good news, that's bullshit that we thought was true in the 20th century before we had thousands more years to study it. The Earth is always going to be here because 10th, they figured out how to keep the sun going perpetually. 11th, all the old buildings are still standing because they were built really well and new technologies helped keep them in good shape. 12th, that cop in Nebraska was there because he just decided it was his role. There's still some things like petty theft or whatever going on, but these people are the people of the 20th and 21st century, and they like the world they built, and they keep those seemingly redundant roles intact because they are who they are. 13th, changing ocean geography aside, state borders remain identical for the same reason. 14th, no, you are never gonna die, neither will we. 15th, time's almost up. Oh, fuck. Well, I got pretty far. I love you guys. Love you too. Love you all too. I need to make a partition in my data storage. This is the end, right? The end of this story. We were always at the end. It's a free play, buddy. Clock's all zeros. It's after the end of the world. Pioneer 9 has not made contact with Earth since 1983. It is almost certainly not operational, but very likely still to exist. Pioneer 10 last sent signals to Earth in 2003. It is believed to be 10 billion miles from Earth and travelling at nearly 27,000 miles per hour. JUICE, or Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, is currently being developed by the European Space Agency. It's scheduled to launch in 2022. Oh god, we're in a house on fucking game, whatever the fuck number this was. Oh no! 17,776. Written, illustrated, and designed by John Boyce, creative director, SB Nation Labs. Developed by Grain Macquarie, who made the story actually work. Special thanks to Elena Burgerton, Spencer Hall, Tyson Whitting, Holly Anderson. Dedicated to y'all. Good night. 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 The end. Is there a fandom for this? There was. This came out in 2017. The Tumblr tag still has posts in it from this year. Not very many, but I do have news that I discovered earlier this week that I didn't know about until I was looking at the Wikipedia page for 17,776 because I was wanting to know, I was checking the year that it was published. And in 2020, oops, sorry. It was announced that there would be a part 2 and a part 3. Part 3 is not out. Part 2 20,020. If we were to scroll past this bit, because who really cares about that? We're just gonna get to here. Status report. Pioneer 9, launched 1972. Pioneer 10, instrument monitor. Imaging, I can't read all that. Okay. 9. 9, wake up. Pioneer 9, this is your big sister, wake up. No, you're not. You're my little sister. Okay, I'm gonna check on you in 5 minutes. You'd better be up. 5 minutes, God. Okay. Pioneer 9, launched 1969. Boo! Fuck! You made me smell my goddamn spaghetti! Juice. Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. It was actually launched in 2023, but again, at this point, Juice hadn't been launched yet. What spaghetti? The pretend spaghetti I was pretending to enjoy while watching the football game! I don't understand how one would spill spaghetti. Did you bother to imagine yourself a table? No. So, what, you were standing there holding a plate of spaghetti? None of your business! I'd buckle the fucking seatbelts to eat my spaghetti if I knew you were gonna sneak up on me like that. Aww, I missed you, Jay. Yeah, you too, lady. Jesus, I just looked at the date. Yeah, you slept in. I did. I needed it. Where's 9? I just woke them up. Should be up soon. Think they'll be mad when they look at the calendar. Hope not. The two of us might have to have a talk about it, but I think 9 will be okay. What are you watching? The game. Which game? The game. Listen, this is a very confusing thing to just walk in the middle of, and I recognize that. This is Atlanta I'm looking at? Yup. Who are those guys? Okay, so we've got Nick and Manny, right? Nick just went to bed. Manny's staring out the window on lookout duty. They're free safeties trying to make a play on the ball. They've been living in this condo for about 30 years, just watching out the window, waiting for the ball carrier to come on through onto the Georgia Tech field. I'm not going to read all of it, because we do not have the time for any of this. I'm not reading all of this. I think... I'll check. 9? Hello? 9! Hey! Hey! Hey, sis. What year is it? We'll talk about that after the game, okay? I don't think that's a discussion. I think you just say what year it is. scroll is working weird. Will someone please tell me what year it is? In a minute, sis, there's something we'll talk about. First, this game. Tell me everything. Teams, rules, scoring, all of it. Okay, let me clean up the spaghetti I spilled when I was so rudely interrupted. You'll pretend spaghetti? Yes. Have you seen the broom? You don't clean spaghetti up with a broom. Well, why the fuck not? You just can't clean wet stuff up with a broom. It's gonna get all nasty. You could go over to Juice's house and he's just you go over to Juice's house and he's just vacuuming his front lawn. Juice is like, time to do the dishes. Goes to get his fucking rake. Lol. Fuck this, y'all. You wanna hear about this game or not? Yes, finally. Okay. Listen, before I go, I just want to say, I didn't design this game by myself, so it's not all my fault, okay? You're not exactly selling me. Well, welcome to college football Saturday. I'd like to speak on two things. Football and Lunchables pizza. First, football. What you're about to see is the modern college game. I helped design it. Before we begin, do you promise not to get mad at me? No. Figure not. Here's Georgia Tech's field. It's 53 yards wide, as usual. But it's a little bit longer. It goes over the wall, into the stands, through the concourse, and out to Georgia Tech's campus. All this as well is part of the field. Eventually it makes its way to Atlanta's Sentinel Park, where it runs into the other field. This field belongs to Georgia State. At the start of this game, both of these teams have a football at the end of the game to take the other team's football. Now, these two schools do not like each other, and holy hell do they go at it. So, what does it look like when both teams have a ball? Well, maybe this player hangs back to defend. Or maybe she runs a post route past a tree so her QB can bomb it. Strategically, it's very interesting. Alternatively, Georgia Tech might prefer to play it safe and stay home. Or get aggressive and drive the ball through a damn office building. There's a lot of opinion, a lot of options, because this field is very long. Very long. It goes through buildings, rivers, forests, farms, you name it. Oof, a quarry, huge pain in the ass here. Well hell, I was wanting to build the stadium at an angle. You go take it up with Bobby Dodd. Anyways, this field won't stop until it hits the ocean. But you know, what I realized this game needed? A third team with a third field. Here, let me get the lights. See, now we got a triangle. You can loop. A defense might be ahead of you, or it might be behind you. Pretty interesting as well. Now this team comes from way up north. See, the reason Purdue's field can intersect is that the stadium isn't perfectly north-south. Why'd they build it like that? Anyway, in 1900 and whatever. Who cares? We got us a ball game. These three fields are a combined 6,139,649 yards. That's about 3,500 miles. Why do you think we seem mad? This seems pretty cool. I will say I can't figure it out thematically. I get Georgia Tech and Georgia State, but what does Purdue have to do with anything? Nothing, really. Oh no. See, I've kind of been slow rolling y'all. How many teams are in this game? Spit it out, spit it out. In total? 11. 111. Oh god damn it! 111 teams, 111 footballs, 111 fields. This is a gigantic football game. What is wrong with you? I find it useful to remember that I'm French. How long have people been playing this fucking game? Thousands of years. What have you done? There's no way this game can work. Oh no, it does not work at all. It's an absolute disaster of a football game. It's horrible. It's gorgeous. Wait, you said thousands of years. What year is it? 2020. Starting Pioneer 9. Pioneer 10. And Juice. Juice, what have you done? Moving on to the second portion of my lecture, I'd like to speak on the virtues of Lunchables pizza, as well as the shortcomings that ultimately led to its discontinuation. In the 1990s, Lunchables were a popular option for school children seeking agency in their lunchtime meal or cafeteria food. Typically, as it came, Lunchables offered virtually endless permutations of food with Lunchable pizza. This one here was explored further by— shut up! Holy shit, shut up. Sorry. But we're not reading all of 20,020 because that's the end of stream. It's 8:30. I've got to go. I want to go sit with my girlfriend, but I will give you guys the link to the sequel. This is 20,020. 20,021 is in the works. You guys can maybe go read this in your own time. It's 12 chapters. Maybe one day, as like a donathon or subathon reward, I'd be willing to read all of this out, but right now my voice hurts. Let me ungoober myself, or I'll have totally forgotten by the time tomorrow comes along. Oh, I just, was, for some reason I was, waggling my little finger, gripping onto my finger with the fingers on my other hand. And I, slipped my nail against my bone in a weird way, and now the whole finger is, got pins and needles. I don't like that. I don't know what I did. So let me degoober myself. Oh, and let me check in on Magma. Holy shit. But that's our tale for today. For the Human Touch lyrics, I love that song so much. Okay. This was here, another snail. Mow. Another ball. Oh! Green! Is the implication here that you've rescued Sonic and you're driving him away from the bad guys, or that you have driven your forklift directly into the Sonic the Hedgehog, killing him? Cyclonus? Unclear and unknown. Okay. Little cat, a little green, a police car, Bumblebee, Grimlock, dinos. Oscar. Is Oscar playing your dinosaur game? Who's this? Oh, Rose, it's okay. Honestly, frankly, that's impressive that you managed to draw anything on mobile. The app, Magma is so bad on mobile to try and use. I'm very impressed that you managed to get anything out. Thank you guys so much for coming along and listen to me talk for 6 hours. I'm glad I managed to get into that and not feel, as awkward. Let me also link you to the site where, 17,776 is as well, if you want to ever reread it. There's not a big fandom for it, but, like I showed you guys before, there wasn't a massive fandom at the time. It was more popular back in 2017, but there is other people's fan art. I love when people draw them as object heads. This is just the stuff I've reblogged on Tumblr over all these years. What the Why did that happen when I tried to click on... Tumblr, what have you done? Why did that happen when I clicked on that image? What is this? Well, anyway, there's Juice. Here's some more little object heads. There's 10. And Juice. And 9. There's them all hugging. I love... This is my favorite. I think maybe my favorite piece of fan art. They're so eepy. Eepy babies. Telling each other that they love each other. More little object heads. Honestly, I love the object heads more than people trying to fully humanize them. I don't know when 2021's gonna come out. People don't really know. I love you, Big Brother. I love you too, ham and cheese. This is a story about football. Let me have a little look on Tumblr. I'm not gonna immediately fucking show the Tumblr homepage because who knows what might be on there. Yeah, 9 gains sentience and he immediately says I love you too back to 10 without even knowing who she is or anything. Okay, I want to go by latest Tumblr, please. I wouldn't think it's a very active fandom, but I think one of you— I don't know if anyone's ever made fan merch before. I know someone in chat was saying there's some post 11 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 20 hours ago, a day ago, 4 days ago, 10 days ago, 6 days ago. So there's still people. No, someone's done the fucking meme. Somebody's memed him. I'm not calling you a good boy, Juice. This game is shit. Somebody got him. I do actually really like the idea of if 9 and 10 would, like, if they would wear clothing from their era. I completely forgot that Hubble exists. I'm being quite brave scrolling through Tumblr now. With the screen share on. But yeah, there's still some people, okay, sometimes posting about it. Obviously, if you go scrolling, I can't guarantee that there won't be spoilers for part 2. Oh, is this a quote? Okay, I'm gonna read out this one post because I'm seeing it twice. I think this might be a quote from 2021. I don't know, but I've just seen it twice, so I'm like, maybe. It's 9 talking to some human person, I presume. I have about as much onboard memory as a dishwasher, maybe a little more. I had to sew it in by hand, even to get that much. Feels like they shouldn't have been able to do it. That's how much they loved you, isn't it? That's how badly they wanted to bring you into the universe. It is. I think about them a lot. I remember them all. Some made it to today. A lot of them didn't. They'll always be a part of me. I know that's love. They didn't know what I'd be or who I'd be, but they loved me. Fucking god dang it! Don't make me cry about these guys yet. I only didn't get emotional rereading it because I'm like, I've already been through this. But yeah, there's some people still making fan art for them. I kind of wonder if anyone's ever drawn Hubble now, because that was really cute. Oh, have a little search. Obviously, Hubble doesn't talk much. Some people have. Or someone did like a size comparison thing. Or is Juice gigantic? Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize Juice was bigger than... Oh, 9 is such a baby! So we've got 9, we've got human beings to scale, then we've got 10, the Hubble telescope, and Juice. The human beings, you can kind of see them. They're the scribble underneath Ten's name. Jesus, he's a big boy. But yay, a Hubble drawing. Okay, I can't get lost looking in here. Oh, my finger still feels weird. Well, thank you for letting me info dump about a fandom from 2017. If you guys have any drawings you want to finish up in Magma, feel free, but that's the end of this canvas. Whenever we next do Magma on stream, it'll be with an entirely new blank canvas from scratch. Of course, any of you guys in Discord, you're allowed to set up your own Magma canvas and at the Magma role in Discord if you ever just want to make your own and hang out with people in the voice chat or whatever. And use that channel. You are welcome to do so. Thank you for stream. I'm not going to raid because I am tired and I want to be with my girlfriend now. But I will see you tomorrow for vampire therapy. Thank you for indulging me with this. I just think those little space guys are cool. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe, hopefully, maybe we'll see Dr. Drain again. I don't think so. Unless I don't take forever. Because I think we'll get through some of the other characters before we see him again, but a boy can dream. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.